Hey everyone. Here's part 2 of Yellow and Red Makes. The full fic is already out on Patreon along with the sealed kunai, the Sharingan Devil and Namikaze's return. Anyways, I hope you enjoy the video. Chapter 12. Naruto sat up in the highest branch in the tree looking extremely bored as he lazily swung his leg back and forth. He hated reconnaissance missions with a passion, even the A-ranked ones. It was always the same story. They would receive some interesting intelligence about enemy movements of suspicious activities, investigate and find absolutely nothing. They were always sent on some wild goose chase or another. The only reason this particular mission was classified as A rank was due to them observing a shinobi team who were supposed to be their allies. It wasn't like they were actually expecting anything interesting to happen while observing a team on a C rank mission. However, like always, Naruto just went with what he was told to do, albeit with no small amount of grumbling and complaining until Tayuya knocked some sense into him. He looked around for his team, having difficulty picking them out with his chakra sensing abilities, which was the idea of course. In actuality, the only reason he could sniff them out at all was because of his familiarity with them. Gaara was deep underground, monitoring everything via vibrations in the ground that his sand relayed to him in a similar way to his third eye technique. Tayuya was cloaked in a complicated genjutsu that weaved her presence into the natural background chakra. For his part, Naruto went with a more simplistic method, suppressing his own chakra to a point where he only had the bare minimum to survive. It had taken him a very long time to master this particular technique due to his massive reserves, but he had it to the point where only a very talented sensing ninja could detect him. The only problem was that he couldn't move quickly without giving away his position, as his body automatically sent chakra to his limbs when he did so. So that's how he sat, lazily waiting for the team they were observing while actively surprising his chakra. He smirked as he sniffed the air and smelt the blood of the two Chunin they had accidentally come across while scouting out the route the Leaf Shinobi would most likely take. From the bingo book, they were the Demon Brothers, and Naruto had made sure to keep them alive in order to collect the current ransom Kiri was offering for their capture. It was lucky that Naruto had noticed the noxious purple substance dripping off of the nasty shuriken chain the two had strung out between them. Otherwise Tayuya would probably be in some serious trouble, as it was he had been able to grab said chain, making use of his inherent poison resistance. The two enemy ninja had been shocked by that long enough to be caught up in Gaara's sand. Last Naruto had seen of them, they had been trapped in one of Tayuya's worst genjutsu. She wouldn't tell him the specifics, but from the look in her eyes he knew it would be enough to keep them busy for a few days at least. He smirked again as he finally caught 5 unfamiliar scents entering into his sensory range. He alerted the others with a coded signal sent via taps to the trunk of his tree. Gaara would pick up on it and send on the signal to Tayuya. For now their only orders were to observe. However, being allies, they were given permission to intercept any hostiles if the other team was threatened beyond their ability. Of course, this was only the case if they were sure it would not give away their primary mission. Naruto had first questioned the logic of sending them to spy on their allies, but the Kazekage had assured him that all shinobi villages kept secrets from one another, even allies. So here they were, spying on Leaf Shinobi to get an idea of how well their Genin were trained. Naruto had been slightly worried when he had further read the bingo book and found who the Demon Brothers were associated with. Zabuza Momochi was hardly someone to be trifled with. Of course that worry dissipated when he saw who the Jonin leader of the Leaf team was, an equally recognizable name from the bingo book. The copycat ninja of Konohagakure would be more than a match for the Demon of the Mist. He was suddenly made very alert as a 6th foreign signature entered his nose's scope. That wasn't right at all. Ninja teams comprised of 3 subordinates, their Jonin sensei, and on escort missions like this, the clients. He once again relayed instructions to the team to be extra careful. The scent of fresh blood had just entered his scope. What he witnessed next would be a battle he would remember for a long time. 2 extremely powerful Jonin going at it, both out for the other's blood. At first it seemed like Momochi had the upper hand when he trapped Kakashi inside of a water prison jutsu and Naruto was just ready to intervene. However, in a surprising display of teamwork, the 2 male Genin of the team distracted Zabuza long enough for Kakashi to break out of his deadly technique. Finally the fight swung in Konoha's favor as in an impressive display of the Sharingan's abilities Kakashi used Zabuza's own technique against him. Naruto filed away that information for later. As far as he knew, there were currently 2 Sharingan users active. Both were high-level shinobi that were not under any circumstances to be underestimated. He had also noted that throughout the entire conflict the female member of the team, under the guise of protecting the client, had done nothing to help her teammates. Finally he was astounded as an unknown Kiri Hunter Nin appeared, completely to his surprise and apparently to Gaara's as well, if his message was anything to go on. Whoever this person was, they were amazing at hiding their presence. While this was to be expected of a hunter nin, this person proved that they were not due to their strange behavior when handling Zabuza's body. From that moment on, Naruto kept his guard up. It meant the Zabuza was not dead, and now he had an extremely skilled accomplice. The next week was once again spent observing the Konoha team as their sensei recovered from his overusage of the Sharingan, another fact Naruto filed away for later. The Genin spent their time training, and Naruto had nearly fell off of the branch he was in when he found out they hadn't even begun tree climbing exercises. Granted, he had only begun under Kyuubi's instruction, but he lacked an actual sensei, so he just assumed it was basic ninja knowledge. To find out that wasn't the case cheered him up immensely, now rather proud with his team's abilities. If this was the rate they learned it, then they might not even begin learning the kunai balancing exercise by the time they were ready for Chonin, ready being used loosely. The week passed otherwise uneventfully, with the two male members of the team progressing slowly, while the previously useless pink-haired girl proved to be almost Tayuya's equal when it came to chakra control. The entire week he had the oddest sense of familiarity when he looked at her, but whatever it was kept slipping away from him. Midweek, Naruto had a very strange encounter with somebody he immediately knew to be the fake hunter nin. He once again reaffirmed his beliefs that he was excellent at concealing his location and presence. He had found it odd just how feminine the boy looked and acted, and the two had an interesting conversation, with Naruto giving no impression that he even knew who the boy was. His answer to the black-haired boy question left him smiling as he walked away. Having finished collecting necessary herbs, Naruto was also left smiling. It was no mystery to him the gray that surrounded the shinobi profession. Most were glorified mercenaries just doing as they were paid. Few were inherently evil, merely carrying out the orders of their superiors, who in turn were carrying out the word of their paying clients. It was why Naruto couldn't bring himself to attack the other shinobi, despite their status as pseudo-enemies. If they harbored no ill intent towards him, then he had no reason to get concerned. Finally, there was some excitement at the end of the week as Kakashi and Zabuza seemed to recover simultaneously and square off on the bridge. Unfortunately, this time his accomplice didn't stick to the wings. Instead, he engaged the single male Genin that was present directly as the kunoichi of the team once again protected Tazuna, as Naruto had found he was called. Tayuya was on her sleep rotation, so it was just him and Gaara observing the fight, and what a fight they witnessed. The Uchiha managed to give the accomplice a run for his money as they fought back and forth across the bridge. Eventually he was forced into using his equally impressive Kekkei Genkai to subdue the not-quite Sharingan user. Once Kakashi had seen that his student had failed to beat the imposter hunter nin, he started to fight Zabuza, a fight that equaled their last in displays of skill. Finally Kakashi gained the upper hand, and with an odd Raiten move Naruto had never seen, he moved to finish it. Unfortunately, or fortunately depending on the viewpoints of the various people present, the accomplice just managed to throw himself in front of the attack, taking Kakashi's lightning-infused hand straight through his heart. Naruto was tempted to go down and intervene, but it seemed useless by this point. Zabuza was finished. He had lost the use of both his arms, had a steady stream of blood coming from his mouth, and was limping heavily. He quickly lost consciousness from the extreme wear on his body. Kakashi wasn't much better off. The combined use of his Sharingan and Chidori had taken away most of his chakra. That, coupled with the few wounds he had received from Zabuza's sever sword, left him in a weakened state. He was only able to stay conscious long enough to check that both Sasuke and Sakura were unconscious and not dead before promptly passing out himself. In a strange twist of events, Tazuna was the only one left standing, being left rather shocked at seeing only his second full-scale ninja fight. It was of course at that inopportune moment that Gato, the antagonist of this entire confrontation, decided to show up with an army of thugs and opportunistic bandits. He only looked amused by the carnage that his near destruction of the Land of Waves had caused. Naruto by this point was thoroughly frustrated, having no valid reason to intervene as long as the Leaf Ninja were not threatened in any way. His claw-like nails were digging into his palm in an effort to stop himself from simply jumping down and decapitating the cocky tycoon. Finally, a deep, feral grin crossed over his face as Gato ordered his men kill everybody on the bridge, the Leaf Shinobi included. In milliseconds Naruto was on the bridge facing down the horde of weapon-wielding men, each itching for a good fight. Seconds later Gaara joined him in a swirl of sand, looking equally annoyed at the small tyrant as Naruto was. Gato considered the two newcomers warily, eyeing up Gaara's forehead protector curiously, wondering how he had attracted the attention of three of the great shinobi village's attention. He shrugged it off and casually ordered his men to carry out their original orders, the eradication of all witnesses. It proved his downfall as he suddenly felt a tightening sensation around his neck. He could only look down far enough to see the thin coil of quickly hardening sand that was currently wrapped around his pudgy throat. He was slowly lifted high into the air by that same stream of sand, stopping the attacking bandits in their tracks. They all stared incredulously at their employer as his life slowly drained out in front of them before staring with a mixture of awe and fear at the source of the sand, namely Gaara. He had his hand raised like he was holding chopsticks, a dispassionate look in his cold, expressionless eyes. With a flick of his wrist, Gato's head jerked violently before the sand released him and he dropped lifelessly to the ground, a warning to the approaching men. A warning they unfortunately paid no heed to. The remaining mercenaries were quickly dispatched in a display showing why shinobi were the people to go to for proper jobs. Tazuna was once again forced to watch as men were heartlessly slaughtered, faring no better than if they were unarmed civilians to the two Jinchuriki. He understood it was in his own protection, but it didn't make it any less gruesome to watch. Luckily it was quick, and before long Naruto and Gaara were throwing their lifeless bodies over the bridge into the reddening waters below. Naruto was stopped from this activity by a violent coughing fit somewhere behind him. He turned to see Zabuza had awoken, but was in terrible shape. With a precursory glance Naruto knew he wouldn't make it, yet he was still clawing his way across the ground. His massive sword was discarded behind him as he used what little energy was left in his legs to slowly inch his way towards Haku's lifeless body. Naruto approached, curious as to this strange behavior. From what he had gleaned in their short encounter, Haku was little more than a tool to Zabuza. The rogue Kiri-nin suddenly looked up at Naruto, coughing out Haku's name and motioning with a silent plea from his eyes towards her body. Knowing this to be the last request of a dying fellow shinobi, Naruto complied as best he could. He picked Zabuza's weighty form up by the shoulders and half carried him over to where his apprentice and surrogate son lay, a pool of bright red slowly spilling out from his body. With his final burst of energy in his body, he tore away from Naruto's hold and painfully limped the last few feet to Haku's lifeless form before collapsing once again, uncaring of his apprentice's blood soaking his clothing. He stayed alive just long enough to croak out his true feelings to Haku's deaf ears, wishing the boy he loved a better life in the next one before the life finally left his eyes, leaving a melancholic smile forever imprinted on his face. Naruto couldn't help but be moved as he watched the emotional display from the otherwise cold, dispassionate man. It reminded him of his fears on how Gaara might have been if Naruto and Tayuya hadn't been there for him. However, at the same time it reminded him of the good that existed in everybody, waiting for an opportunity to be released. Unfortunately for some, that chance doesn't make itself known until the very end, and Haku paid the price for it, never hearing how he was more than just a tool but actually had somebody who cared for him. Before the other ninja could awaken or Tazuna could come out of his shock long enough to question them, Naruto and Gaara quickly fled, the bodies of Zabuza and Haku with them. Naruto also sealed away the man's large sword, sure that if he got the chance he could return it to Kirigakure. Their mission here was complete, and after they buried the bodies of Zabuza and Haku side by side, they left the land of the waves. Naruto smirked as he remembered just how mad Tayuya had been after that day, feeling left out from all the fun. Even more so, she was curious about the impact the missing nin and his apprentice had on Naruto. Their lives struck him so deeply as Haku's story was so similar to his own, leaving his villages due to persecution and finding companionship and purpose. He never told anybody this, but Naruto had made a vow that day to always strive to protect those closest to him, as in Haku's own words, when a person has something important they want to protect, that's when they can become truly strong. Coming out of his dazed recollections, he stared at the silvery-haired man across from him who was also rubbing his head in annoyance. Naruto stood up, a decidedly apologetic look on his face as he walked over and offered his hand to the man. He took it instinctively without even looking and allowed Naruto to haul him to his feet. Kakashi finally looked around at his assailant and did a double take. "S-sensei?" Naruto, always his coherent and articulate self, managed to get out a single word. "Huh?" Kakashi peered closer for a moment and noticed the boy in front of him was not in fact the man his confused brain had originally mistook him for. "Sorry about that, I guess I was distracted," Kakashi mumbled off a similar apology, never breaking his gaze away from Naruto's face. Started to get slightly weirded out by how the man was acting, Naruto backed up a bit. He had to get to the Inuzuka compound before long and didn't have time to stand around talking. "Well, I gotta go, sorry again." Naruto reached down for the book he had dropped and took off again while Kakashi just watched him leave, book in hand once again. A tiny tear slid its way out of his visible upturned eye, dampening his ever-present mask slightly. "I'm so proud." His face stayed glued in that ridiculous manner as he took off with more vigor than usual, headed straight in the direction of the Hokage's building. He was now determined to get some answers, and when it concerned his late sensei and his legacy, Kakashi Hatake, son of the White Fang of Konoha, wasn't going to take no for an answer. Naruto had sprinted to the compound, wanting to make up for the lost time his collision had cost him. It still didn't even leave him panting as he rounded the corner and neatly smacked into a certain feral boy and his canine companion. Both teens were sent backwards as Naruto made his second collision of the night. "Hey, watch it." Kiba didn't exactly look happy as he stood up, rubbing his head and moving to pick Akamaru back up. "Hey, you're that guy from before, Naruto, right?" Naruto stood up as well, rubbing the same spot as his brush with Kakashi, the same apologetic look on his features. "Oh, sorry about that, and it's Naruto. Naruto's a girl's name," he chuckled, catching Kiba off guard with his lighthearted nature. Most people found Kiba to be irritable and took offense to most of what he said when sufficiently irritated, which didn't take much. He noticed Naruto's outstretched hand and after a moment of hesitation grasped it. Kiba the dog riding in the top of his coat yipped loudly, somewhat annoyed at being left out of the greetings. "Oh, and this is Akamaru," Naruto smiled, scratching the small puppy behind the ears, much to his obvious pleasure as he leaned into the contact. "Ha, he seems to like you, doesn't usually warm up to people so quickly." Naruto just rubbed the back of his head with the hand that wasn't occupied with stroking Akamaru. "Yeah, animals just seem to like me, I guess." He ignored the throaty chuckle from inside his head. "Hana would love you, she always has problems with animals that get uncomfortable in her clinic." Seeing Naruto's blank expression, he chuckled and quickly clarified. "Hana's my sister, she runs the vet practice in Out compound, except lately she keeps complaining about not getting assigned a Junon team." Suddenly Kiba looked curiously at Naruto like he had just remembered something important. "What are you doing all the way out here anyway?" "The Inuzuka compound's right on the edge of the village." Naruto wasn't sure how to explain that Kiba's mother had invited him and his teammates to stay with them until the Chunin exams were over, right out of the blue. Actually, now that he thought about it, that sounded all right. "Your mother invited me and my teammates to stay in your compound until the Chunin exams are over." Kiba raised a brow quizzically, the sight almost making Naruto laugh. "Ha, stay with us. Why?" Naruto tried to suppress the devilish grin that attempted to appear on his face. "Truthfully?" Kiba nodded, now extremely curious. Naruto just motioned with his hand for the Inuzuka to come closer. He did so and Naruto motioned again, this repeated a few times as Kiba got closer and more curious until Naruto was right next to his ear. The suspense was really getting to him now as Naruto smiled devilishly. "I have no idea." Kiba backed away from the strange blonde, a large drop of sweat comically hanging from the side of his head. Alright then, I guess I'll take you in." Naruto happily nodded, and despite the strangeness of the situation, Kiba found his good mood to be slightly infectious. Inside the compound, Naruto immediately noticed the copious amounts of open land, no doubt for the nin dogs in training to practice or play in. Also on every door there was a flap or dogs to enter, and they were all suspiciously large. Naruto saw why when he saw an Inuzuka clan member walking with their companion, which came up to their chest. Kiba barely even seemed to notice the abnormal size of the various dogs around him, and Naruto couldn't help but take a curious glance at Akamaru. He was currently small enough to ride around atop Kiba's head. Would he grow to be that large as well? Naruto shrugged it off as it didn't concern him right now. Anyway, they were walking through the door into one of the larger buildings that were sparsely spread around the compound. Immediately the smell of dogs and wet fur washed over Naruto's senses, almost making him gag from the power of it. He managed to hold it in to not seem rude and quickly adjusted to the overpowering smell. He was sure by now that even if he didn't have a nose that could catch a rabbit half a mile away, it would still be strong. Suddenly 3 large dogs that looked suspiciously more like wolves rushed past him through the doggy flap in the door he and Kiba had entered through. They were quickly followed by a young woman, maybe 3 or 4 years older than Naruto and Kiba. She had the same clan markings as Kiba and Tsume and the same general scent of animals, yet hers seemed to be more diverse. From that he took a wild guess that this was the Hana that Kiba mentioned before, and the variety of smells was from working with animals all day. She appeared remarkably less feral than the other Inuzukas Naruto had met, lacking the shaggy hair and slitted eyes. She wore a high-collared white medic coat, but Naruto couldn't see what she wore underneath. Suddenly Naruto felt slightly awkward as to why he had even thought that in the first place, but shook his head of it when Hana turned to look at the two of them. "Hey Kiba, have you seen Mom?" Kiba just shook his head. "Nah, I was actually looking for her myself." At that moment, as if her ears had been burning, or more likely she was sneezing up a storm, Tsume appeared around the corridor. "Ah Naruto, you're here, good. Your friend showed up earlier and said you would be coming later." She looked across at Kiba. "Oh, even better, you've met my son." She then looked to Naruto's other side. "And my daughter, it would seem." She smirked, showing off her elongated canines that matched Naruto's own, when he showed them. It seems like I'm missing out on a family reunion. Kiba took that opportunity to voice his most pertinent and eloquent question. Mom, who is this guy? Naruto looked across at him, smirking at him. He couldn't fault the boy for his directness. Tsume on the other hand seemed to expect the reaction completely and even seemed prepared for it. The village hidden in the sand are our allies, Kiba. I thought it would be nice to let them stay somewhere more comfortable than those dingy barracks the outside teams normally get. Kiba still seemed suspicious but relented under his mother's gaze. Pack mentality was strong here and it was obvious who the alpha of the house was. Hana only seemed amused by the answer, smirking at her brother's submissive look. Well, it was nice meeting you, Naruto. She made a move to follow the dogs that had run past earlier but Tsume caught her arm as she went by. Hana, would you be so kind as to show our friend to the guest quarters? The younger woman eyed her mother curiously, looking for a reason behind the request in her monochrome eyes. She nodded slowly and Tsume smiled happily, with only a hint of her usual animalistic qualities. Naruto hesitantly walked over to Hana and tried his best to smile, but the sheer awkwardness of the whole situation turned it into more of a lopsided grin. Hana just sighed and made a motion with her hand for him to follow her. However, once they were out of earshot of her family, a long distance thanks to another of their canine qualities, she struck up a conversation. So any idea why mom's taken such a shine to you? Naruto just shook his head, shrugging and looking a little lost. So what's the sand like? I've been on a few tracking missions but none into Wind Country, Naruto chuckled with genuine humor. It's hard to describe but I think dry and hot best sums it up. Hana shared his smile as they walked out of the hut and across more open land. Naruto finally gathered the nerve to ask the question that had been bugging him for a while. So why do you guys use actual dogs as opposed to summons? Hana just looked at him like the answer was so obvious the question wasn't even worth asking. Easy. Summons are good and all but nothing beats the bond we Inuzukas develop with our companions. She smirked. Let me demonstrate. She pulled back his sleeve on her shirt to reveal a small seal on her shoulder shaped suspiciously like a whistle. She bit her thumb and smeared some of the blood across the seal, and before Naruto knew it a high-pitched whistle emanated from her shoulder. It was so high that it caused Naruto to drop to the ground with his hands clutched over his ears in pain. Once the ringing in his ears stopped and his hearing returned, he stood back up, cowering a little while Hana looked at him with part curiosity and part shock. A little warning, next time would be nice. He tried to say it jokingly, but the fact that he was wincing, still clutching an ear, took away some of its humor. Sorry about that, humans aren't supposed to be able to hear it, it's specifically tuned to our companions so even the other dogs can't. Again she stared at him, intrigued by the strange reaction to her calling seal. Naruto just looked sheepishly at the ground, even as the three dogs Hana had been chasing before bounded over. Don't worry about it, my ears are just a little sensitive. Hana smiled, but on the inside she was still rife with curiosity over the strange boy. Sensitive. You can say that again. That call was over 40,000 hertz. They walked the rest of the way to the guest quarters in silence, both of them completely forgetting that Hana had been about to show him something. The dogs, which Naruto was now sure were in fact wolves, bounded along quite happily behind them, tongues lolling out. Hana led him inside, where he was suddenly tackled to the ground by a red blur. Coming out of his daze, he looked up at Tuya's angry face. Her eyes were trying, unsuccessfully, to burn through his forehead with her sheer willpower alone. He just continued to look up at her with his normal cocky grin that he knew would drive her insane. What the fuck, shithead? You said you were right behind us, why the hell were you half an hour late? Naruto shrugged from his position beneath her, trying to fight off a strange sensation that was suddenly coming over him seeing his oldest friend from this angle. The fact that her warm thighs were straddling his chest wasn't helping at all. He really needed her to get off of him before. She's trying to say she was worried. Gaara's voice ripped through the awkward tension that had arisen, and Naruto looked up at Tuya bemused while she turned away from him to hide her flushed cheeks. Like hell I was Sandy, I just don't like being left out of the loop. The fact that she wouldn't look at Naruto as she said that at least confirmed Gaara's statement. It brought a smile to his face. It always felt nice to be missed, not that he enjoyed making people miss him of course, but the sentiment was still there. Tuya, you can get off me now. She was still blushing and trying not to look at him, not even realizing the compromising position she had put them in. She suddenly leapt back and quickly walked into one of the rooms behind them. Gaara threw an amused look between them as Tuya stormed off before he too retired. Hana on the other hand was just barely holding in her laughter after watching the whole awkward but hilarious affair. She didn't say anything though, and with only one last look behind her at the odd trio she walked out of the building. Naruto heard her laughter echo away into the night and was slightly disgruntled she would find amusement in situations like that. He walked into Tayuya's room, puzzling out the strange feeling he had when she was straddling him, but not coming to any conclusion. He shrugged and climbed into bed behind her. She didn't say a word but allowed him to wrap his hand around her waist, and after a few minutes she snuggled back into his body, all their problems forgotten. Every morning was a blank canvas between the two of them. They had no secrets and no arguments that would carry over, it was just how they were together. Some might have called it an odd relationship to share with a friend, but neither of them would trade it for anything. Chapter 13. Naruto would have literally leapt out of the bed in excitement if it wasn't for the bundle of red hair pressed up against him. Instead, as to avoid the likely punch to the gut, he merely shifted his position slightly, noting the strange feel of something tugging at the boxers he wore. He turned a most violent shade of red when he realized exactly what it was, and his eyes opened wide. He was most definitely awake now, although he hoped he couldn't say the same for his friend. Get your knee out of my ass cheek, shithead. Naruto would have sighed in relief if he didn't think that would have alerted Tayuya to his friend's wake-up. He quickly adjusted himself before sliding out from behind Tayuya, still thoroughly embarrassed by everything that had happened so far. He heard her mumble, complaining about him taking away her heat, but right now he felt like enough of it was rushing to his cheeks. He had a long shower and only risked getting out when he was sure that he wouldn't have a repeat of this morning. For the longest time he just stared at it, wondering what the hell was going on today. It had certainly never done that before. It was such an awkward situation because usually he would go to Tayuya about things like this, except for some reason he didn't think that would be the best idea. Then again, they so rarely held secrets from one another, and even if they did, it was never for very long. Naruto felt so conflicted about what to do before his sleep-addled mind finally realized he had another friend, one that was more likely to understand his situation. He still felt uncomfortable about keeping something from his oldest friend, but right now he could live with it if it meant avoiding the inevitable embarrassment. In fact, now that he thought about it, Naruto couldn't even think why he was embarrassed at all, but he knew that he should be. He got dressed very quickly, smiling as he saw that Tayuya had barely moved, instead only wrapping the sheets around her tighter to ward off the cold that Naruto's absence created. In her mind he was still better than an blanket, like her own personal heater. The thought brought a smile to her half-asleep face, and she snuggled back into the bed, desperately trying to soak up the last of the warmth he left imprinted on the mattress. Little did Naruto know that he wasn't the only one that would start to have strange sensations that morning. Although having had the talk with Temari, Tayuya at least understood what they were, even if she didn't quite understand why they were happening. She neglected to tell Naruto because she honestly thought he wouldn't care. After her equally long, if not slightly longer shower, she stepped out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around her body. The benefit of Naruto being a morning person and her most certainly not being a morning person meant she always had the room to herself once he had gotten ready. She looked at the curtained window and the weak light that was barely able to filter through the tiny gap. Chuckling to herself, she figured Naruto was out training right about now. He was so predictable to her it wasn't even amusing. Well, okay, it was a little amusing to her. Of course, she never would have expected him to be in the room next to theirs talking with Gaara about subjects that were quickly bringing a blush to the sand wielder's otherwise impassive face. Naruto, do you really think I'm the best person to talk with this about? Naruto just looked at him funnily, his eyebrow raised in a curious manner. Gaara just sighed. He loved his friend like a brother, possibly more, yet he could be a real idiot sometimes. You're the one that reads those perverted books. I would think you would know more about this than me, he said in his normal deadpan manner, but he still couldn't hide the trace embarrassment that crept in. Hey, they're not perverted. Gaara just put his palm to his forehead, trying to stave off the headache this conversation was surely going to give him. Naruto, did you even listen to me? Don't you read the other parts of those books? Naruto nodded, his own small blush now developing as he thought back to some of the more heated moments in his favorite literary series. Doesn't that explain how everything works? Naruto looked confused for a moment before squinting his eyes and concentrating on what the scenes actually said. It didn't help that he usually skimmed over them, only picking up the barest of details. Suddenly his eyes shot out to the size of dinner plates, which would have been an amusing sight if Gaara didn't know what he was thinking about. Oh, so that's what the author's always talking about? He smiled, feeling pleased with himself for working it out on his own, until he realized just what he worked out. Red once again covered his face as he realized just what his little friend meant when it pressed against Tayuya like that. Oh crap, Gaara, you have to help me control it. It was the redhead's turn to open his eyes wide. What the hell do you mean control it? Naruto opened his mouth, ready to reply in his usual hothead manner, but his mind drew a blank and he ended up looking like some comical imitation of a fish. He flopped back down onto Gaara's bed. Aw man, what am I going to do? I need to talk to somebody about this, but who? A large man with long spiky white hair sneezed loudly, only saved from being located thanks to the privacy seal he had drawn up for himself that kept the worst of his giggling from being heard. He rubbed his nose, smirking to himself. Some foxy young lady must be talking about me to her friends. Jiraiya, you old fiend you. I've still got it. He happily returned to writing notes in his small journal. The research was progressing well today. Gaara just looked at him. As lost as his friend was, there was no real point asking someone who knew less about it that you did so. Naruto just resigned himself. He tried to clear his mind by training, using the harsh physical exercise to exhaust his mind and body. He was rather upset. Today had started out so well and now he was as confused as he had been the first time he noticed Tayuya start to change. This was how Hana found him, the scent of his sweat drawing her over. It was unusual because most Inuzukas trained with their companions out in the training fields. She wasn't afraid to admit that the scent of sweat and hard training aroused her slightly. Her family did share almost too much in common with dogs after all. That was why she was surprised to find Naruto out behind his building up in a tree doing pull-ups. Except he was a shinobi, and Naruto, so there had to be some unique slant to it. To work himself that little bit extra, he was upside down with his feet stuck to a high branch using only chakra. She watched him for a few minutes as he lifted his body up until he could touch his toes before allowing his body to return to a vertical position in a controlled manner. It was impressive to say the least, although she had seen similar workouts from Might Guy. Of course, the young shinobi up in the tree had significantly better fashion sense than the self-proclaimed handsome beast of the Leaf Village. She smirked, not noticing as Naruto silently dropped out of the tree, spotting her for the first time. Oh hi Hana, sorry if I disturbed you. She looked up from her thoughts, nearly jumping when she found Naruto right next to her. She cursed. With her enhanced senses she should have noticed him before he got anywhere near that close. Oh no Naruto, I was just curious to see who was training back here. She looked him over curiously, something that seemed to be more common the longer she was around the strange sand shinobi. Don't you have the first round of the Chunin exams today? Why are you out training? He just shrugged, grimacing as his scent finally caught up to him. I never miss an opportunity in the morning, he said it with a smile as he was walking away, obviously for his second shower this morning. Just then an idea occurred to him and some red invaded the bridge of his nose as he turned to look back at Hana. Hana? She had been bemusedly watching him leave until he turned around, catching her staring, and even though he didn't notice, some red managed to invade her own cheeks. Yes Naruto? He walked back to her, still blushing slightly as he fought for the right words to say. Kiba said you're a vet, so you work with animals, right? Like a medic? She smirked, wondering where this was going. Actually I am a medic nin, I'm just a vet as well because it suits our clan. Humans are just animals after all. He seemed even more pleased with her answer. Well so what does it mean when? He started blushing more profusely and in the end just started lowering his hand and motioning to his lower region. Hana didn't quite get what he meant at first until realization struck and she had to fight back a laugh. Oh don't worry about that pup, it just means you're growing up is all. He seemed rather sated by that but suddenly took notice of what she had called her. Hey, I'm not a pup. Hana just chuckled, walking past Naruto and ruffling his already unruly hair. Oh but you are a pup. Naruto looked particularly irritated by the contact but managed to control himself long enough to turn and call back to her. So that's it, it's just natural? She chuckled again, having to remind herself just how young shinobi started. It seemed like an odd thought considering she was only 4 years his senior, but then again she was an Inuzuka and they all learned this stuff at a very young age. Perfectly, come and see me sometime and I'll explain it better to you. She left Naruto feeling rather awkward as he quickly hurried back inside to grab another shower before the three of them had to go for the first round. They walked through the building, marveling at just how many ninja of all nationalities, except Iwa and Kumo, were here. They walked up the stairs and Naruto was about to walk into a corridor when Tayuya grabbed him from behind. What are you doing, shithead? Room 301. Naruto looked at her strangely and motioned to the classroom down the hall where a few of the entrants were huddled around a doorway. Yeah, that's room 301. Tayuya just glared at him and Gaara let slip a rare smile. You fucktard, that's obviously a genjutsu. Honestly, after all this time you'd think you'd be able to see the basic fucking ones like that. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Now that it had been pointed out, he could in fact spot the rather obvious genjutsu placed on the classroom sign. The problem for him with genjutsu was that his heightened senses meant when a genjutsu was placed over him it made everything seem even more real. It was the one weakness to his usually advantageous ability. Yeah, sorry Tayuya just playfully slapped him on the back of his head for being an idiot, not really in the mood for fighting. She wouldn't admit it, but she was almost as excited for this as Naruto was. She saw it as the first true test of her skills that would actually have some evidence to help her evaluate herself. She couldn't honestly give a damn if she made Chunin or not. The next exams were in Suna after all, so she would easily ace those, but it was the challenge she relished. They made it to the correct room this time, Naruto still acting sheepish over his blunder. They entered into the crowded classroom, nobody even bothering to turn for the new arrivals. The room was nearly full to capacity anyway. The trio shrugged and made their way over to the back of the staggered classroom where Tamari, Kankuro, and their teammate were sitting. They took a seat next to their fellow Sannin and casually awaited the arrival of the proctor. Naruto looked around, scoping out some of the competition. He quickly spotted the Konoha Jinan, and there were quite a lot of them. He counted 12 rookies and a few others that were obviously retaking. He noticed one of the older ones, the one with glassed and odd white hair, approached the younger shinobi and laid out cards before them. With his decent sight, Naruto could at least pick out they were some kind of information cards, although on what he couldn't figure out. What he did know was that he did not like that young man, he smelled all too familiar. It was weaker and almost second-hand, but there was the unmistakable scent of snakes and deep underground places about the odd man. He tried to listen in on their conversation, but through the throng of people all conversing with one another he could only pick out scattered fragments. Everybody got a show, however, as a strange hunched-over shinobi with a large metal gauntlet took a swipe at the bespectacled Leaf Nin. Naruto watched on curiously as he dodged the blow, yet even so his glasses cracked and he keeled over, clutching his ears. Naruto immediately guessed sonic attack. He was definitely going to have to be wary about that one. He couldn't help but smirk as the Leaf Ninja writhed on the floor in pain before noticing just who had attacked him. Sound Ninja, they were told to be wary of them. There was no solid evidence suggesting they were involved with Orochimaru. However, from the way he would have had the Sand ally with them, it was an educated guess that they were. They certainly lived up to their namesake if they really did use sound-based attacks. Naruto noticed he wasn't the only one fixated on their odd method of fighting as he saw Tayuya riveted on the bandaged shinobi's gauntlet. He was about to comment on that, most likely in a sarcastic manner, when what looked like a large smoke bomb erupted at the front of the room. Alright, you baby-faced degenerates, pipe down and listen up. It's time to begin. I am Iviki Morino, your proctor, and from this moment, your worst enemy. When everybody was sitting in their proper places, more specifically away from their teammates, and Iviki had explained the rules, everybody began the test in front of them. Naruto just stared at it with wide eyes. There were only 9 questions, but each one looked like it was more suited to an Onbu exam, not Chunin. Hell, half the stuff on this sheet of paper looked more like advanced arithmetic rather than stuff that could actually help with being a ninja. And what was all that about point deduction if caught cheating? That in itself was weird. Why wouldn't they just disqualify you outright for catching you doing something like that? Naruto was practically despairing as he repeatedly, but softly as to not interrupt the other candidates, banged his head on the table. He stopped after a few moments, realizing that he might be misinterpreted as some kind of code. Luckily for Naruto, he was not alone in the room, and a few minutes into the test he began to notice sand coalescing on his desk, just to the right of his paper. Quickly it formed into words, then sentences. Soon all the answers to the test were right in front of him. He smiled to himself, reminding himself to thank Gaara after this was all done. No doubt he was using his third eye technique to gain the answers before sending them to him, and most likely Tayuya. He didn't exactly like the idea of cheating to get by, but if it meant he carried on further into the exam he could live with it. Finally finished, he made a distinct, but short tapping motion with his foot, and immediately the sand dispersed, floating back into fine particles, no doubt on their way back to Gaara's gourd. He leaned back on his chair, rather comfortable now that he didn't have to worry. In his panic he had barely noticed that a few other teams had been caught cheating enough times to earn disqualification. Now that he was safe, he could watch as the numbers slowly whittled down in threes. It seemed a bit unfair that one person's cheating meant disqualification for their entire team, but then again, if his had been caught it would have been perfectly just. Finally, once there were only a few minutes to go until the 10th question was revealed, everybody seemed to have completed the test. He idly wondered how the Konoha teams did, as well as Kankuro and Tamari. Finally the clock showed that their 45 minutes were up, and everybody leaned forward in their chair expectantly as Iviki explained the rules for the last question. Many of the Jinan were outraged, as was Naruto, although he said nothing. Drawing attention to himself at this point wouldn't do him or his friends any good. Although if he knew them as well as he did, then Tayuya was just as angry as he was. Even so they calmly waited. not taking the bait as many teams began forfeiting from the exams. It was just unfortunate that they were using psychological warfare on their young minds, a subject that Baki-sensei just happened to be an expert in. They waited it out until it seemed there was nobody left that was going to leave, leaving the classroom much sparser than it had been at the start. Finally Ibiki revealed the significance of the final question and Naruto grinned wildly, knowing that he was through to the next round. It was certainly a good feeling as he put his feet up on the table in front of him, smiling broadly and soaking in the small victory. Ibiki was about to go on and explain further when the window to the right of the room suddenly burst inwards, showering the scarred proctor with a hail of glass. 4 kunai shot through the new opening into the room, each attached to a corner of a large banner which unfurled mid-flight. The kunai embedded themselves into the walls, proudly displaying the message and releasing the woman inside simultaneously. Naruto just stared at her, vibrant purple hair, a long tan trench coat, a skirt that was far from decent, not to mention her mesh shirt that only contained a thin gray shirt underneath, not leaving much to the imagination. Heads up boys and girls, this is no time to be celebrating. I'll be your next proctor, Anko Mitarashi. Most of the Chunin hopefuls in the room just stared at her, wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Naruto on the other hand had to stifle a laugh at the brilliant entrance as he held a thumbs up to the eccentric but definitely interesting woman. Anko noticed this and smirked, glad at least one of the little brats could understand a good entrance. Right then, are you ready for the second test? Good, now follow me. She stuck her hand up in a way that made Naruto have to stifle another laugh and only increased the awkward discomfort in the room. Ibiki appeared from around the side of the banner, looking highly irritated at the outlandish Tokubutsu Jonin's antics. You're early. Again. Anko didn't exactly look pleased to hear that, and this time Naruto couldn't hold it back. He let out a loud laugh which only further annoyed Anko. She recovered quickly, looking around the room at all the prospects, nodding her satisfaction. Good work for once Ibiki, only 12 teams. Ibiki just sent her an irritated glare that she completely ignored. Well, alright maggots, you think you're so great because you survived this one little test? Well, by the time I'm through with you there'll be less than half of you left. I'll let your squad leaders know where to meet tomorrow morning. Dismissed. And with that everybody who had survived the first day of the Chunin exams filed out of the room. Naruto, Tayuya, and Gaara were among the last. He couldn't help it. When Naruto passed by the eccentric shinobi he couldn't help but turn and compliment her. Great entrance. Anko immediately narrowed her eyes at the little punk that was mocking her, but she quickly understood he had meant it honestly if the laughter still fresh on his face was evidence. She wasn't quite sure how to process it at first. Nobody ever really paid heed to her antics and pranks. In fact, most just ignored her completely. Thanks Gaki, but don't get too cocky. You're not going to like me if you make it through the second exam. Naruto only maintained his smile and stared at her. We'll see. Before she could react he was already out the door with Anko watching him leave. A very amused Ibiki watched her rather shocked reaction, savoring the unusual occurrence for a moment. So is that all it takes to get under your skin nowadays, Anko? Blonde hair and a smile? The irate Kunoichi rounded on the interrogation expert, her eyes flaming. Oh shut it Scarface. And like a flash she was out of the same window she had come in by, leaving a rather startled Ibiki in her wake. Boy, that was one strange kid, funny, but strange. He grinned, but that quickly dissipated when he turned and realized that Anko had left the banner up from her ridiculous entrance. With a groan he ordered one of the Chunin on the side of the room to tear it down before he walked out of the room in a much more irritable manner than he had entered. That damn woman will be the death of me. Everybody just stared at the imposing sight in front of them. Trees the size of buildings, deadly animals in plain sight, and a general feeling of darkness and despair that emanated from the ominous training ground like a scent. Anko stood in front of them, facing away from the flimsy piece of metal that someone might call a fence. She soaked in the awed and frightened faced, taking pleasure at how her personal training ground was having its usual effect. That was until she came across a certain spiky-haired blonde and his team. Ooh no, a forest with water and plenty of animals to hunt, however will we survive? Out of nowhere a kunai flew directly at him. He tried to dodge, but it had been so unexpected that it managed to nick his cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. Anko suddenly appeared behind him in an impressive show of speed, her mouth close to his ear. So we've got a tough guy, huh? Well, you should be worried, there's more than animals in that forest that are out for your blood. Her eyes opened wide when Naruto suddenly ceased to exist in front of her and she felt a presence behind her back. Before she could react, a kunai was carefully placed against her cheek, and with a slight motion it created a line about the same length as the one currently on Naruto's. At least she thought it was a kunai. Instead, when she angrily rounded on the cocky brat, she found him holding nothing but a pen. Of course she understood the significance. She had let down her guard and he was in a position where he could have mortally wounded her. She didn't know whether to feel furious, embarrassed, or a little turned on. After all, the Inuzukas weren't the only ones that were allowed to be weird when it came to these things. She angrily snatched the offending pen and snapped it with one hand, although much to her chagrin he just smiled at her innocently. She glared at him, trying her best to hide her true feelings behind a mask of anger, even though he didn't look affected. Finally she smiled, a chilling smile that only Anko Mitarashi could pull off, and was a beacon to most leaf shinobi to run for the hills. Nice one, Gaki, you got me. All the Chonin and a few of the Jonin over at the gate waiting for the Jinan to sign the waivers, sweat dropped. Everybody Chonin or higher knew of Anko's reputation, and this type of reaction wasn't part of it. She turned around to the rest of the Jinan, who had just stared awkwardly through the whole confrontation, and started announcing how the second part of the exam was going to work. Naruto just slinked back over to his team, where Tayuya smacked him in the back of his head. It didn't diminish his smirk, and he could see that she was equally amused by what he did. Anko just stared at his retreating form going back to his team. That was a kid to watch out for. She didn't know if he was all talk and bravado, but she felt like she would have fun finding out. She decided that for the first time since she had started doing the second test for the Chunin exam, she was going to watch from the tower's cameras. There was also something nagging at the back of her mind, somebody he reminded her of, but she just couldn't place it. You shithead, we're supposed to keep out skills under wraps until the last fucking round, now everybody knows you're fast. Naruto just smiled at her, which made her involuntarily smile back. They haven't seen anything yet. Every team had been given their respective scroll, all of them had signed the death waivers, and they all stood outside of their gates waiting for the signal to be given to start. Naruto took waiting to mean he had an opportunity to read his oh-so-enjoyable book. Tayuya was eyeing him irritably, still not having caught up to him despite her persistence. Gaara was just idly leaning on the fence, wondering how long it was going to take them to find another team and get to the tower in the center. He smirked. Between his sand and Naruto's nose they would get though this in an hour tops. He frowned slightly. It was a real shame that Tayuya hadn't come into her all yet, them not having used for genjutsu for now. He hoped that would change by the time they got to the last round at least, perhaps it might even come in handy in the forest, but he doubted that slightly. Then again, it had proved useful for getting the drop on their enemies in the past. He made a promise not to let Tayuya's tremendous talents go to waste here. However, he didn't want to squeeze her into a plan for that reason alone. He shook his head clear of the thoughts. He was worrying over nothing. Tayuya was a valued and irreplaceable part of their team, and he wouldn't trade her for anybody. He smiled as he watched her scowl at Naruto. She may not be a Jinchuriki, but she could certainly be as frightening as one. Suddenly all three ninja received a small surprise as Anko dropped out of nowhere. However, the real surprising thing was that none of them reacted. Gaara wasn't sure if it was because he had smelled her coming or not, but Naruto didn't even look up from his book. He read on a few more lines before folding the corner of the page and slowly closing the book in a manner that always drove Baki-sensei insane. It was Naruto's method of royally annoying anybody of a higher rank than himself. Oh great, here I was thinking you guys might actually prove entertaining, and I find that you read those same stupid books as Kakashi. She seemed genuinely disappointed, until Naruto reached behind him into the small pouch on his hip. Anko tensed, wary due to their last encounter, but he simply pulled his hand back around, holding on to an identical copy of the book in his other hand. He threw the small orange book over to the special Jonin, who deftly caught it and looked at the offending object like she might catch a disease from it. You should try reading it, you might actually enjoy it. And with that, Naruto seemed to almost dismiss her as he returned to reading his book. Anko just couldn't believe how this Jinan was acting around her. If she didn't know any better, she would think he was Kakashi's personal clone. Except that wasn't quite right, it went beyond that. There it was again, that nagging feeling that she should know his face from somewhere. She decided to ask Kakashi himself about it, seeing as the two seemed to share so many similarities. She took off, quite intent on retreating from the unnaturally cool blonde before he could embarrass her further, not even realizing she was still holding on to the present Naruto had given to her. Naruto, on the other hand, had noticed and was smirking, one eye on Anko as she left. Tayuya didn't get a chance to berate him for his latest strange behavior, as with a buzz the gates into the Forest of Death opened and the three sand shinobi sprinted in. Chapter 14. Despite many of the ninja teams immediately heading into the trees as soon as the gates opened, the sand trio stayed on the ground. While trees offered a height advantage and the ability to travel faster, they were more in their element closer to the ground, or at least Gaara was. Tayuya was the same in both environments, as was Naruto, despite his surprising proficiency in tree running. The dimmer conditions didn't affect them either thanks to Naruto's and Gaara's more sensitive eyes and Tayuya's practice with getting around in the dark. It also limited their opponents. The Konoha shinobi would no doubt stick to the trees as it was their natural environment. Naruto had no idea about the sound's preferences, but he at least knew that the grass ninja would no doubt stick to the ground level like them. Right now he was tracking the scent of wet grass that was steadily heading closer to them. At the same time he was keeping tabs on all of the shinobi in the vicinity. Gaara protected them from the various dangerous fauna that were stupid or brave enough to attack them. After a while though they seemed to get the idea that coming near the human child with the strange container was a bad idea. Contrary to many ninja ideals of getting in and out quickly, the three were taking it relatively slow, being careful to not give away their own position. They only had to speed up when he smelt the grass ninja moving closer to another group of shinobi, most likely Leaf. He smirked. This was perfect. Now the two teams would fight it out and they could merely pick off the winners, weakened as they would be. It was hardly the most honorable or courageous thing to do, but they were ninja, that wasn't part of their job. When you had an advantage you took it, most would be stupid not to, and those were the ninja that got killed. He felt the two groups draw closer. From the way they moved Naruto could tell the Konoha team were completely unprepared for the attack. Naruto frowned as he felt two of the scents from the grass nin take off, leaving only one still heading towards the group. That was strange. Naruto thought they must be forming some kind of plan, but the other two kept on moving, further into the forest. He quickly informed his teammates of the strange occurrence and they were just as confused as he was. He left Tayuya to mull it over, being the tactician of the group, while they closed in on the groups, now very curious to see what was going on. What they saw surprised them to say the least, a single female grass nin standing high up in the trees facing the three Konoha nin. She seemed to just be glaring at them and they were frozen in fear. Naruto narrowed his eyes, trying to see just what was going on. The Leaf team was comprised of the same Genin they had observed in Wave Country, the Uchiha, the pink-haired girl, and the one with black glasses and the long, high-collared gray coat. The glasses-wearing boy was unconscious, barely propped up by the trembling girl as her eyes were firmly fixed on that of the grass ninjas. Suddenly Naruto caught another scent on the air and his eyes narrowed into a hateful glare. From the grass ninja, no matter how well it was hidden beneath Genjutsu and other means, he could still smell Orochimaru's vile stench. He only seemed to have noticed the new arrivals now, looking down at them with a vicious smile and almost amused eyes. Ah, so it's the boy with the impressive nose. He looked across at Gaara, who was still uninformed of just who this was, and the fatherless one. His lips curled up into an ugly smile as he licked his lips with an abnormally long tongue. Gaara narrowed his eyes, wondering who was defiant enough to call him that, or how they even knew. Naruto tried to stay calm, but he was finding that extremely difficult with the murderer of his friend's father so close. Orochimaru. It was a growl more than anything else as he fought to stop himself just blindly jumping at the man. This was one of Konoha's most dangerous missing ninja. There was no way Naruto could take him on by himself. Of course Gaara wasn't nearly as able to control himself. He had just learnt that his father's killer was standing across from him, within the range of his sand. It reacted immediately. The entire gourd broke apart, revealing the entirety of Gaara's sand, all of which immediately lashed out in Orochimaru's direction. The snake Sanin jumped out of the way with time to spare, but watched in quiet intrigue as the whip of sand leveled the small area of forestry behind where he had stood. It didn't stop there though. As soon as Gaara noticed the missing nin's movement, he redirected some of the sand. This time it came much closer, Orochimaru having to physically exert himself to bend his grotesquely lithe body underneath the practical wall of sand. Gaara's eyes were burning and his mouth was pulled up into a snarl that matched Tayuya on her worst days. As his sand did its work, he slowly walked across the clearing, eyes never leaving Orochimaru's form as he danced about in the trees. Each blow was more vicious and stronger than its predecessor, and soon there were no trees left for the pale-skinned man to jump to. He was tired of playing around anyway. When the next sand whip came at him, he didn't even bother to move. All Naruto saw was a glint of steel before the sand overwhelmed him. Suddenly the stream parted, curving around the murderer. Naruto saw why. Emerging from the man's mouth was a large sword that actually split the sand straight down the middle. Unfortunately Gaara couldn't see this from his position. All he did was keep the barrage hammering in on the man. He wasn't planning on letting him go now that he finally had him. Then all at once Orochimaru vanished, appearing moments later behind Gaara with his sword poised to strike through the boy's heart. His sand was only just fast enough to intercept the strike before it would have pierced his heart. It only slowed the blade, but that was enough time for more of Gaara's defense to congregate at the point's position and reinforce the shield that had sprung up. Orochimaru jumped back before a large spike emerged from the wall, right where the snake man's head would have been. Naruto had been standing still, shocked by the raw ferocity Gaara displayed, leveling the clearing and attacking his father's killer. He finally saw his opportunity to attack while the man was focused on his friend, but as soon as he made a move, a purple and white blur appeared in front of him, hand on his chest. Naruto was about to slug the guy before he saw the leaf headband and held his fist back an inch from his side. "Don't get involved. This is my fight," he attacked me. Naruto just looked at him, annoyed and dumbfounded. Noticing the red eyes the now true Uchiha possessed, as well as the single tomoe of one eye and the double in the other. "What the hell are you talking about? Don't you know who that?" He jumped back as another one of Gaara's sand whips, which were looking more and more like arms as the seconds trickled by, smashed through what was left of the tree above them. He backflipped backwards just in time for the trunk to smash into the ground where he stood. He was about to make another move to help his friend when he saw the Uchiha leap out from cover and engaged Orochimaru. Naruto couldn't help but watch the rather impressive display of taijutsu from the Genin. He definitely hadn't been that good when they observed him in wave. Even though Orochimaru dodged every single blow that came his way, they still came hard and fast. Eventually the snake Sannin either got bored or he was actually feeling hard pressed. Naruto thought the former more likely, and when he backhanded Sasuke and sent him flying across the clearing to crash painfully into a tree trunk. He was obviously about to go and finish the job or whatever it was he planned when he saw movement out of the corner of his eye. He dodged just as Naruto's fist came sailing over his torso. Naruto just followed his momentum, moving over Orochimaru and attempting a strong kick to the man's side. He simply grabbed Naruto's foot out of the air and threw him with strength unexpected for a man of his build. Naruto twisted in the air, landing feet first against the trunk he had been thrown at, only to coil up tightly and pounce right back. Orochimaru once again avoided the punch, noticing the hand was splayed as if the Genin was trying to slap him. He soon understood why when 4 rips appeared across his face. Naruto was under a henge, but that didn't mean his claws weren't still there. He looked up, quite pleased that he had landed a blow, only to see a most horrific sight. Orochimaru stood there, his mouth curled up into that same bone-chilling smile, only half his face was hanging off in tatters. Below it was merely another face. It revealed the faint purple tattoos on the sides of his nose and his pallid, sickly skin. Naruto wasn't sure whether or not to be disgusted or intrigued. He decided on the former as he continued to stare at the grotesque sight. "Most impressive, Naruto. It has been a while since anybody came close to hurting me like that. It really is a shame about your resident, otherwise I believe you might make the absolute perfect candidate for just what I have planned." His smile somehow grew even more evil and his eyes bored into Naruto's own, freezing him in place with the intent behind them. "As it is, I have plans for young Sasuke here, so if you don't mind." With that, the snake Sannin broke his gaze with Naruto, only for the young boy to freeze again as Orochimaru's neck elongated in an impossible manner. The newly lengthened appendage shot across the clearing, fang-like teeth bared and aimed directly at Sasuke's neck. The Sannin closed its eyes and bit down into the soft flesh, working the necessary jutsu in his mind as slowly the 3-pronged seal coalesced on soft skin. He pulled back to admire his handiwork, only to snarl in barely concealed rage as he saw a flash of red hair. Tuya's eyes were open wide in shock, unblinking and unfocused as she just stood there for a moment. She had a kunai raised out in front of herself, but it harmlessly clattered to the ground before she fell forward, out of the tree. That was certainly enough to get Naruto moving as he raced across the clearing in a split second, catching Tuya in both of his arms. He worriedly looked over her, noticing the bite mark that still bled as well as the tattoo-like Tritomoe mark just behind it. Tuya was shaking in his arms, violently convulsing with her eyes screwed up in agony even though she was unconscious. Naruto just stared down at her helplessly, not even having the first clue on how to help his friend. He clutched her a bit closer to his chest and turned to stare at the man who had done this with murder flaming in his eyes. Orochimaru just seemed amused once again, if not slightly annoyed. "What did you do?" Orochimaru shrugged nonchalantly, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "Really now, is that the thanks I get?" His smirk returned. "If she survives, think of it as a gift, the best she has ever received." His grin hid his irritation at the whole situation. He only had enough chakra to place 1 curse mark every 2 days, so it meant that Sasuke would have to wait. Orochimaru was patient, however. He still had time and there would be other opportunities. Even though he was in deep thought, he still dodged the fist of sand aimed his way. Gaara had caught his bearings enough to renew his attack on the evil man before them, having seen what he did to Tuya. For his part, Orochimaru was finished here. He could not mark Sasuke yet, and there was no sense just standing around toying with a bunch of snot-nosed Genin. He took off and Gaara was about to run after him when he heard Naruto's desperate plea for help. His gaze only flickered once between the retreating Sannin and his friend clutching his other friend to his chest before running over to offer what help he could. What he saw was not good. Tayuya was pale, unnaturally so, and she was sporadically convulsing. Her eyes were screwed shut as if any light might blind her indefinitely, and her hands were clenched into fists so tight she drew blood. Gaara looked down on her as helplessly as Naruto had, not knowing at all how he could possibly help her. "We need to get her to the tower." Naruto stared blankly at him before the words set in and a determined mask slipped over his features. He gently laid the struggling girl down and immediately sprinted over to where Sasuke was still unconscious, propped up in the crater he had made impacting on the trunk. He searched through the boy's pockets but growled in frustration when he couldn't find a scroll. He turned angrily on the last conscious member of the Konoha team, the pink-haired Kunoichi, who had simply stared in awe and fear at the entire encounter. "Where is your scroll?" The trembling girl turned to him, looking at him with slightly unfocused eyes, so Naruto grabbed her shoulders and shook her a little until she snapped out of it. "Your scroll, where is it?" She. He ate I. He let go over her shoulders and grunted in frustration, his mouth curled into an irritated snarl as he rushed back to his other teammates. Tayuya was still in trouble, so he quickly picked her up and slung her over his shoulder. He didn't like to treat her this way, but he had no choice. He didn't know how much time he had. Gaara saw him pick the girl up and shoot off into the trees, close on his heels, but due to Naruto's unfettered speed he was actually falling behind. Naruto was just following his nose. Right now he didn't care who it was, Konoha Nin, Sound Nin, hell even Tamari's team. If they had an earth scroll then they were fair game. He sped towards the nearest scent, completely uncaring of who saw, heard or detected them, just wanting to get there. He broke out of the trees to see some rather surprised leaf shinobi. It was the older ones that included the bespectacled, white-haired one. He used their momentary surprise to lightly set Tayuya down and giving her one last worried look before turning around to stare down the three men. They didn't know what to make of an amazingly fast Genon popping out of the trees right on top of them without any way of signifying where he was from. All they saw was the 9 engraved on his forehead protector, wondering briefly what that meant as they dropped into their respective fighting stances. They didn't have to wait long to learn why when viscous orange chakra bubbled around Naruto's flesh, encircling him and cocooning him in a shroud of the boiling substance. Almost lazily a large tail bubbled out of the shroud as 2 flickering ears grew in a similar manner around his head. Naruto had been hunched over, staring at the ground through the whole process, but when he looked up he caused all 3 of the ninja to falter slightly. His blue eyes were gone, replaced by the ferocious and unforgiving red ones that looked hungrily at them with barely contained rage. His teeth were fangs, jutting out from his mouth enough to be seen when he had it closed. He was on all fours now, but the shinobi were back in their stances, preparing themselves for the attack. Unfortunately nothing could have prepared them from Naruto's unconstrained wrath. He was there 1 second before with barely a flicker he vanished, instantly appearing behind one of the ninjas with the masks. Which? Right now in the heated moment Naruto couldn't care less as he rounded his body and delivered a kick directly to the man's temple. The chakra-infused blow sent the man careening away from him. What happened to him? Again Naruto didn't care. By the time the man's teammates looked around he had already vanished and reappeared behind the other masked one and performed the exact same maneuver, receiving the exact same results. Kabuto didn't even bother to look around as he heard the other kick connect to his teammate's skull. Instead he instantly diverted chakra to his hand, forming his deadly chakra scalpel. Without even hesitating he swung around, bringing the makeshift blade up in an arc, hitting Naruto square in the chest. The enraged Jinchuriki staggered back. Even through his protective aura he felt that blow. One of his lungs had been punctured and a few arteries near his heart were severed. He dropped to one knee, fist down on the ground. He already felt the damage being healed, but Kabuto wasn't going to give him the time. He brought the scalpel back up to slice the boy's head clean from his shoulders, certain he wouldn't be able to regenerate that. His mouth curled into a smile eerily similar to that of his master's as the glowing green hand descended on unprotected flesh. It would have worked had a shield of sand not appeared between his hand and the Jinchuriki. He turned to face the newcomer, his worst mistake to date as Naruto had finished recovering. His hand shot out through the sand which parted at his touch, only to wrap around the white-haired traitor's neck. Kabuto could feel the claws draw blood where they met his skin and winced from the pain. He was already diverting chakra in order to repair the wounds and break down the carbon dioxide in his lungs back into oxygen. Naruto just tightened his grip on the man's neck. His chakra cloak was beginning to recede and he was thinking more clearly now. He let go when the man's eyes rolled back and his entire body went limp. He didn't even shoot a glance at Gaara as he approached the scene, instead routing through the man's pockets until he found what he was looking for. He triumphantly held up the earth scroll in his hand before rushing past a concerned Gaara to where Tayuya now lay motionless on the ground. She had stopped convulsing and Naruto didn't know if that was good or bad. She was still breathing, at least that was good, although it was labored and painful to just look at. Now out of his slightly crazed state of worry he took the time to carefully lift Tayuya into a bridle position so as not to aggravate her condition. He took off quickly in the direction of the tower, but this time at a pace that Gaara could match. The fate of the Konoha team or Kabuto's team was completely out of his mind now, all he cared about was getting Tayuya somewhere she could be helped. At their pace they reached the tower in just under an hour. Every animal that approached them was viciously and mercilessly smashed back by a wall of sand. This brought their total time to 1 hour and 29 minutes, not that Naruto would even remotely care that they just smashed the previous record by over 4 hours. He crashed through the doors into the plain stone room, paying no attention to the large plaque hanging on the far wall. Frantically he looked around for anybody to come to their aid, however there wasn't a soul in sight. He looked at the 2 scrolls, the damn things nearly cost Tayuya her life, he angrily threw them to the ground. By some miracle the 2 long pieces of paper unraveled and crossed over one another, the 2 half-seals completing each other. Naruto coughed from the mass of smoke that suddenly puffed into existence in front of him. When it dissipated he noticed a smiling Jounin standing in the middle of the seal, or at least he thought the man was smiling. The mask made it rather difficult to tell. All he had to go on was the closed eye curved upwards into a crescent and the slight creasing of the mask around his mouth. However the smile dropped when Kakashi noticed the condition of the redhead held in Naruto's arms. He immediately rushed over, relieving Naruto of his obligation as he took the girl from his arms and laid her out on a bed in the corner of the room. Naruto didn't realize just how tired he was from that fight and the sprint to the tower until he felt Tayuya's body leave his arms. He may have had bucket loads of stamina but that didn't stop his body from feeling exhaustion when it happened. Using Kyuubi's chakra, despite having her permission, was still taxing on his body, his coils were still unused to the foreign chakra. He did manage to stay awake though long enough to see Kakashi begin to draw out complicated patterns around the strange mark on Tayuya's shoulder. Past that Naruto couldn't remember as he felt his eyelids become heavier and heavier. His legs felt like lead and soon his body followed as he dropped to the ground like a stone. Gaara paced the small room, his neutral face belying his concern for the 2 teenagers laid out on adjacent beds. He had been at this activity ever since Kakashi had finished sealing the curse mark. Now aside from the 3 spiraling tomoe on her neck Tayuya had the makings of an intricate tribal tattoo. The strange and complicated circular seal wound around the original mark occasionally spiking out at 6 points. Gaara hated looking at it, to him it was a reminder of how he had lost his focus and his friend had paid the price. With a sigh he looked across at Naruto. He knew the blonde too well and no matter how bad Gaara felt he knew that Naruto would feel much worse. It was almost as if Naruto had taken on personal responsibility for Tayuya. When he saw and understood what the bastard snake had done to her he would feel guilt followed by anger. Gaara had asked Kakashi what he was doing at the time but he ignored the sand wielder. He required utmost concentration when performing the complex seal and had thought it better to tell them all when the others had woken up. This left Gaara in his current position, walking up and down the length of the small room until one of them awoke. At this rate he feared he was going to wear a trench into the floor and if he grew impatient enough he might just do that to take out some of his frustrations. Luckily he was saved from lashing out with his chakra-infused sand as he heard the sound he had been waiting for. Naruto groaned while rubbing his eyes as he sat up from the hard uncomfortable bed that had been provided. His first thought had been how strange it was to not wake up greeted by a curtain of red hair. The only times he and Tayuya wouldn't sleep together were on missions when they would have to take turns in the rotation of guard duty. Of course these thoughts of Tayuya immediately reminded him of the events before he passed out and his head frantically snapped around to search the small room. He sighed in relief when he spotted the girl in the bed beside him and saw Gaara walking over, slight concern etched on his features as he made his own examination of his friend. "How do you feel?" Naruto looked at him, smiling at the concern his friend so rarely showed. "Fine, just a little sore." Gaara nodded. While it was uncommon due to their large chakra capacities, they both had felt the aching effects of chakra exhaustion before. It was like somebody removing all of your blood only to reintroduce it very slowly. Naruto turned his attention back toward the person he was actually worried about. "How's Tayuya? Did we make it back in time? What about the mark? Is she going to be okay?" Gaara took a moment to process the rush of questions and allowed the blonde to calm down before answering. "Tayuya is fine, merely unconscious. We made it in time for one of the leaf jounin to perform some kind of counter seal on the mark. I do not know the specifics of what he did, but I expect that when Tayuya wakes up we will be informed. As for your last question. He too took a look at his teammate/friend that lay peacefully on the worn gray sheets of the bed. I do not know. I think I can help with that. The two Jinan spun around at the unexpected voice. Naruto cursed himself. He had been so focused on Tayuya he had completely ignored everything else. Now that he was more alert he could clearly smell the presence of the jounin that had just sunshined into the room. You. Naruto pointed an accusatory finger at the silver-haired jounin who gained an amused expression before pointing to himself. Me, he said it with his strange eye smile that Naruto still couldn't quite work out. It made him curious about what was under the mask. Of course he shrugged off the thoughts as he had more important and pressing matters to attend to. Tayuya. That was about as coherent a sentence as Naruto could manage at that moment. Nevertheless Kakashi understood the sentiment. One would be crazy to say that Kakashi didn't understand concern for a teammate, crazy and masochistic. Your friend will be fine, Naruto, calm down. Naruto did as the older shinobi asked, taking deep relaxing breaths until he felt he could actually speak properly. His mind completely skipped over the fact that Kakashi somehow knew his name despite the fact he never told the man. What's going to happen to her? Kakashi looked thoughtful for a moment, or at least Naruto thought he did. The mask once again made it difficult to tell. I think it would be better to tell all of you once she wakes up. Don't worry though, that should be any time n. Why the hell is my head on fucking fire? They all turned to stare shocked at Tayuya who was now sat up rubbing her shoulder right where the mark was. Did that old bitch Chio convince me to drink sake again? Naruto sighed relieved, although he was slightly concerned that Tayuya seemed to think she was still in the sand village. She shook her head and blinked a few times to allow the slight haze that was clouding her mind lift. She stared curiously around the room, looking at the faces of the three ninjas staring at her in turn. What you fuckers looking at? Then it all hit her, the encounter in the forest, Orochimaru, jumping in front of the Uchiha kid when the snaky prick was about to attack then. Waking up here. She furrowed her brow, trying to remember how she got here, but all she got was fleeting images of a forest rushing by below her and a burning in her neck. She absent-mindedly rubbed the spot, noticing the slightly silky feel of her skin in that area while turning to Naruto. Oi shithead, what's going on? Naruto just smiled broadly, glad to see that Tayuya hadn't changed at all despite everything that happened. Just as he opened his mouth to answer, Kakashi cut in. I think it's best if I explain it. Naruto turned to him, looking like he still wanted to say something, but he reconsidered and closed his mouth. While you two were unconscious we found out about Orochimaru's infiltration of the exams. It would appear he placed what's known as a cursed mark on your friend Tayuya here and I. Wait, hold up there Cyclops. What the fuck did you say? Kakashi sighed, not so much because of the nickname he had received worse, but because he had hoped to skirt around this subject. A curse mark. It is a type of Fuinjutsu that we believe Orochimaru developed to enhance his subordinates. He looked at Tayuya's face and realized that she wasn't fully satisfied by the answer. If you want the full explanation, ask Anko. She looked at him curiously, as did Naruto. Both wondered what the eccentric proctor of the second exam had to do with this. Anyway, like I was saying. He shot a look at Tayuya, but she seemed wholly unrepentant, causing the Sharingan user to sigh again. I managed to seal the mark before any damaging effects could take hold. Tayuya shot her head up, her hand immediately moving to the mark on her neck. What damaging effects? Kakashi gave her an eye smile, something that wasn't exactly comforting given the situation. Like I said, there's nothing to worry about as long as you don't use the seal. Again Tayuya rounded on him angrily. I thought you said you sealed the fucking thing? Kakashi dropped the smile, shocking the three Jinan slightly with how serious he became. Not exactly, the seal I gave you merely neutralizes the corrupting aspect of the mark, the power and effect it has on you is still there. However, use of the mark will override the seal, allowing the mark its original corrupting capabilities back. The strength of the seal I placed is entirely reliant of your will not to use the mark. Should that will falter even momentarily, the mark will begin to take a hold of you more and more. By this point both Tayuya and Naruto were very pale. They couldn't tell if Gaara had a similar reaction because he was always pale. Then get the fucking thing off of me, Kakashi sighed for the third time. If it was that simple we would have already done so. However, my knowledge of Fuinjutsu is limited. Even then a sealing master would have difficulty without Orochimaru's original notes. The man was hailed as a genius of his time for many reasons, and his ability to outthink his enemies was one of them. Even Master Jiraiya of the Sannin was unable to remove a cursed mark. Naruto, having listened through this whole conversation with growing dread and concern for his friend, finally found the will to speak. "You're wrong." Kakashi looked at him strangely, finding the outburst to be strangely familiar. "Tayuya will get this, we always do together." Naruto just stared at Kakashi with pure determination etched across his features before turning to face Tayuya with all the care and comfort he could manage given the tense circumstances. "I promise Tayuya I will help find a way to get that thing off of you." He stood up to his full height, giving Tayuya his widest smile. "And you know me, I never go back on my promises." Everybody stared at the blonde with mixed feelings. Tayuya outwardly looked irritated at the overly passionate display, whilst inside she was touched by his caring sentiment. Even after so long, her cold nature was so deeply ingrained that she still found it nigh unbelievable that there could be people who cared for her so selflessly. Kakashi looked at the boy, seeing the Minato in him shine through before turning his attention to the redhead. "Redhead? Why didn't I see it before? There really is a lot of you in your son sensei. As touching as this moment is, you have other things to worry about right now." Naruto, fresh from his impassioned speech, turned to the man with a blank, confused look. The next round of the Chunin exams is about to begin upstairs. Chapter 15. Naruto, Gaara, and Tayuya entered the large stone room after an unnecessarily long climb up to the top floor of the tower. It would make much more sense to hold the meeting lower down the large building. Both Naruto and Tayuya were grumbling thoughts consistent with this as they entered through the spacious doors, whilst Gaara remained his impassive self. While he was complaining on the outside, Naruto was much happier to see that Tayuya was just being herself and that the curse mark hadn't affected her. They had been surprised when Kakashi told them that the exams were starting so soon, considering this portion was supposed to last 5 days. Naruto and Tayuya had only been unconscious for a day, but apparently half the Junon teams had already made it into the tower, so they decided to just move right ahead. They joined the throng of other Junon who had passed this portion of the test, and Naruto idly noticed that there couldn't have been more than 6 teams. With a slight panic, he noticed that Temari and Kankuro were nowhere to be seen. This worried him greatly. He nudged Gaara, who only nodded, obviously having noticed this fact himself. "I would not worry, even if they failed in this portion of the exam, they can handle themselves well enough." Naruto nodded slowly, trying to calm himself, but his thoughts were a bit wilder. He feared that perhaps Orochimaru had gotten to their friends. Then again, Kakashi had told them that they knew about him, so the Sannin would be foolish to stay. Even so, he held on to his worries until Tayuya shot him a particularly peeved look. "Stop sweating it, shithead. You know Temari probably underestimated some shrimp of a Junon and paid for it." Naruto smiled, once again happy to see Tayuya acting like Tayuya. Despite them sharing an almost sisterly bond, there was always an inexplicable animosity between the two girls. Naruto had never understood why they were always so competitive with one another, like they had been wronged in some other life. He had always just passed it off as a girl thing and moved on. At least it was a sign that things were still normal. He glanced around the room as everybody formed up into rows, awaiting the Hokage and his speech. He checked out the other teams that had made it through curiously. Strangely enough, there was the team that they had found Orochimaru attacking. All 3 members looked suitably haggard. More than anything else, though, the black-haired boy looked perpetually angered, while the other male in the group shared the same stoicism as Gaara. He also noticed the sound team from before had made it through, not looking particularly troubled by it. There were a few of the Konoha teams as well, one with a tall, bored-looking kid, a blonde girl with dazzling blue eyes, and a boy whose hands never seemed to be too far from food. There was also Hinata and Kiba's team, which Naruto smiled at. He was glad they made it through. Finally, there was a third Leaf team, one that seemed older than the rest but only slightly. It contained a tall boy with the same pale eyes as Hinata, possibly some relation, an equally tall boy with a shiny black bowl cut and amazingly bushy eyebrows, as well as a girl whose hair gave her the resemblance of a panda. He was distracted from his musings as the Hokage finally appeared before the successful teams. He extended his arms as he spoke, but Naruto wasn't really listening to what he said, still lost in his own thoughts over the events in the forest. He finally perked up when he heard their latest proctor finally chip in, a sickly-looking man with pale skin and many bags under his eyes. He smirked at the resounding groans that echoed through the room as he explained the need for a preliminary round. While it did seem somewhat unfair they were given no rest before these matches, Naruto at least understood that in the field their enemies were not going to extend them such courtesies. Anyway, it was fair enough that the teams who had performed better and faster in the last rounds received more of a rest. He could plainly see that teams like the Uchihas were fairly worn out by their general appearance and attitude. The proctor, Hayate, finished explaining the system for the matches and everybody looked up expectantly towards the name selection screen. Ino Yamanaka clearly appeared and Naruto quickly worked out that this was the blonde girl he had noticed before from her dejected appearance. The order meant very little to him. If anything, the sooner the better, as even though the longer it lasted the more rest he would receive. The same could be said for his opponent. Finally Sakura Haruno appeared and everybody else retired from the arena to the catwalks on either side. Naruto only stood to watch the two combatants momentarily as they squared off, noting with a semi-interested look that the pink-haired girl's hair was shorter than before. After that he moved to the back of the catwalk and sat down in a meditative position, blocking out the sights around him. He kept his senses of hearing and smell open and receptive for when his name was called, but other than that he blocked everything out. Tuya smirked as she saw Naruto begin to meditate. He would always do this right before a fight if he got the chance. He tried to explain to her once that being in the right mindset could help you in a fight, but she was more of an instinct fighter. Tactics came on the fly to her and that was how she liked it. Anyway, all that sitting still for ages crap really annoyed her. No, if she were to meditate it would only make her irritable. Once Naruto had understood that, he quickly stopped trying to teach her. Gaara also noticed but said nothing. Tuya eyed the quiet boy curiously. He seemed extra pensive recently. She didn't know if it was about her getting the curse mark. He tended to be a bit overprotective sometimes, or from meeting his father's murderer. Perhaps he was just being a moody git. She smirked at that. Gaara was always moody, well except for when he was around Naruto and her. She decided to watch the first fight but quickly grew disinterested with the pansy display of skills the two supposed kunoichi were putting on. She wondered how they even passed their Junon exams. She chalked it up to Konoha making them easy. It made her smile thinking about those two going through the Suna Junon exams. It wasn't a pleasant smile. Out of the corner of her eye she noticed the bored-looking kid eye her up. He masked it well, but he was obviously trying to get a read on her and possibly her skills. "See something you like, pineapple head?" The boy averted his gaze with a scowl, muttering something Tuya couldn't quite hear while his tubby friend just laughed at him. Tuya plopped herself down next to Naruto, still calmly looking ahead with his eyes closed. She knew he could still hear her. In fact, in this state he could probably hear everything in the room. He said, "What a drag." Tuya was startled as Naruto suddenly spoke up, still sitting perfectly still, although he briefly smirked. "So fucking what? Like I care what some pussy leaf nin says." Naruto didn't reply and Tuya scowled. Nevertheless she didn't move. In fact she scooted a bit closer to him. It was rather cold in the spacious room and once again Naruto was displaying his admirable qualities as her personal heater. Deciding there was once again nothing else to do, she turned her attention back to the fight at hand, just in time to see the two Konoha nin knock each other out, resulting in a draw. She looked on expectantly at the names board just like everybody else, except Naruto of course, to see if she was next up to fight. She hoped she would be soon as she just wanted to get it over and done with. The more challenging it was the better. It was always helpful to know where her weaknesses were. Thanks to Naruto she knew one of them was her taijutsu, although she had been improving that. Thanks to Gaara she also knew one was impenetrable, never-ending walls of sand, although she didn't think that would be a concern here. She groaned when her name didn't show up. Instead it was the pineapple-haired boy who had been staring at her, who she now knew to be called Shikamaru. Next up on the board was somebody called Kintsuchi, the female member of the Sound Village's Junon. She decided that this match might be more interesting than the last. She was curious to see these Sound Nin in action and this was her first chance. "So what do you think of all this so far?" Naruto stared at the large fox in front of him, who merely stared back with her large black eyes. Her long tail swished mesmerizingly slowly behind her lithe body, each like its own organism. Although it was unnecessary and Naruto knew it was some kind of illusion, Kyuubi seemed to grow with him over the years. If such a thing existed, she now looked more like a teenager, for a fox that is. "Concerning the exams or for your girlfriend?" Naruto bit back his scathing retort, knowing it would do him no good. Kyuubi was always trying to rile him up, Tuya being a particularly used method to do so. "Both." Kyuubi looked thoughtful for a moment, using one of her tails to scratch under her chin, imitating the way men with long beards might stroke their facial hair. Naruto stifled his laugh and waited patiently for her to come to some kind of opinion. "I'd say you performed sufficiently so far, although you would do well not to underestimate anybody here." Naruto nodded in an exasperated manner. It wasn't the first time he had received that advice. Other than that, the encounter with this Orochimaru character seemed oddly coincidental. Naruto looked at her curiously, waiting for her to continue. Instead of doing so, the large fox just lazily looked around the imaginary clearing. "What do you mean?" Kyuubi looked up quickly but with a disinterested, lidded gaze that told him she was barely even paying attention. "Oh what?" Naruto sighed, but he saw the smirk that briefly graced Kyuubi's muzzle. It made her day to get under his skin and both of them knew it. Oddly coincidental. Orochimaru. Kyuubi observed him for a moment with those same bored eyes before nodding slowly. Yes, well, I am merely pointing out that it was strange for you to encounter him again, especially when it would suit him better to keep anybody with the possibility of recognizing him far away. He doesn't seem the type to make mistakes such as being unaware you were attending the exams. Naruto absorbed the new information, having come to a similar conclusion on his own. So he wanted us to be there? Kyuubi neither nodded nor shook her head, once again glancing around the clearing, no doubt looking for a rabbit or hare to chase. Perhaps, perhaps not. I do not pretend to know the inner workings of the man, but like I said, he seems the type to have plans within plans. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say he was gauging your abilities. Naruto nodded slowly, but his mouth was set to the side as he thought on it a moment. I don't know, he seemed mainly concerned with the Uchiha kid. It was Kyuubi's turn to nod. Yes, obviously the intended target of that cursed mark. Naruto scowled at hearing that. It wasn't really the Uchiha's fault that Tayuya received the mark, but he was the one she had been defending. What do you know about that, by the way? The mark? Naruto nodded his agreement and Kyuubi took to her thoughtful stance, once again using her tail to imitate the hilarious action. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle despite the serious nature of their conversation. Less than I would like to admit, the human practice of Fuinjutsu always confounded me. She looked irritated as she stared off to one side of the clearing. Perhaps if I paid more attention I would not be in this situation with you, kid? Naruto just shrugged. Kyuubi's ceiling by the fourth was always a sore topic. So there's nothing you can do to help Tayuya? Kyuubi shook her head, although Naruto noticed there wasn't much remorse in the action. Suddenly he cringed a little, hearing the dull thump through his extended senses as the sound Nin's head impacted painfully with the wall of the arena. Both Kyuubi and Naruto waited a moment to hear who would be next. It was somebody named Zaku Abumi and Shino Aburame. Tayuya was boredly banging her head against the wall she was leaning against. The second match had been somewhat interesting. She didn't know that there were jutsus to control people's shadows. However, after that they had gotten increasingly lame. The bug user had ended his match fairly quickly, then the fat kid had been knocked out in seconds by the Dosu guy. She was suddenly startled as Naruto stood up from his seated position, stretching out his limbs and rolling his neck once. So what did she say? Naruto looked down at her, trying to hide the amusement from his face. She looked a lot more shy than usual. He helped her up with a hand and noticed that she held onto it for a few seconds after she was standing. Sorry, Kyuubi didn't know anything about it. She looked down, both saddened and annoyed by the news, and he lightly tugged her chin back up to face him. Hey, you know I meant it when I said I was going to find a way to get that thing off of you, right? Her eyes narrowed briefly and he thought she was just going to slug him. She relaxed, however, and looked away, forcing his hand away from her chin and hiding the slight blush that had spread to her cheeks. Whatever. Naruto was about to drive his point home when he heard an excited squeak coming from his left. He looked over to see that Hinata's name had come up on the selection board, followed by a Neji Hyuga. At least he was right about the relation. Tayuya was already moving away from him to go and stand by Gaara. She was obviously annoyed that Kyuubi couldn't help, so he gave her time to calm down. He turned to watch the two Hyugas down on the arena floor, deciding that this match might at least be interesting. They eyed each other, quite literally, with their Kekkei Genkai activated. Each was examining the other for some kind of weakness. Then, through an unspoken agreement, it started. It was so sudden that one might have completely missed it if they blinked. Both threw themselves forward with their hands darting backwards and forwards in well-rehearsed katas. Naruto quickly realized that both of them had the exact same fighting style, a strange non-impacting style that seemed to work off of lightning-fast glancing blows. Blue light briefly flared after each of their attacks, and whilst neither of them seemed to actually land a single hit, Naruto intrinsically knew that even one of those blows could potentially be deadly. He looked around, momentarily taking his attention off of the dance-like fight until he spotted the strangely dressed woman from before. You're Hinata-sensei, am I right? The dark-haired woman looked down at him with her startling red eyes, merely looking at him curiously. Yes, I am Kurenai Yuhi. Naruto nodded politely and the woman smiled out of the corner of her mouth. Could you explain their style? I understand that it works off of some kind of chakra manipulation, but other than that. He left the sentence trailing, showing his lack of knowledge on the subject. Kurenai merely smirked, always happy to inform somebody of her prized student's abilities. It is called the Gentle Fist. It is their family style, relying on their Byakugan. Once again Naruto nodded, familiar with the ability. Few ninja weren't familiarized with the impressive dojutsu. Their ability to see the chakra network of their opponent allows them to see and attack the specific tenketsu in their body, blocking them if need be with precise chakra-infused blows. Naruto smiled, looking down at the display of deadly yet beautiful force the two genin were putting on. 8 trigrams 32 palms. The cry rang out across the arena and Naruto pulled his full attention back towards the fight, as did Kurenai. He turned in time to see Hinata rush at Neji with her hands a blur. After each attempted blow she would call out a number, doubling it each time until she reached 32. Neji did his best to defend against the blows but they came startlingly fast. A few broke through his defenses and with each one it was plain he was weakening. Rotation. The call was equally loud as Hinata's own and before she could land even one of the last 32 strikes Neji erupted into a sphere of spinning chakra. Unfortunately Hinata was close, about to land her blows in, and was caught up in the defense/attack. She was struck harshly by the eruption of chakra and was sent hurtling back across the arena to impact with the concrete wall with a thud. Naruto watched on with wide eyes, the last attack astounded him and he instantly wondered how Neji performed it. When the sphere of blue light finally died down and Neji looked across the room to see that Hinata was not getting up he smirked. While your Juukin is impressive cousin you should know better than to think you could defeat me. We all have our fates and yours was to be defeated here by me. He practically spat the words at the girl making Naruto furrow his brow. He wondered how the boy could be so cold to his own family. Deep down Naruto knew that he should be thankful he even had a family but he ignored the depressing thoughts that would surely follow. He looked back over the fight and smiled inwardly, despite losing Hinata had fought with ferocity and determination. It seemed that what she had told him about stepping up her training was true. Briefly it warmed him to think that he had something to do with that, even if he didn't even know it at the time. It also made him wonder just what she might be like if he had never left, if she would still have this level of ability or natural confidence and determination. It was just one of those things he would never know, not that he regretted the choice in the slightest. He smiled while looking at Tayuya and Gaara. He turned his attention up to the board to see who the next fighters would be. Despite his calm outwards appearance he was becoming slightly agitated that he had not yet come up. Once again he was disappointed as Sasuke Uchiha and Kiba Inuzuka flashed across the screen. However a smirk managed to grace his lips. He was curious to see how Kiba fought and wondered how it would compare to the display of taijutsu he had seen from Sasuke in the forest. The two fighters jumped down into the arena, one looking a mix between annoyance and indifference and the other excitement and confidence. Naruto couldn't help but smile at the display of cockiness Kiba put on to further irritate the Uchiha. He only hoped that he had the skills to back up his comments. At least Naruto knew who he was rooting for in this fight while at the same time he would be analyzing both fighters. He knew that if he survived this round he might face the winner of this match. There was none of the quiet contemplation and sizing up the two Hyugas had used when Hayate jumped backwards. Sasuke immediately launched himself at Kiba, a flurry of fists that the Inuzuka seemed actually strained to dodge. Eventually he received a moment of respite when he slid underneath Sasuke's legs. It gave him enough time to pull off his clan's man-beast clone. Immediately the canine-esque boy was on the offensive, however Sasuke seemed competent enough taking on two opponents as he was at fighting one. Even so, he was given no room to counter the blazingly fast strikes that came in perfect tandem from Kiba and Akamaru. This continued for roughly a minute with Sasuke perfectly defending himself and the Kiba twins launching blinding attacks one after the other. Naruto saw the shift in the battle as soon as it happened. Kiba took a moment to rest after so many strenuous attacks. Sasuke immediately took advantage of the respite and with a few quick hand seals he let loose a cascade of fire from his lungs. Everybody looked on, slightly awed that a genin had enough chakra and skill to actually use the fireball jutsu. Naruto also looked towards the end of the room that was now veiled in smoke, worried for the boy inside. Fang over fang. Naruto let out a barely perceptible sigh as both Kiba and Akamaru erupted from the smoke, spinning like drill heads. Sasuke only dodged in time to avoid losing an arm from the sudden and ferocious attack, as it was he lost some of the fabric from his shirt. He sprang out from his tucked roll only to immediately dodge again as the two spinning Inuzukas ricocheted off of any surface they encountered, right back at the now hard-pressed Uchiha. Naruto watched in genuine interest as the room soon became a battlefield from the surprisingly effective combo attack. Anywhere they struck would receive a small crater that only began to tell of how painful the attack would be if it hit home. Unfortunately it seemed it was either a strenuous or chakra-consuming attack as both Kiba and Akamaru stopped after about 30 seconds. Both of them looked as tired as the other but there was still the determined spark in their eyes. Sasuke didn't look much better. Kiba had scored a few glancing blows, and with the violent rotations of his attack that meant a few cuts had appeared. Sasuke for his part merely looked annoyed at the whole experience, not losing his confident stance for a moment. Before either of them received any rest, he once again launched himself at the tired Inuzuka, engaging him in relentless taijutsu. Kiba held his own, but it was painfully obvious that he was tiring, quickly, and would last much longer. The instrumental moment came as he left his defenses open for just a moment and Sasuke delivered a vicious kick to his side. Sasuke winded Kiba long enough to follow up with a few punches and another spinning kick to the jaw. At this point Kiba was barely standing, and the only thing that saved him from being smashed across the room was Sasuke suddenly wincing in pain. Everybody was confused at the outcry until they looked down and saw Akamaru firmly fastened on Sasuke's leg, blood dripping from where tooth met skin. Sasuke sneered at the pup in anger and lashed out with his other foot, sending the Ninken flying across the room to impact with the wall with a sickening crunch. Kiba's eyes shot open from his position across from Sasuke. Akamaru. He was about to run across to where his dog lay on the ground underneath the small crater in the wall he had made, but Sasuke beat him to it. Seeing that the Inuzuka was about to make a move, Sasuke quickly finished him off with a curt but painful kick to the back of the head. Kiba slumped with a dull thud to the ground, unconscious. Sasuke seemed quite pleased with himself at his victory, while Naruto couldn't have been angrier. He launched himself over the railing down to the floor to stand across from the smirking Uchiha, fists already balled up. "What the hell are you doing?" Sasuke turned to him, annoyance and slight confusion on his features at the seething shinobi across from him. "What are you talking about?" Naruto's mouth twisted into a snarl. "He wasn't attacking you, he was just going to see if his partner was okay." Sasuke only spared a bored glancing look between the knocked out dog and his equally unconscious partner before shrugging carelessly. "Whatever." Naruto was honestly about to slug him right in his pretentious jaw before he felt a hand grab his fist, holding it back. He turned angrily only to see Tayuya looking at him sternly. "We don't have time for this, Naruto. Mutt and his dog will be fine, just leave it." Naruto was so caught off guard by Tayuya actually using his name that he let her lead him across the room before he tore his hand out of her grasp. He moved away from her and she was about to go and get him again, fearing that he would start a fight with the Uchiha. She let him go when she saw where he was actually going. Naruto jogged over to where Akamaru lay limply on the ground and carefully picked the small dog up. It moved in its sleep, nestling into Naruto's arms as he walked across the concrete arena to where the paramedics were just lifting Kiba onto a stretcher. The medics were wary about letting Naruto approach their patient, but all he did was carefully place Akamaru on the unconscious boy's chest before walking back up into the viewing area with Tayuya. At least he would have if her name hadn't been the next to appear on the selection screen. "Ha, well I'll see you in a few seconds then, shithead," she grinned at him cockily and he smiled back, momentarily forgetting the anger Sasuke had caused him. She walked back out into the arena while Naruto carried on up the stairs, both of their eyes glued on the screen for the next opponent. "Yes. I will make you proud in this fight, Guy-sensei." Naruto looked across at the strange spandex-wearing boy from before, Tayuya's next opponent. "I know you will make me proud, Lee, let your youth burn bright." Naruto wasn't sure whether or not to be appalled or amused as the larger version of the kid he now knew to be called Lee punched his student down into the arena for writing his words down in a small notebook. Tayuya seemed equally weirded out by the whole affair, cautiously dropping into a taijutsu stance in case it was all a ruse to make her lower her guard. Taijutsu wasn't exactly her specialty, but it would do well to get a feel for her opponent's abilities. Lee seemed to get over a small crying fit his sensei caused and turned to face his latest opponent. "Yosh. Truly I have found a most beautiful and fair challenger this day." Everybody's jaws dropped down a few centimeters as Lee seemed to merely flicker a moment before appearing right next to Tayuya, a goofy smile on his face. "Will you be my girlfriend?" Naruto winced even before Tayuya placed her foot squarely in Lee's face. He was across the room in milliseconds, deepening the crater Akamaru had made only a few minutes before. "What the fuck are you talking about, shit for brains?" Lee climbed out of the very human-shaped crater he had formed, seemingly completely unscathed by the brutal attack. "Wow. You burn with a youthful passion I have never seen before. Very well then, we shall fight instead." By now Tayuya was incredibly freaked out by this obviously brain-damaged kid, but she knew one thing, she was going to kick his ass for embarrassing her like that. Hayate didn't even have to start the match with his signal before Tayuya was sprinting across the room, determined to get a few more blows in on the bowl cut's empty head. At least she would have done if he hadn't expertly dodged every single one of her blows without even breaking a sweat. "Ah, you fight with as much passion as you speak." Yosh, you truly are a worthy foe. Tayuya's scowl merely deepened as he continued to dodge and weave through every punch or kick she sent his way. Normally that wouldn't have been aggravating, even Tayuya knew there were people that vastly outclassed her in taijutsu. What really got to her was the fact that Lee had his hands firmly clasped behind his back the entire time. He didn't even make a single move to counter-attack or go on the offensive. Why aren't you attacking, shithead? Lee performed a graceful flip away from Tayuya, landing a few feet away, looking at her curiously. I do not understand. It would be against my code to harm such a beautiful and youthful woman. Tayuya just stared at him wide-eyed, her mouth hanging slightly open, as was Naruto's, who somehow knew that was going to be on the receiving end of Tayuya's anger after this was done. What the fuck are you talking about? How are you supposed to defeat me if you aren't even going to attack? Lee seemed thoughtful on her question, actually bringing a hand up to his chin to contemplate the answer. Tayuya tried to take advantage of his momentary distraction with another assault, but he once again weaved and ducked all of her blows. While her taijutsu wasn't exemplary, it was still well above average. Years of fighting Naruto had seen to that, so it was like a slight on her skills that Lee wasn't even trying to fight her. That's it, screw this. Tayuya jumped back from the engagement, already bringing her hand around to the red leather pouch she kept at the back of her belt. Before she could bring out what was inside, Lee had disappeared again and Tayuya whipped around, expecting him to appear behind her. She was still uncertain about this moral code of his. It didn't seem like a very smart idea for a shinobi to have. Your enemy wouldn't care what you considered right or wrong, so it was foolish to base your fighting style on that. Suddenly she felt pressure on her wrists, and before she knew it her arms were bound by an entire roll of ninja wire. Lee stepped back, admiring his work with gleaming smile, literally. Yosh! I did it! He turned away from Tayuya to stare up at the spectator area where more than a few people were staring at the entire scene with incredulity. Have I made you proud, guy sensei? The larger version of Lee with the same jumpsuit, hair, leg warmers, eyebrows and smile bounded down from the catwalk to stand across from his student. Truly an impressive match, Lee. You upheld your moral code in the honor of this young lady. He extended a thumbs up to the now slightly crying teen before leading him away from the scene. Tayuya was just left standing there with her arms tightly bound, staring wide-eyed and slack-jawed. What the fuck happened? Shithead. Get me out of this wire. I'm going to kill him. She took a step forward to run at the retreating forms of Lee and Guy, only to fall flat on her face, not realizing that her legs had been bound without her even realizing. Naruto jumped down onto the arena floor once again, walking over to Tayuya while desperately trying to wipe off the smirk that graced his features. Tayuya stared up at him, obviously livid at being treated in such a way. Shithead, if you don't get me out of this wire in 5 seconds, Naruto knew this would come back to bite him on the ass, but he just couldn't help it. Tayuya-chan, you forgot the magic words. Tayuya's eyes briefly opened shockingly wide before the right one began to twitch uncontrollably. Naruto could actually see the large vein throbbing on her forehead and the slight reddish tinge that encroached her face. Without any more delay, he pulled out a kunai and swiftly cut the wire from her legs and arms. He jumped back, terrified of Tayuya's reaction now that she was free. After a few seconds he opened one eye a crack, only to see a sight that would haunt him for many nights to come. Tayuya was standing there, smiling. Naruto was frozen solid as she sauntered over, lightly brushing his side as she moved past him. Why, thank you, Naruto. The Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox had never nor ever would be more terrified than he was at that exact moment. He didn't have long to dwell on all of the terrible monstrous things Tayuya surely had planned for him before the next set of names appeared on the screen. He took tentative steps back to the spectator zone even as Tenten gracefully flipped down into the arena, shortly followed by Gaara in his personalized sand sunshine. Chapter 16. Naruto stayed away from Tayuya when he got up into the viewing area, making sure to keep Lee in between him and her at all times. He figured she might take out some of her anger on Lee before she eventually got to him. Honorable. No, potentially life-saving. Maybe. However, she continued to confuse him by acting okay with the whole thing, continuing to send him smiles that chilled him to his very core. This was almost as bad as the punishment she was no doubt concocting right at that very moment. He tried to take his mind off of it and turned his attention to the fight at hand, only to see exactly what he expected. Gaara was wiping the floor with Tenten, almost literally. His various sand-fueled attacks would send the older girl skidding across the arena floor. She would try and counter with impressive displays of aerial and ranged combat, but ultimately it was useless. No matter how good her aim was, all of the multitude of weapons she threw merely embedded in or bounced off of Gaara's sand defense. Perfect aim meant nothing if something intercepted the attack. Eventually, However impossible it may have seemed, the girl ran out of weapons. In this situation she may have resorted to taijutsu or maybe ninjutsu if the situation called for it, but she managed to show great intelligence and humility by forfeiting the match. By this point Naruto was practically squirming under the psychological torture Tayuya was putting him through. He couldn't take it anymore and was already walking towards her before he really even knew what his legs were doing. "Please Tayuya. I'm sorry, so just get it over with. Stop torturing me like this." Tayuya just smirked at him, finally dropping the sickly sweet smile as she casually pointed to the selection board. If Naruto had been slightly more coherent he would have realized that 16 competitors had already fought, leaving only him and the last member of Hinata's team. He groaned as Tayuya smirked again, motioning with her eyes to the arena floor where the other boy had already made his way to. He sighed wearily, at least the fight would take his mind off of Tayuya for a while, he hoped. He was grumbling something incoherent as he jumped down to the floor of the arena in a fluid movement that broke the impact of the drop. He walked over to the other kid, still mumbling under his breath before he was at the required distance away from his new opponent. He looked up and reaffirmed his earlier assessment of the kid, average. There just wasn't anything remarkable about this kid whatsoever, average brown hair, average clothes, average height and build for a shinobi. It was like he was so average that it was a feature in of itself. Unnervingly enough he even smelt average, just with a hint of damp earth. He sighed and rolled his neck, hopefully that meant his skills were average as well. The other boy seemed to size him up as well, running his eyes over Naruto's ready stance and bored, distracted expression. "Hey kid, what's your name?" Naruto seemed to catch Mr. Average off with a remark. "Huh?" Naruto smirked, it was always so fun playing with people. "Your name. That thing people use to refer to you. What is it?" He spoke slowly as if speaking to a simpleton, and that only seemed to enrage the boy before him. "What the hell is it to you?" Naruto smirked again, he was playing right into his hands. "I have a list of all the people I wipe the floor with and I like to use names instead of descriptions." Once again the other boy just got angrier with the comment. "Hibiki Saito. Add that to your new list of people who kicked your ass." Naruto smiled broadly, he couldn't help it. Seeing the other combatant so riled up was just brilliant. Not only would it knock off his focus, it would also serve to amuse Naruto as the fight progressed. What could he say? More than a few of Kyuubi's traits rubbed off on him, and Naruto liked to play with his food. Naruto's smirk immediately dropped from his face as soon as Hayate jumped backwards, initiating combat. Neither of them moved, and that might have annoyed Naruto if he wasn't as patient as he was. He had hoped to provoke Hibiki enough to make him initiate, but it wasn't a total loss. Now at least he had the opening move. He quickly channeled chakra to his hands and the seals there that quickly appeared on his skin. Instantly a kunai appeared in each of his hands and were quickly thrown in Hibiki's direction. Naruto furrowed his brow when Hibiki merely seemed to blur for a moment and the kunai that would have hit his head and heart respectively merely passed through him. Instantly Naruto thought clone and whirled around, only for there to be nobody there. He carefully turned back around, not letting Hibiki out of his line of sight. The supposed clone smelt like him, clones weren't usually that accurate. Just to check, Naruto once again channeled chakra through his hands and into the seals on his wrists. 6 more kunai were ejected, and after each appeared he threw them, perfectly on target. Each one merely passed through Hibiki as he continued to look amused at the display. Naruto gave his own smirk, not letting his opponent know that he was frustrated by this new turn of affairs. This time he activated a slightly different seal and another kunai popped out into his hand. This time he threw lower. The kunai still passed through Hibiki, but it embedded itself in the concrete a few meters behind him. The other boy only heard the hissing in time to throw himself out of the way of the blast the exploding tag made. Naruto smiled broadly, at least he knew it definitely wasn't some kind of clone. His eyes opened wide at remembering something Tayuya had once told him about Genjutsus and immediately clasped his hands together. "Kai." He watched Hibiki get to his feet on the other side of the arena and laugh in a mocking fashion in Naruto's direction. "No, it isn't a genjutsu, merely an ability of mine." Naruto waited for him to elaborate. When he didn't, Naruto dropped down into his taijutsu stance, down on all fours much like the Inuzuka style. Hibiki also dropped into a more traditional stance with his legs spread for maximum balance and stability. Naruto rushed him, causing the other boy to momentarily gawk at how fast the blonde came at him, only to recover at the last second and blur. Naruto's fist passed straight through the other boy, but he didn't stop there. As soon as one of his hands met the ground, he used his hidden claws to pivot on a dime and send a vicious kick Hibiki's way. Once again the boy merely performed that irritating blur and Naruto passed right through him. Naruto was beginning to piece together what was happening but needed one more test just to be sure. For a final time he spun on the ground, this time staying upright on his hands like an acrobat. He used his legs like a normal fighter used their arms and lashed out in very punch-like motions. Each time he normally would have made contact, Hibiki just did that irritating blur. At least he did until Naruto suddenly stopped one of his kicks while it was still occupying the same space the Hibiki's head should have. He felt a satisfying smack on his leg that sent Hibiki reeling away from him, clutching the side of his head in pain. Naruto gracefully jumped up from his walking handstand to look across at the now much angrier Leaf Nin. He had at least confirmed his suspicions then. So it's some kind of vibration. It was more a comment than a question, but Hibiki nodded, his eyes still burning at Naruto. Yeah, that's right, I can expel chakra from my tenketsu on either side of my body, moving myself enough to dodge blows and weapons. His eyes narrowed as his mouth once again molded into a sneering smile. It also has other uses too. Hibiki suddenly rushed Naruto, flipping the tables on him to invert how their match had begun. Naruto was now on the receiving end of a volley of quick and precise punches. He dodged them fairly easily, but he quickly saw the problem when he blocked an uppercut with his forearm. He flinched from the contact and had to jump back a few feet to see why his arm now suddenly hurt so much. He rolled up his sleeve while still moving back from Hibiki only to see a large red welt on his arm that resembled a friction burn. Yeah, like I said, it has other uses. I can use the tenketsu on my arms to vibrate them so fast I can literally burn you as I hit you. Naruto tried to keep the emotion out of his face, but it was growing difficult to hide his frustration at this fight. He couldn't use thrown weapons, conventional attacks, and now even blocking was out. He didn't want to use any of his heavy hitters this early on in the exams. There needed to be some mystery later on in the matches to ensure his promotion. Okay, maybe he could let one go, but how was he supposed to use it? There was some rubble lying around from Kiba and Sasuke's fight. Yes, that might work. Now to get Hibiki into a situation where he was cut off from his planning as his opponent chose that time to suddenly begin attacking him again. Naruto was now rather hard-pressed. All he could do was dodge and occasionally counter-attack when he could. Of course, all of his own attacks merely passed through the irritating boy. Hibiki had learned from his mistake. Now when Naruto stopped his punches and kicks midway, he would not only blur but dodge as well. Naruto thought that he might be able to simply outlast the other boy. His enormous chakra reserves might allow it. He threw that plan out quickly. For this boy to eject chakra out of his tenketsu in the amounts he was using, he must have his own large supply. Even if Naruto's was bigger, the match would still be a long one. The longer it went on, the more likely he was to make a mistake that Hibiki would capitalize on. No, this needed to end soon. Of course, fate was in an argumentative mood that day, so Hibiki chose that moment to reveal yet another use for that handy-dandy chakra expulsion. 1 minute Naruto was fighting and dodging relentless attacks from one Hibiki. The next thing he knew, there were two. Of course, his natural reaction was clone, but when they both started attacking him in tandem and he could actually feel the air move from both their punches, he treated them both as real. He jumped back for some respite, not that he showed he was taking a breather with his confident stance and determined look. It was then that he noticed the blur both Hibikis possessed, and it clicked. His eyes narrowed while Hibiki's opened in amusement and mock innocence. Oh, you only just worked it out? Naruto snarled a little at the mocking question. Use number 3, I can vibrate my entire body between two places, effectively doubling myself. As if to demonstrate, the blurs on both boys became more pronounced as they seemed to merge back into one Hibiki. Pretty useful when facing multiple opponents or even just to corner one, if I do say so myself. Hibiki's cocky and victorious look turned into one of frustration as he finally noticed Naruto's smile. Naruto started laughing, a chuckle at first, but it quickly became louder, making Hibiki sneer from pure irritation. He half thought that one of his blows had connected and he had knocked a few of Naruto's bolts loose. Eventually the blonde settled down and looked across at his opponent, a large grin still plastered on his face. You know, that's an awful lot of trouble to go through to double yourself. Hibiki's irritated look turned into one of confusion as Naruto straightened himself out. Here, I'm in a good mood today, so I'm going to teach you a better way. Hibiki continued to look frustrated and puzzled at the lesson Naruto was giving him. He was so focused that he completely missed the piece of rubble behind him silently hinged back into a perfect clone of Naruto. They're called shadow clones. With that, the Naruto behind Hibiki thrust out his fist and punched the other boy squarely in the back of his head, knocking him out cold. The original Naruto smiled and walked over to his counterpart. They shared a high five before walking back to the spectator area with their arms wrapped around the other's shoulder. Everybody was looking at him, shocked at first then curious. The sensei's and higher level jonin were especially riveted to him. wondering how a mere Jinan was able to learn such a high-ranked and chakra-consuming jutsu. Of course, Naruto's good mood immediately evaporated as soon as he emerged from the stairs to see Tayuya smiling at him. The shadow clone dispersed and the real Naruto secretly wished that he could vanish like that. Well, he could, but that wasn't the point. Luckily, he was saved from anything Tayuya wanted to do. The winners of the matches were called down into the arena to discuss the placements for the real finals. The Sandaime Hokage and Hayate explained to them about the matches 1 month from now and their placement. The first match would be Naruto vs Neji, followed by Shino vs Dosu. That would be one side of the bracket. The other side would be Shikamaru vs Lee, followed by Sasuke vs Gaara. The winners of each match would then fight one another until it was just 2 combatants, one from each side of the brackets. Naruto did some of the work in his head. That meant he would fight Neji, then Dosu or Shino, followed by whoever won on the other side of the bracket. He smirked. That would be Gaara. There was little doubt about that, and he was glad. It would suck to have to fight Gaara earlier on. It would mean less of a chance to show off their skills. He was sad that Tayuya wouldn't progress, but there were exams every 6 months, so she would get another shot soon enough. Luckily, other hidden villages weren't quite so team-oriented with their Chunin selection. It meant that Tayuya could go at it alone. Gaara and Naruto would be Chunin themselves by then, so they couldn't help her even if they wanted to. He smiled as the finalists dispersed, all ready to train for a month in preparation for their next fights. He gave one last look at all his potential opponents, as that was what they were. In the end, he could end up fighting any one of them. However, for now Neji was his main focus. He would need to find a way around his Juuken attacks and that rotation move he had seen. He figured he could talk to Hinata about that. She would understand his style better than most. As for the rotation, he was going to have to do some sparring with Gaara. If anybody understood an ultimate impenetrable defense, it was him. Next on the list was Dosu. The sound attacks from his gauntlet were the priority. Naruto would have to damage it immediately. Shino may prove more difficult. He didn't fully understand how his bugs work, so that was another thing he was going to have to find out. Lee was a simple one, a generic taijutsu master that would be fairly easy to overcome as long as he didn't have any tricks up his sleeves. Shikamaru was the mystery of the other bracket. Naruto guessed he was the tactician sort, but with only those shadow jutsu to back him up, his arsenal was hardly varied. Finally, there was Sasuke. Then again, Naruto didn't have to worry about him much, as he would be Gaara's first opponent. He smirked to himself as he and Gaara rejoined Tayuya. This time Naruto averted his gaze from the redhead, knowing that she couldn't unnerve him with that smile if he couldn't see it. Even so, he could feel her gaze boring into the back of his head as he walked, and it was becoming unbearable. He managed to stay silent until all 3 of them were out of the forest of death and were on their way back to the Inuzuka compound. He didn't know how, but he could feel that Tayuya hadn't stopped looking at him the entire way back. Finally he crumbled and turned suddenly, once again cringing at the sight of Tayuya's smile. "Okay, I'm sorry, Tayuya. I promise I will make it up to you, I swear." He quickly turned back around and dashed off in the direction of the Inuzuka compound, leaving behind a startled but pleased Tayuya and a bemused Gaara. "You enjoy manipulating him like that, don't you?" It wasn't really a question, but Tayuya smiled anyway. "Yup." Gaara just looked at her, his own smirk beginning to develop. "You know, some people would call that sadism?" Tayuya beamed at him like he had given her the best compliment imaginable before she stuck her tongue out childishly and sprinted off after Naruto. Gaara just sighed, but his smile didn't diminish. Naruto wasn't the only one glad to see that Tayuya had come out of the whole affair in the forest unchanged. With the faint smile still set on his face, he too ran off after the 2 fleeting forms of his friends. A haunting melody drifted throughout the Inuzuka compound. Many of the Ninken and their handlers paused at the unfamiliar sound. They turned their heads trying to find the source, but the music bounced off too many surfaces, making it almost untraceable. Naruto didn't need to trace it. He already knew where Tayuya would be. She always chose the same kind of spots to practice and play in, usually tall trees. He rounded the side of the house they were staying into the tree where he did pull-ups in the mornings. Sure enough, there she was, sat up in the highest stable bough of the tree with the thin metal flute balanced delicately in her hands as her nimble fingers danced across the air holes. The melody was long and drawn out, mournful yet not entirely sad, keeping him riveted as he merely stood and listened to the beautiful tune. Naruto couldn't believe he had agreed to let Tayuya drag him around all day. He wasn't exactly sure what he had done, but for this kind of punishment it must have been something bad. It was a scorching day in Suna. Even the most weather-hardened of the natives were preferring to spend the day inside. As it was, Naruto had no such luxury as he traipsed after Tayuya with a bundle of clothes acting as his repayment for the wrong. He had tried to get Gaara to come as well, but the reserved sand wielder had merely looked at him like he was crazy. Nowadays Gaara used times like these for long, enjoyable lie-ins. They had only been residents of Suna for 2 years and Gaara's relationship with Shukaku fixed for less so, but Naruto and Tayuya already knew the winding streets like the backs of their hands. They used this to their advantage as they walked through the most shaded areas of the streets and alleyways that would provide the most protection on a day like this. Tayuya may not have been girly in the traditional sense of the word, but she was still a girl. As such, most of the shops they visited were for clothes. Naruto normally would have been fine with that. Clothes shopping wasn't so bad, it was just the fact that half the time they wouldn't even buy anything. Even so, and Naruto would happily admit it if asked, he did enjoy the time with Tayuya. Recently the two non-Wind County natives hadn't much time alone with each other. Again, that wasn't something Naruto minded all that much. In the few years they had known Gaara, he had grown into a fast friend. However, Naruto almost missed the days when it was just him and Tayuya together. He genuinely enjoyed her company. It didn't help at all that Temari would tease them to no end about their sleeping arrangement. It still frustrated Naruto that people would even bring it up. After all, it was private between them and he didn't even see what the problem was. He was cut out from his own thoughts when he realized that Tayuya's hand had slipped out from his own. He briefly panicked, only to sigh in relief when he saw she was just gazing into a storefront off to his left. He wandered over and peeked into the store over her shoulder, looking at the strange devices and shapes that were inside. Most were made out of gleaming metals in various shades of either bronze or silver, but a few were wooden. He looked up at the store name hanging over the door. It proudly read Instruments of Wind. Naruto didn't get the pun as he looked over the variety of musical instruments that adorned the various shelves and racks. He could see more than a few stringed instruments, which only confused him concerning the name. He made a move to see if Tayuya wanted to move on, only to turn and see that she had vanished again. He spun around only to catch a glimpse of vibrant red hair now inside the store. When he followed her, and she was standing by a display case looking down at the various metal flutes that lay inside. She possessed a look that Naruto had never seen on Tayuya's features before. If he didn't know any better, he might have said it was awe. He looked over her shoulder at the flutes, not really understanding why she looked that way. Music had never particularly interested him before. She had one just like it. Tayuya shocked him by whispering the words almost reverently, a tone she never used in really any situation. Who? Tayuya jumped a little, as if she hadn't actually expected anybody to be next to her. Never mind, answer her whispered revelation. When she saw it was just Naruto, she relaxed visibly but bit her lip. She only did that when she was unsure about talking about her past. While they had certainly grown closer over time, there were things that they both still kept to themselves, especially concerning their pasts. Back in Earth Country there was this woman. Naruto could tell this was difficult to talk about for her and unconsciously moved his hand to hold hers. She was slightly confused by the gesture but appreciative nonetheless, drawing comfort from Naruto's warm hand. She wasn't like all of the other parents, she didn't have any kids. Tayuya took a deep breath. Naruto kept quiet, allowing the girl to talk at her own pace. Well, she did, but, well, she never told me what happened to them, but she always seemed really sad when I asked. While neither said anything, they both knew exactly what that meant, even if she hadn't at the time. One time when my grandfather got really bad, drank more than usual, I was scared so I ran away. I didn't know where I was going and it was dark, so I kept tripping over things. Eventually I heard music, I didn't know why but I followed it. It was the old woman and she was playing a flute. She paused to look at the case again, a flute just like that one. Naruto could see she was indicating towards one of the plainer flutes in the cabinet, no less elegant or finely made than the others, but with only a single color and no engravings. It was rather simple. It was solid, matte silver with a number of air holes spaced seemingly randomly along its length. He looked back to Tayuya, who simply stared at the instrument, unmoving like a statue. After that I would go to her house and she would play for me, said she didn't care what all the other parents thought. Naruto couldn't believe what he was seeing. A single tear edged its way out of the corner of Tayuya's eye and lazily dropped down her cheek. She made no move to wipe the offending droplet away, and it just followed the contours of her face before hanging onto her chin a moment and dropping to the floor with a muted splash. What happened to her? Naruto said it as softly as he could, but Tayuya once again flinched when she heard his voice. While he liked that Tayuya was opening up to him and revealing more about her past, he definitely didn't like seeing her in this state. I don't know, when I left By now a few more tears had escaped Tayuya's eyes, but not her notice. She profusely wiped them with her sleeve before straightening up and sniffing back what hadn't made it through her defenses. No sense talking about the past though, shithead. She looked up at him, her usual defiant gleam back in her eyes, almost disappointing Naruto. Come on, there are a few stores I want to check out, you still owe me after all. Without anything further she spun on her heel and left the store. Naruto's eyes darted between her retreating form and the display case that had so riveted her attention. A determined look entered his eye along with the faintest hints of a smile as he looked over to the bored-looking clerk behind the store's counter. "Hey mister. How much is one of these flutes?" Tayuya's haunting melody finally drifted to a stop, so gently it was almost difficult to determine when the song ended and the normal sounds of nature began. Naruto hadn't even realized that his mouth had subconsciously fixed itself into a faint grin. He always loved hearing Tayuya play. It wasn't so much because he enjoyed the music, even though it in itself was beautiful. It was more to do with the fact that he could tell how happy it made her every time her fingers danced across its metal surface. "Oi shithead, you gonna stare all day like some kind of pervert?" He chuckled to himself. Tayuya always had the most eloquent ways of snapping him out of his various daydreams. He hopped up into the bow Tayuya was now lazily sitting on, her back up against the trunk. She eyed him curiously with a hint of aggression to which he already knew the reason, and before she could do anything he quickly whipped out a scroll from his back pocket. Without further invitation he channeled some chakra and unsealed the contents. With a flash of smoke a plate quickly appeared atop the scroll. Tayuya's eyes widened a bit as she gazed down on the food on top of said plate. There lay an impressively large pile of dango, still steaming from being freshly grilled. "You got me dango?" Naruto grinned broadly. "Not just any dango. Your favorite dango." Tayuya looked at him skeptically, despite the still warm evidence in front of her. "You couldn't have. Hanami dango is impossible to get this time of year." Naruto just shrugged innocently with a playful smile still glued on his face. Tayuya took one last look between him and the food on the plate before cautiously bringing it onto her lap. She only reveled in the dreamy smell that wafted up to her nose for a few seconds before happily digging into her favorite food. Hanami dango was notoriously difficult to find outside of Sakura viewing season, more so in Wind Country when there weren't even any Sakura trees in the first place. IHMFPTHS isn't GLL Mo GTFRMG. Naruto stifled a laugh from Tayuya trying to eat with her mouth full, too busy shoveling down the delicious dumpling to care for trivialities like manners. She gulped down her last mouthful to make some room before repeating herself. "I hope this isn't all you got for me." Naruto shrugged as he went back to her food. In truth he had hoped this would be enough. It usually made up for most of his wrongs. He just chuckled. This was why he always had a plan B. "Nope." Tayuya looked at him curiously, still with a mouth full of the snack as he motioned with his hand towards the Hokage monument. She looked but didn't see anything out of the ordinary, or at least she didn't until Naruto made a hand seal. The Hokage monument seemed to blur ever so slightly for a moment. When the illusion dissipated Tayuya nearly lost her current mouthful. "Do you like it?" Tayuya looked on at what Naruto had done as an apology with wide, disbelieving eyes. All over the Hokage's faces was bright, multicolored paint done in random swirls. She even noted that the fourth now bore whisker markings not unlike Naruto's own, which gave them a strange resemblance. Naruto looked on at his female companion worriedly, afraid that she wouldn't appreciate all the work that had gone into that prank. He let out a sigh of relief when Tayuya burst out laughing, just managing to avoid spraying her dango all over the ground below them. His own smile broke out as he was allowed to revel in the unspoken praise of his handiwork. After a while of laughter Tayuya just turned to him, still wiping the odd laughter-induced tear from her eyes. "How the fuck did you manage that shithead?" Naruto just shrugged. It had actually been surprisingly easy to set up a large henge over the monument. "Well," he said easy, it was only his enormous chakra reserves that had stopped him passing out. The hard part was remembering where exactly he had painted already so he wouldn't go over what he'd already done by mistake. Honestly, he had expected Anbu to swarm him as soon as he tried to set up the scaffolding. Maybe they just thought he was a cleaner? "Please tell me that's long-lasting paint." Naruto just shook his head sheepishly and Tayuya sighed. Naruto was a good prankster, but sometimes he just didn't take it far enough for her liking. "Nah, it'll come off with the rain." He didn't want to be offensive after all, he only did it to see Tayuya smile, so mission accomplished he guessed. "Oh well, nice work anyway shithead." She motioned to the now empty plate of dango and the new additions to the monument. "I guess that'll do." Naruto smiled broadly again as Tayuya pulled him closer to her on the branch. She hated how cold it got her in Fire Country. It was just strange to her considering the name. They sat like that and talked for a while longer, only coming down when Gaara finally came looking for them. Naruto was glad for the momentary distraction and fun. The next month was going to be filled with training and yes. Prankum training. Chapter 17. Naruto just took a few seconds to really enjoy the soft crunching under his feet. It was remarkable to think how similar snow was to sand in the way it blanketed everything it could. At the same time they were so different, while one was harsh and sometimes irritating, the other was soft, pure and... Naruto froze mid-step in the middle of his thoughts as he felt a cold wet mass strike the side of his face. He turned angrily in time to see three giggling shapes retreat into a nearby alleyway. He caught the tail of one of the young boy's scarf with his gaze as it whipped around the corner and sighed deeply. Normally he would have chased after the kids, returned their snowballs in an extremely unnecessary and exaggerated revenge. Luckily the serenity of the night and the utter tranquility of the soft snow-drizzled world around him had left him in a good mood. That, and he had somewhere to be. He continued on the path to the gates of the Inuzuka compound, muttering about Bratz and the inventor of the snowball who he wanted to both congratulate and throttle. He smiled as he walked past Ninken, happily rolling around in the snow trying to disturb it as much as possible, only ending up covering their coats with it. Some days they made it particularly difficult to remind himself these were animals trained to kill on command with their partners. He entered the main house of the complex, wiping the last of the snowball's essence off his neck and out of his shirt. He could have flared Kyuubi's chakra and evaporated the remains of the frozen ball, but he always felt like that was cheating. It also didn't help that every time he did so the Ninken would be put on edge for the rest of the day, severely annoying their handlers. Instead he just allowed the warmth of the house to get rid of the last of the dampness from his person. He looked around, still smiling as he observed the festively decorated home. While not the most modern depiction of Christmas, you could still tell that is what the household was celebrating. Wreaths of traditional plants like holly and ivy littered the walls while the enticing aroma of festive puddings drifted through the house. For a household of smell-sensitive shinobi, that was one of the best parts, and Naruto had to agree with them. While the concept of Christmas itself was quite alien and confusing to Naruto, he couldn't help but be caught up in everybody's good moods at this time of year. From what he knew, it was some kind of ancient religious tradition brought across from far-off Western lands and had quickly been accepted by the elemental nations. What was important to the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was the well-established tradition of gift-giving. Without snow, Christmas never had much impact in Wind Country, with residents barely taking notice of the baffling and somewhat pointless holiday. After all, it didn't really make much sense to have a day of festivities over a religion you took no part in, when at any minute you could be called on a mission that might threaten your life. Even so, now that he was in Konoha again, a big believer in Christmas festivities, he decided to fully immerse himself with the concept while he was here. This was the reason he had been wandering around since his daily training had finished, trying to find everybody and give them their gifts. The first person he found was Tsume, happily eating in the kitchen with Kuromaru not too far away, equally indulging in some festive dog food. Tsume looked up as Naruto entered, half-heartedly wiping food from her mouth with her sleeve. While a kind-hearted woman, one couldn't say Tsume cared too much for manners. "Hi Mrs. Inuzuka." Tsume smiled and wearily shook her head at the title. "What have I told you, pup? Just call me Tsume." Naruto wasn't too sure about that. He wasn't really one for addressing adults by their first names unless they were his sensei. Even then he just gave them nicknames. He felt that it had been overtly kind for Tsume to take him and his friends into their home, so he wanted to respect her. He instead decided to divert the topic of the conversation by bringing out a scroll from one of his many pockets and unsealing its contents. "Merry Christmas." He widened his smile as he held out the ball in front of him. While simple and rather plain, he had made sure it was tough and sturdy. This was a ball that would last a great deal of time. Tsume just took the palm-sized white ball and held it in front of her before her own feral smile graced her lips. She looked down at her faithful companion of over 15 years and tried to remember the last time she had simply gone outside and played fetch. It seemed like almost lifetimes ago, and the fond memories lightened her heart a little. "Thank you, Naruto, this is very kind." She did actually mean that. It was a surprisingly thoughtful gift for somebody who had only known her for a couple of weeks. That, or it was a really lucky guess. "Have you seen Tuya or Gaara?" Tsume was still looking at the ball when she shook her head. "No, sorry, but they aren't in their rooms, if that helps. I had Hana check on them a while ago." Naruto just shrugged. He had only just started to look after all. "Thanks anyway." He was already walking out of the door by the time Tsume even looked up from her gift, remembering the last person to get her a gift so thoughtful. All this time, and Naruto had never even noticed the framed picture of a smiling red-haired woman and her spiky blonde-haired husband. Naruto was just glad to check a name off of his rather small list of people to give presents to. He made his way back out into the brisk night and stuck his hands into his pockets. Tuya may have found his presence warming, but that didn't stop the young Jinchuriki from feeling the biting wind. He smiled again as he saw another name on his list walk by in the opposite direction. He didn't bother stopping to talk, as he didn't want to keep Kiba busy, nor did he want to spend more time out in the cold than he had to. "Hey Kiba." Merry Christmas. He had already pulled out the scroll and unsealed the gift by the time he called out. Kiba turned to look at the person who yelled at him only to surprisingly catch the gift and see a mop of blonde hair disappear out of the compound's gates. He smiled before looking down at the gift only for the grin to quickly mold into a frown. He stared down at the packet of dog biscuits before he let out a small chuckle, wearily shaking his head in a manner his mother had done only minutes before. Naruto took to the rooftops as he raced across town. He knew it had been over 7 years since anybody in this village had even seen him, but he still didn't want to take any chances. The less people that saw him the better. The way he saw it, he was only here for another month, then he could get through the last stage of the exams and just go home. So he stuck to the shadows of the village, not that it was really necessary being night time. It didn't take him all that long to make it to the temporary accommodations that the non-Konoha Chunin finalists were staying in. Tamari and Kankuro could have gone home after they failed the second test, but they chose to stay to cheer of their little brother and their pseudo-siblings in the last round. Tayuya would occasionally come here to talk to Tamari, and Gaara would likewise visit his siblings when he had some free time. As it was, he walked into Kankuro's room only to see the fledgling puppeteer fiddling with Crow, alone. Naruto's sigh brought him out of his concentrated bubble and he looked over, a little sheepish that he had been caught so engrossed in his work. He tidied up the spring-loaded trap he had been working on and swiveled in his seat. "Hey Naruto, what's up?" Naruto smiled, trust Kankuro to be casual no matter what the situation was. "Nothing much, you seen Gaara or Tayuya?" Kankuro shrugged and Naruto could tell he was itching to get back to his work. "Sorry, they were here earlier but I don't know where they were going. Tamari might know." Naruto nodded, that was his usual line to get people out of his hair so he could go back to his real friends. Naruto had never got puppetry, he always thought it left the user so open to attack if facing more than one opponent. He couldn't fault Kankuro though, the style had obviously worked for him so far, discounting whatever it was that cost them the second test. He was walking out of the room when he remembered the second reason he had come at all. Oh yeah, nearly forgot. He quickly unsealed Kankuro's present as the older boy swiveled on the chair again. Naruto carefully passed the palm-sized vial of deep purple liquid over to his pseudo-brother, taking extra care not to spill a single drop. "New poison, Merry Christmas." Now when you usually give a teenager a vial of deadly incurable poison for Christmas, they might react with disdain, annoyance, or if you're lucky, indifference. Not Kankuro, he merely beamed like he'd gotten the largest pile of chocolate imaginable. "Thanks Naruto." The other boy didn't get to hear the rest as he was already out the door and heading across the small hallway to Tamari's room. He knocked this time, remembering the last time he barged into Tamari's room with a visible gulp. He hadn't thanked Kyuubi enough for his accelerated healing factor that day. Tamari admitted him with a strangely muffled shout, and he quickly found out why when he came in only to see her hastily putting away some food in a drawer. She hated Konoha food, just preferring her more traditional desert cuisine. It had actually been rather amusing when she had come to him a few days before they left and gotten him to seal copious amounts of said food into a few scrolls for her. He also noticed that she had her violin in her lap, obviously having been practicing. Yet again it was another reason for her and Tayuya to be so competitive in their respective musical fields. While he would admit that Tamari's was just as good as Tayuya, he knew which one he would say if asked. He was just glad he hadn't been. "What is it, Squirt?" He chuckled internally. Tamari always came off so hardened, but he knew she was really soft on the inside. "Sorry, speak up, I can't hear you, most of the time." "Hey Tamari, you seen Gaara or Tayuya?" She shook her head slowly. "Nah, but they were in here about 20 minutes ago." A devious smile spread over her features. "Why? You finally gonna make your move on the lucky little redhead?" Naruto tried to scowl, but honestly he couldn't be mad at Tamari right now, her father had just died after all. "Funny Tamari." "No, I just wanted to give them their presents." His eyes shot open a little in realization that he had completely forgot once again. Before Tamari could comment, he had the scroll out yet again and was unsealing its contents in seconds. When the smoke cleared, a massive gleaming sickle was in Naruto's outstretched hands. When Tamari just stared at it, Naruto thought he would have to clarify. "It's a new scythe for Kamatari." Again Tamari just stared at the weapon blankly. "Do you like it?" That at least seemed to bring her out of it as she nodded lamely. Naruto simply smiled as he passed her the sickle, already heading out of the room before she recovered. "Well, thanks for the information Tamari, Merry Christmas." Up on the rooftops of the temporary accommodations building, Naruto was getting frustrated. He decided to track down his friends the old-fashioned way. He refamiliarized himself with their scents and went about discerning them from the surrounding aromas and smells that covered the village. Finally he picked up Gaara's distinctive sandy smell and he once again took off across the rooftops to reach his friend. What he found startled, confused, and amused the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Gaara sitting in a stand, eating ramen. He read the sign over the small, otherwise unnoticeable stand Ichiraku's Ramen and faintly remembered something about that name from his past. When it wouldn't quite take he shrugged and sat down next to Gaara, not even startling the red-haired boy like he had been expecting Naruto all along. "Hey Gaara," the other boy merely nodded, still engrossed in the steaming noodles he was slowly devouring. "Seen Tayuya?" Gaara nodded again and Naruto waited for him to finish his mouthful. "She left, said she was going to go look for you." Naruto groaned deeply. He had spent this whole time looking for her when he could have just stayed at the Inuzuka compound and have her come to him. Well, at least he didn't forget to give Gaara his present, as he so self-congratulatory reminded himself as he pulled out the now almost exhausted scroll. Gaara watched him curiously, familiar with the concept of gift-giving on Christmas, just not used to it. "Naruto, we haven't celebrated Christmas even a single time in the past 7 years. Why did you get me a gift?" Naruto just shrugged while smiling. "Why not?" As he said it, the scroll burst into a small cloud of smoke, revealing a medium-sized cloth bag which Naruto happily handed over to Gaara. The one-tailed Jinchuriki peered inside, more than surprised by what he found inside. He poured out some of the gleaming dust onto his hand and curiously examined the shimmering particles. "Gold dust?" Naruto happily nodded before his smile turned a bit more melancholic. "I knew you wanted to practice your dad's techniques, so." He wasn't sure how to continue. The present had been planned before Gaara's father was killed and now Naruto wasn't sure how Gaara would take it. He was relieved when Gaara simply poured the dust back into its bag and gave Naruto a small but genuine smile. There were definitely hints of sadness about his features, but in all he seemed grateful for the gift. "Thank you, Naruto, this is very kind." Naruto just startled his friend by wrapping him in a warm hug. Normally his sand would have intercepted such full-bodied contact, but it had lowered its defenses against Naruto a long time ago. "Merry Christmas, Gaara." He pulled away from his slightly shocked and slightly happy friend. "I'm going to go find Tayuya, see you later." Gaara just nodded dumbly, still a little overwhelmed by the present from his oldest friend. 30 minutes later and Naruto was beginning to grow steadily more frustrated. He hadn't even caught a whiff of Tayuya as he jumped about the village. Gaara's scent was easily discernible from a crowd so far from the desert, whilst Tayuya's cinnamon smell was much harder to pick out. Eventually he found himself up on the Hokage monument on the scant chance that Tayuya had come up there to think or admire the view. In the end that was what he ended up doing, just sitting up there on the head of one of the most powerful shinobi to ever live, thinking. He thought back to some of his more cherished memories of him and Tayuya and Gaara. He thought ahead to the upcoming finals, his opponents and respective fighting styles. In the end he just idly mused on his life so far and smiled as he thought about the people that had managed to become so precious to him he would gladly fight to his last breath in order to protect them. He smelled her before he heard her, not even bothering to turn as she came over and sat down next to him, naturally sidling closer to him so she could lay her head down on his shoulder. "Hey shithead, been looking all over the village for you," he chuckled lightly and she felt the vibrations through her contact with him. "What's so funny?" He didn't bother turning to answer, maintaining his gaze over the lit-up streets that stretched out below them both. "I can say the same thing about you." She lifted her head up off his shoulder and looked at him with an inquisitive smile. "How so?" He turned to face her as well and she merely poked a solitary finger as she punctuated each of her words. "Because. Poke I'm. Poke not. Poke a. Poke shithead." She finished with a satisfied grin that made Naruto forgive her for the poking instantly. He chuckled and she let out her own small laugh as she turned to him again. "So why were you looking for me?" Naruto smiled deviously and took out the scroll for hopefully the last time that night. He channeled chakra into the last of the seals and one bright white smoke cloud later he was happily holding out her presents. She took the pouch first, obviously a replacement for the red belt pouch she kept her flute in. Naruto wasn't audacious enough to try and get Tayuya a replacement flute. She loved it after all and he was the one who bought it for her in the first place. No amount of money can just up and replace that kind of sentimental value. Like its predecessor, the new pouch was red, only it was much darker, more akin to the color of her hair. Without replacing the flute itself, Naruto considered this the next best thing, and from the look in Tayuya's eyes she appreciated the gift as much as he hoped she would. It was in good condition, brand new, something that her old pouch definitely could not say. Tayuya almost looked like she would tear up, but she held the back until she took the second gift on the scroll. It was simple, nothing noteworthy or remarkable that would make it stand out. Even so, as soon as Naruto saw it he knew it was almost made for Tayuya. Naruto was hardly the first person people went to for fashion advice, but he just knew that the simple black beanie would look good on Tayuya. She herself wasn't quite sure what to make of the hat. She had worn her bandana for as long as she remembered living in Suna. Tentatively almost, she whipped off her headgear and pulled the hat over her unruly hair. It fit perfectly, just resting above where her ears would be if you could see them underneath her vibrant crimson mop. She had to give Naruto the fact that this thing was damn comfortable, and from the grin he was giving her he had to at least think it looked good. Of course she would be the judge of that in the end when she had a chance to see it in a mirror, but for now it was warm and comfy and smelt a little bit like Naruto, so she kept it on. Thanks Naruto. Naruto was too shocked to even smile. Luckily Tayuya didn't see this as she turned her head away to look out over the village. Of course, as there almost always is with Tayuya, there was an ulterior motive to the movement. She is desperately trying to hide the blush that overcame her face over the realization that Naruto had made a genuinely nice and heartfelt gesture and she had nothing to give him in return. She was frantically searching through her head for what she could do in this situation. She didn't have a gift in return, not even one she could escape him for a while and get. All the stores would be closed by now. She needed something cheap, maybe even free, that she could just give him and get this over with. Unfortunately nothing came to mind quickly. What do friends even get one another on Christmas? Or what do girls give guys? It's alright if you didn't get me anything, Tayuya. That isn't really the point. Tayuya wanted to round on him angrily. She hated how damn perceptive he could be sometimes. Naruto looked like he was about to continue the thought and unwittingly make her feel even guiltier. Instead she did something that she hoped would shut him up and solve her problem at the same time. Naruto really hadn't expected anything in return for any of his gifts, so there was all the more surprise when he felt something soft press up against his lips briefly before pulling away. He just looked in shock at Tayuya, who looked back at him, seemingly in the same shock that he was. Tayuya? Red invaded her cheeks as he spoke and she forced herself to look away before Naruto saw any more. Naruto continued to stare at the side of her face, eyes a little unfocused as his brain redirected all resources in an attempt to work out what had just happened. It was Tayuya who spoke first, a hushed, shy tone that Naruto thought he would never hear from her lips, not in his wildest of imaginings. Merry Christmas, Naruto. Before he could reply she was stood up and had jumped off the monument. His eyes followed her until she was out of sight, still unable to move or speak as his brain overloaded slightly. Merry Christmas, Tayuya. Chapter 18. Tayuya was up early. That alone was enough to give her the kind of air that makes people go out of their way to avoid her. She loved her sleep, always lying in until the last possible minute that she could scrounge. This was almost in direct contrast to many of the kunoichi and konoha who needed to get up early to perfect their looks. Tayuya used to sneer at girls like that in Suna, unfit to become kunoichi at all if they were more concerned with their appearance than their skills in combat. Why was she up early? Naruto. It always came back to that irritating, knuckle-headed, infectiously happy blonde idiot. That wasn't the full extent of words that Tayuya could use to describe her friend, but it was a decent microcosm. She just couldn't face him right now. Every time she saw him since that godforsaken kiss on the Hokage monument, her cheeks would flare red like she was trying to impersonate a tomato. Instead, she was breaking her own rule about sleeping in so that she could beat her friend to the rise and do absolutely nothing. There was a reason she didn't get up in the mornings. They were just so useless to her. She enjoyed training as much as the next shinobi, but it always felt so utterly pointless in the morning when your eyes hurt to look at the sky. So now she was traipsing around the village with her head hanging low, looking out for anything that might catch her interest and take her mind off the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. That was how she found herself standing right outside Ichiraku's Ramen, staring up at the sign for a good 2 minutes until the girl working behind the counter noticed her. Hello? Could I help you? Tayuya looked around with unfocused eyes until she spotted the thin brunette. Uncharacteristically she smiled weakly, a little embarrassed at being caught gawking at nothing in particular. She ducked under the flaps that separated the small stand from the busy streets and sat down on one of the stools. Hi, it was a start, she guessed. It actually surprised her a little. Normally she wasn't even that good at talking to strangers without some kind of barb in the words. Even so, there was just something about the kindly girl behind the counter that sucked any of the potential venom from her words. There was nothing particularly special about her. Simple long brown hair tied up with a cloth and a typical waitress outfit, a white blouse with a blue apron. It was more her demeanor. She had a naturally kindly face with a smile that, while well rehearsed and worn, was no less comforting and genuine. Her eyes also spoke of innocence and kindness, obviously having never seen any true hardship in her life like she, Naruto, or Gaara had. Even so, there was just something not quite visible about her that told of understanding and compassion. For somebody used to the more jaded side of life with bandits and people that would stab you in the back, it was unsettling for Tayuya. Could I get you anything? Even her voice was soft with just the faintest hint of natural humor. This was somebody you couldn't find a reason to dislike. Well, what have you fucking got? Not that Tayuya wouldn't give it a good shot. The waitress, ever versed in people's mannerisms, didn't even flinch from the language, she merely maintained her warm smile. I would recommend the miso ramen, since it's our specialty. Tayuya just nodded tiredly as the girl sent the order back to the elderly man in the kitchen, who she quickly gleaned was her father. So I notice you aren't getting the diet ramen? The voice didn't come from the waitress, it came from behind Tayuya, making her wonder who had the balls, or lack thereof, seeing as the voice was decidedly feminine, to judge her. She turned on the chair to see the platinum blonde girl that she vaguely remembered from the Chunin exam's preliminary matches. Yeah, what of it, Twiggy? Tayuya just gave her nickname as the first thing that came to mind. For a kunoichi, the girl was startlingly thin. Strangely enough, the strange Konoha nin seemed to take the comment as a compliment and sat down in the stool next to Tayuya with a smug smile. Aren't you watching your figure? Tayuya narrowed her eyes. That was an all too strange comment from a ninja. Figure? What the hell are you talking about? I train every day for at least 4 fucking hours, why the hell would I need to watch what I eat? The blonde seemed to be put off by the retort, apparently thinking over the answer but not finding it to her liking if her brief shake of the head was anything to go on. Isn't there a boy you like? Now Tayuya was seriously put off. Who was this girl and why the hell did she care about this crap? What the fuck have boys got to do with anything? The other girl seemed just as put off by that answer as Tayuya had by the question. Her eyes went wide as if Tayuya was speaking some kind of abhorrent blasphemy. Are you saying there are no boys that you like? Tayuya really wanted to escape right now. Not only were these questions getting on her nerves, they were beginning to get embarrassing. Of course she knew what the other girl meant when she said like, but Tayuya hoped playing innocent would get her to just leave her alone. Of course, my 2 best friends are guys. The blonde seemed somewhat placated by that, even though she was a little wary of the fact that the girl seemed to have no friends that were girls. Well, that explains your appearance. Okay, that was the final straw. Tayuya was just about to rearrange the blonde girl's oh so precious face, and she would have if the waitress didn't come back with her ramen. She decided it would be better for everybody, herself included, if she just ignored the blonde girl and her incessant questions. I'm Ino, by the way. What's your name? Tayuya just grunted between mouthfuls, hoping that Ino would get the message and leave. No such luck. So what are the guys like in the sand village? I bet they're really tanned, aren't they? Tayuya narrowed her eyes again, still not bothering to turn and face the other girl. It's kind of rude to not talk when somebody's speaking to you. Tayuya only laughed mid-bite and managed a muffled aha. By now Ino looked about ready to leave, much to Tayuya's relief. However, when the redhead finished her meal in a very Naruto-esque fashion, the other girl gained a devilish smile. Well, if there aren't any boys that you like, then allow me to introduce you to the only boy you'll ever like. Tayuya only managed to furrow her brow in a questioning manner before she was practically dragged out of the ramen stand. She only just managed to chuck the money to cover the meal at the surprised waitress before she was round the corner and out of sight. Now that she had her bearings, she wrenched her arm out of the other girl's grasp, noting that it didn't take much effort on her part as Ino wasn't all that physically strong. What the fuck are you doing? Ino just smiled at her stupidly, her mind obviously elsewhere. Come on, I'm going to take you to Sasuke. Tayuya tried to back away, but Ino once again took her arm. I don't give a shit about Sasuke. I just want to go train. Again Ino didn't even seem to hear her. Yeah, he's mostly over by the training grounds, she sighed dreamily. He's so committed as a shinobi. Tayuya just mumbled something under her breath about how committed this girl should be with a weak-ass grip like this. Even so, she just decided to go with it. She was heading towards the training grounds anyway, and it wasn't like she had something better to do. However, that didn't mean she was going to allow herself to be dragged around by a kunoichi half her weight, and from the sound of things half her IQ too. She once again wrenched her arm out of Ino's hardly vice-like grip and walked at a fairly sedate pace behind her. Ino seemed annoyed that the girl wasn't ecstatic about seeing Sasuke, but she was at least following now, so she didn't have to keep pulling her around. She found it a little odd that the flaming red-haired girl was much heavier than herself, yet at the same time her figure was still quite trim. She wondered if the girl was right about doing all that training. She didn't look particularly muscular, but she was obviously strong. So what about your friends? Tayuya just looked at her in a way that very clearly said, what about them? Ino just rolled her eyes and moved closer before conspiratorially whispering, "What are they like?" Tayuya stopped still on the path, glaring at the blonde before her who just ignored the heated look. "That blonde kid you're with was pretty cute, nothing on Sasuke of course, but I guess you have to take what you can get." Tayuya found herself becoming strangely heated hearing this strange girl talk about Naruto in that way. What was even stranger was the feeling she received when Ino compared him to some other boy. She kept up her glare the rest of the way to the training grounds, completely ignoring every other question Ino shot her way. The blonde didn't actually think much of it, she was obviously the type who just enjoyed the sound of her own voice. They eventually reached the appropriate training ground even though with every step Tayuya was regretting not running away more and more. They emerged into a relatively large clearing with 3 wooden posts driven into the ground off to one side. It was bordered on one side by trees and on the other by a large, crystal-clear lake. It was ideal for training purposes due to its inclusion of all the possible elements: water in the lake, earth beneath their feet, wind all around them and fire. Well, fire came from pure chakra manipulation so that could be practiced anywhere. "There he is, isn't he dreamy?" Tayuya just looked vaguely annoyed that the blonde had once again decided to interrupt her thoughts. However, when she looked in the direction the girl was offhandedly pointing, she noticed the black-haired kid that defeated Kiba in the preliminaries. He was currently engaged in a rather heated spar with his sensei, the tall, silver-haired scarecrow that had sealed her curse mark. Even thinking about it made her subconsciously reach back to rub the spot it was now ingrained on. "What, the kid with the duck's ass for a haircut?" Ino looked around, completely appalled by the way Tayuya had described the boy she had a crush on. "What are you talking about? Sasuke's hair does not look like a duck's." That." Tayuya grinned, she was glad that she was finally the one annoying the other. "Oh sure, look, you just need the right angle." She quickly whipped behind Ino, grabbing the other girl's arms and reaching around her to make a camera-like symbol with her hands, focused on Sasuke. "See, look. There's the feathers sticking up." She angled the shot around some more, and that's the ass. Ino finally wriggled out of the stronger girl's hold and turned to look at her angrily, desperately trying to cover up the fact that she had actually seen what Tayuya meant. "Yeah, well, that Naruto guy's hair looks like." Tayuya cocked an eyebrow, wondering why the girl would think she cared if Naruto's hair looked like anything at all. For that matter, she wondered why Ino cared what she thought of Sasuke's hair. Shouldn't the fact that there wasn't another girl vying for his attention be a good thing? When Ino couldn't come up with anything, partly due to the fact that she had actually been admiring the shaggy and wild look of Naruto's hair in the preliminaries, her whole body seemed to slump. What's so great about this fucking Sasuke guy anyway? Ino looked like she was ready to rattle of an entire list and then some so quickly Tayuya raised her arm and dismissed any more conversation. "You know what? I couldn't give a flying fuck." Ino still seemed determined to prove that her Sasuke was the greatest, and Tayuya could already see her mouth opening to do just that. Before she could, however, no doubt leading to Tayuya kicking her across the clearing into the lake, everybody in the vicinity heard an enormous crash coming from further into the forest. It was loud enough to catch the attention of the 2 sparring shinobi in the middle of the field, who looked around in surprise. Sasuke only seemed to notice at that moment the 2 newcomers at the edge of the training ground. He was used to girls like Ino coming to watch him train, but the red-haired girl was new. He sighed deeply, thinking it was another annoying fangirl. When he looked closer, he realized she was one of the ones at the preliminaries, the one that was beaten by Lee. He had seen what she was trying to do: scope out her opponent with taijutsu before falling into her preferred fighting style. It was only unfortunate it was Rock Lee she was facing, or the tactic may have worked in her favor. As it was, it left him not knowing her abilities or skill level. He didn't like not knowing these things. He walked over to them, completely ignoring the large crash that had diverted his attention their way in the first place. "You're not another fangirl, are you?" He said it with an annoyed sneer, which made Tayuya want to laugh out loud. Instead, she settled on her own sneer of derision. "Yeah, you wish, duck boy." He seemed momentarily confused by the comment, especially when he noticed Ino stifling a small giggle before she turned to Tayuya in badly acted annoyance. At that moment, Tayuya couldn't really have cared less about the annoying Uchiha in front of her. She was much more curious about what made the loud noise. At that moment, Kakashi decided to suddenly appear before the Jinan, startling all 3 even if 2 hit it better than the other. "You should be nicer, Sasuke. This was the girl who saved you in the Forest of Death." Ino suddenly looked across at Tayuya in what could only be described as a perfect mix of awe and utter jealousy. Sasuke took another appraising look at the girl, noticing the sealed mark on her neck that could have very well been on his own without her intervention. "Humph, thanks then." It was said fairly apathetically, Out of formality more than anything else, but it only doubled the jealous look Ino was shooting at her. Tayuya just shrugged and began walking away, much to the surprise of the three gathered. "Hey, where are you going?" It was Ino who called out, so Tayuya completely ignored the girl as she strode off in the direction she heard the noise coming from. Ino furtively glanced between the red-haired girl and her crush that had decided to go back to training after the momentary disturbance. Knowing by now that Sasuke wouldn't give her the time of day until his training was over, and even then he might still ignore her, she took off after the interesting girl who was somehow immune to Sasuke's appeal. "Hey, where are you going? We could have watched Sasuke training for a while." Even though Tayuya had drawn a pretty good picture of what this girl was like by now, she still shot a disbelieving look behind her. "I'm a ninja. Why the hell would I want to do that when I could just fucking train myself?" Thankfully for Tayuya, that shut Ino up for a while as she wrestled with the answer. They walked on in relative silence, drawing closer to the origin of the strange noises that reverberated throughout the forest. Finally she could see what looked like a clearing up ahead and jogged over to where the trees ended. "All right, come at me with everything you've got." She groaned as the familiar voice rang out across the training ground. Immediately she felt like slinking away before Naruto noticed her if he hadn't already. Luckily he seemed focused on his training as he faced off against 3 of his shadow clones. She tried to walk away, but by that time Ino had caught up to her and was curiously poking her head through into the clearing to see what was making Tayuya so obviously uncomfortable. Naruto was standing on top of the river with 3 shadow clones, all in different taijutsu stances. His jacket was off to one side so that it wouldn't get wet, which left him in just his black pants and a navy shirt that clung to his damp body, showing off his muscles. He had also removed his headband so it lay on top of his jacket, leaving his wild hair to freely fall across his forehead, partially obscuring his vision. He did this to give him the most disadvantages possible against the clones to make the training that much harder. Ino couldn't stop the blush that rushed across her cheeks as she watched Naruto fighting himself across the water in perfectly trained attacks that viciously fought back the clones despite their numerical superiority. When one clone puffed out of existence thanks to too many solid blows, Naruto just made another, constantly maintaining the 3 enemies that came at him. It was an intensive chakra-exhausting training method that helped him refine his taijutsu style. What Ino was focused on was the way that his tight t-shirt clung to his body and the way his muscles flexed with every punch or kick. She was captivated by the supposedly foreign boy's startling blue eyes. Right now they had a hardened edge thanks to their focus on the fight at hand. The strange whisker-like marks on his cheeks were cute in the way they made him unique. She excitedly turned around to face Tayuya, who was just now beginning to sneak away from the scene while Ino was captivated. "That's your teammate?" Tayuya just brought a finger up to her lips and shot the girl an annoyed look. "Shut up, he's got hearing like a fucking bat." Ino completely disregarded the other girl, and the huge smile plastered over her face just told her she wasn't done with the questions. Tayuya groaned again, but quietly so as not to alert Naruto to her presence. The last thing she needed right now was an awkward conversation with her friend in front of this annoying girl. "He's cute. You have to tell me about him." Tayuya snarled and began walking off in the opposite direction while Ino rushed after her, the same puppy-like smile on her features. Naruto thought it was the strangest thing. He was in the middle of training, fighting off a few of his clones, and he thought he had smelt Tayuya and some other unknown person. The distraction had caused him to lower his guard, and one of the clones got a powerful blow in, almost knocking him into the water. He quickly rejoined the fight, but by that time her scent had gone. He shrugged it off as the unfamiliar forest playing tricks on him. Despite the intensity of his training, Naruto's thoughts were elsewhere. Surprisingly, they weren't on Tayuya, despite the girl being the center of his focus for the past few days. He felt as though she had been avoiding him recently, and every time he tried to talk with her she would run off saying she had training to do. He would grumble about it, but in truth he had a lot of his own training to do in preparation for the Chunin exam finals. That was what occupied his thoughts as he dodged yet another sweeping blow from a clone he had dubbed Clone A. Mainly he thought about his first fight with Neji. Right now he was doing his more generic fitness and skill sharpening exercises, but sooner or later he would have to do some more specific training. The main area of concern was Neji's gentle fist style of fighting. He knew only one person who could help him with that. With a sigh he dispelled all his clones and gathered up all his gear, electing to leave his headband off for the moment as it tended to get a bit sweaty if he left it on all day. He hopped through the village, always careful to keep off the beaten track by sticking to alleys and rooftops. He knew there was no real concern to be this cautious, but he couldn't help it. Even though he could now easily protect himself, it would bring back too many memories. Soon he was in front of the large gates of the Hyuga compound. He remembered how he knew where it was with a large grin. Hopefully the Hyugas wouldn't though. Originally the prank had just been to spread the Hyuga's laundry all across the village in easy-to-reach places, no real harm done. It wasn't his fault that some pervert had taken it upon themselves to go around taking some of the more unmentionable items. With only a momentary hesitation, Naruto knocked on the vast gate, only for it to be immediately opened by a tall, thin man with the characteristic eyes that marked him a Hyuga. Yes? Naruto scratched his head. He had hoped for a little more time to come up with a more eloquent way stating why he was there. Hi, can I talk to Hinata? He mentally shrugged, it sounded all right to him. The older man scrutinized him for a moment, thankfully without the Byakugan active. Eventually his gaze softened and he nodded before leading Naruto through the winding compound out into a large courtyard. Naruto smiled as he saw Hinata going through an excessively complicated kata with a younger girl with straight brown hair as the target. Hinata noticed Naruto as soon as he came into the courtyard, and deviating from the standard kata she quickly incapacitated the younger girl. Hanabi cried out in annoyance at the dirty trick but quietened down when she too noticed the newcomer. Hinata curtly walked over to him with a small smile. Hello Naruto. He gave his own smile and waved in greeting. Hey Hinata, I was wondering if I could get your help. She raised an eyebrow at that but nodded with a small smile that was steadily growing. My first fight in the finals is with Neji, so I figured you'd be the best person to come to about advice regarding his style. She nodded slowly and Naruto didn't notice as her smile briefly diminished in size. Yes, I suppose you're right. However, without an extremely intensive course into our style, which I wouldn't be able to give you anyway, I'm not sure how I can help you. Naruto frowned at that. He hadn't expected them to outright teach him the style, but he still wanted some help. I don't know, is there some kind of way to block the strikes? Hinata gave a small, tinkling laugh that eased some of Naruto's frustration. Naruto, you're asking me to give away my family's style and its secrets. He smiled sheepishly while rubbing the back of his head. When she said it that way, then the request did sound a bit stupid. Oh, right, she laughed again, causing Naruto to smile more out of necessity than amusement. Sorry, but I can't help you Naruto, as much as I want to see Neji beaten in the final. She smirked at the thought, but don't worry, I'm sure you'll beat him anyway. Naruto nodded, already making a move to turn and leave, but he stopped, remembering something that had been nagging at him for a while. Oh yeah Hinata, what was all that crap Neji was spouting when he beat you? Isn't he your family? Hinata immediately went quiet at that, the smile vanishing off her face before the last word was out of her mouth. Oh sorry, I didn't mean to say something rude. He could tell that the subject was obviously troubling the young Hyuga heiress, so he decided to drop it. Never mind, I'll just go. See you around Hinata. She didn't answer him as he left, so he hurriedly made his way out of the compound. Boy, that was weird. Yeah, you're telling me. Naruto nearly jumped in the middle of the street as Kyuubi's voice rumbled through his head. Hey, I told you to stop surprising me like that. She just chuckled lightly. Sure, and babies will start growing on trees. Naruto didn't have a comeback for that, partly because he was embarrassed about where babies did in fact come from, of which he had no clue. Oh well, you see, when a mommy and a daddy love each other very much, they hold their hands together, squeeze their eyes closed really tight and make a wish. Then after appeasing Kami with a ritual sacrifice of a newborn goat, a baby appears. Naruto gave the laughing fox an internal scowl if such a thing was possible. Ha ha, very funny. He only felt her nod in his head. Yeah, I thought so too. He bit back his next retort, now actually wondering where babies did in fact come from. Perhaps he would have to take Hana up on that offer she made him. However, right now training was more on the forefront of his mind. Oh well, in that case I figured I would tell you that I can unseal your tenketsu if the Hyuga seals them with those magic fingers of his. What are you talking about? He heard a sigh from inside his head, which made him scowl. Every time Kyuubi sighed, it meant she was silently thinking he was being an idiot. Not every time. Anyway, I can force my chakra through your tenketsu if they get sealed, which will reopen them. I can only do that once though, after that it's all down to you. Naruto gave her a mental nod so as to not freak out any passing civilian who might just think he was crazy. It was useful information to know, and it would certainly surprise Neji if it ever came to pass. Of course this was merely a backup plan or a what-if scenario, but the information was appreciated nevertheless. As he was walking, he spotted Tuya going down the street in front of him with a blonde-haired girl trailing behind her. He smiled to himself. It was good that she was making friends. He was so worried that she wouldn't talk to anybody but him and Gaara this entire time. Why won't you leave me alone? Tuya was at her wit's end. She was so close to just turning around and kicking this girl across the village. In fact, so far it had been an amazing show of restraint on her part due to her not wanting to cause some kind of international incident. Because you haven't told me everything yet. In truth, Tayuya hadn't told Ino anything, but that didn't stop the girl from digging. Pretty soon she felt like she might just tell the girl anything she wanted to hear so she would piss off and leave her alone, exactly as Ino planned. Yuuro. Tayuya picked up the pace only for Ino to match it. Soon she was just going to sprint. Naruto watched the two leave still with a smile. At least she was talking to somebody even if it wasn't him. They seemed to be heading in the direction of the hot springs, and if Naruto had to admit it, that sounded like a really good idea right now. He was still pretty worked up from his exercise and hadn't warmed down properly, so his muscles were quite tense. A good long soak would do him some good right now, not to mention it would be relaxing. So 10 minutes later he was emerging from the springs building with only a towel wrapped around his waist. He looked out over the steaming waters before him with a satisfied smile, reassuring himself that this had been a good idea. He made his way quickly over to the only unoccupied spring and slid in with a very audible sigh of pleasure. Immediately the warm waters leached the very pains out of his skin and muscles, leaving him feeling like a cloud. His very good mood was ruined by a persistent giggling sound coming from somewhere over towards the back of the bathing area. Naruto tried to ignore it, but as it carried on he slowly gained a small tick mark on his forehead. Finally, snapping out of irritation, he pulled himself out of the water, this time with a very different sigh, and wrapped the towel around his waist again. With his wet feet slapping against the stone slabs of the bathing area, Naruto made his way over to the source of the irritating giggling. What he saw both perplexed and annoyed him. There was an old white-haired man giggling incessantly as he peered through a hole in the wall, as he occasionally looked away and wrote things in his small notebook. With a gulp and no small amount of embarrassment, Naruto realized the wall was the divider between the male and female baths. His embarrassment gave way to anger as he realized that Tayuya might be on the other side of the wall. "Hey you pervert, get away from there." Chapter 19. The old man peeping on the women's side of the hot springs immediately froze in place, cringing forward ever so slightly. He turned, expecting a seething woman that would no doubt want to kick him as hard as they could across the village. This was just paranoia, of course. If he had actually thought about it, then he would have disregarded such an idiotic notion. Firstly, there couldn't have been a woman on this side of the springs in the first place, and secondly, the voice was far too masculine. Instead, it was with great relief that he turned only to see a 14-year-old kid with spiky blonde hair eerily reminiscent of. "Hey, I told you to stop peeping, you pervert." Naruto finally got a good look at the older man as he turned. He was surprisingly large for his size. Intrinsically, thanks to years of training to recognize such things, Naruto immediately knew that it was muscle, not fat. The way he held himself, despite his previous cowardly posture, spoke of power and expectations of the inherent respect that came along with it. However, more surprising than that to Naruto was the fact that, after a good look at the man's face, he actually recognized the man. How could he not? After all, he was the author of Naruto's all-time favorite series. "Oh hey, you're Jiraiya of the Sannin," the man beamed, obviously extremely happy at being recognized. "Yeah, I recognize you from the author shot at the end of the book." The man's eyes grew even wider and his smile more radiant as he looked down at one of his loyal readers. "Ha, figures a guy who writes books like that would be some kind of super pervert." Before Naruto even fully realized what was happening, he found himself enveloped in one of the largest and most bone-crunching hugs he could remember. "I have found him. I have found the person who truly understands me." Jiraiya pulled out of the hug to stare at Naruto with watery eyes and the same beaming grin. Naruto just tried to wriggle out of the awkward grasp while an abnormally large sweat drop hung from his head. It dawned on him that he was still wearing little more than a bath towel around his midsection, and he increased his struggles tenfold. It was in vain though. The old man's vice-like grip was impenetrable, like his arms were made of actual steel. "Gah! Get off me, you old perv." Jiraiya quickly got off of the younger boy, but only because he noticed that people were starting to stare in their direction. Outwardly he was still beaming like a child who worked out how to get into the cookie jar. "Kid, you're one in a million. Maybe I should make you my student, no. Better yet, my apprentice, no wait. Even better, my protege." Naruto just widened his eyes and started to take slow but deliberate steps away from the eccentric and possibly crazy Sannin. Suddenly another thought struck Naruto as he backed away from Jiraiya. "Hey wait, you're a Sannin, right?" Finally the older man was knocked out of his little fantasy world and he curtly nodded to Naruto, still with that idiotic smirk. "That's right, kid. You have the privilege of looking at the one and only Toad Sage, Jiraiya of the Sannin." Naruto could have sworn he heard fireworks after the man announced himself, but he quickly shook his head of it. Right, right. Jiraiya's face fell a bit at the slightly dismissive and unimpressed tone in Naruto's voice. So that means you know Orochimaru, right? Suddenly Jiraiya was all business as his demeanor immediately shifted to a more professional tone. Naruto was genuinely surprised as he wouldn't have thought this old perv had a professional bone in his body. Why are you asking about my former teammate? He said the word former with no small amount of spite, and Naruto contemplated whether or not bringing the obviously touchy subject up had been a good idea. He gulped down his anxiety and plowed on in a very traditional Naruto-esque way. He killed Gaara's father, so I want to put a kunai between his shoulder blades. Jiraiya scrutinized the boy before him with an incredibly stern and piercing gaze before his eyes finally softened and he let out a small chuckle. Hey, join the ever-increasing club, kid. Naruto narrowed his eyes and sighed. So you have no idea where he is? It was said hopefully despite Naruto already knowing the answer. Jiraiya just shook his head in response and Naruto felt his mood worsen even further, and to think that hot springs were supposed to be relaxing. Now that the old Sannin had no useful information for him, Naruto had returned to the uncomfortable state he was in before. Oh well. Alright then. With that, Naruto just turned on his heel and started making his way back through the springs. Hey, wait up, brat. Naruto couldn't help but wince. The insult didn't exactly help make him want to comply with the pervert's wishes, so he kept walking. Jiraiya overtook him, turning to face him and simultaneously blocking Naruto's way out of the springs. I said wait up. Naruto shrugged innocently with a plainly disinterested look on his face. Yeah, I heard you, but if you can't train me then I have no real interest. Jiraiya's eyes seemed to widen to almost impossible sizes as he stared down at Naruto, who once again grew uncomfortable under the strange gaze. Are you kidding me, kid? I'm Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin. I've been and fought in all 5 hidden villages, visited every land in the elemental nations and faced enemies that would make you cower in fear. He looked a bit more smug now, however Naruto managed to maintain his emotionless mask and reply in a completely deadpan voice. Doesn't make you a good teacher. Jiraiya managed to accumulate a large drop on the side of his head that may or may not have been condensation from the springs. Yeah, well kid, I can show you a thing or two. His cocky, overconfident persona was now back in place as he took purposeful strides towards the unoccupied spring Naruto had been sitting in minutes ago. When he reached the edge of the water he just kept going, purposefully striding out until he was in the center of the water. See, how's that for a? Sorry, were you saying something? Jiraiya turned around, agitated at the boy's offhanded tone, however he was briefly put off when he saw what Naruto was doing. He too was on the surface of the water, except he was standing on top of a kunai, which was point down atop the water's surface. Naruto just lazily yawned as Jiraiya's eyebrow twitched and a few hot spring patrons clapped at the impressive display. Oh, well it seems you have chakra control exercises down at least. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, believing the man to have completely wasted his time so far. At least he had stopped the man from peeking, even if he was probably going to go straight back to it as soon as he left. Like I said, if you aren't going to teach me anything. He didn't bother to finish the sentence as he hopped off the kunai onto stone floor of the bathing area and quickly hurried towards the changing rooms. He was fully dressed and on his way out by the time Jiraiya snapped out of his grumbling trance and caught up. Well kid, you mentioned a Gaara before. That wouldn't happen to be Gaara no Subaku, son of the late Kazekage, would it? Naruto didn't bother turning to face the man, but he did quirk an eyebrow at the mention of his friend. I ask because you seem to know so much about me and yet I know so little about you. Naruto stopped walking in the middle of the street to look at Jiraiya without even attempting to hide his bemusement. Really? Then guess all that stuff I read about your supposedly vast spy network was exaggerated then. Naruto shrugged in an amused fashion and carried on, a smile now on his face. Orochimaru wasn't the only Sannin that Naruto had decided to research. He was a little disappointed when Jiraiya didn't even seem fazed and matched Naruto step for step. Maybe you're right, Naruto. The younger boy smirked, knowing that the Sannin was baiting him. He hadn't given his name after all. You know, I'm almost a little flattered that whoever your parents were they named you after the title character of my story. Naruto's breath hitched a little but he quickly covered it up with a cough that seemed to go unnoticed by his unwanted companion. Whoever my parents were? Another hole in the network? Jiraiya just shrugged nonchalantly, and despite their awkward and strange initial encounter Naruto actually found himself warming up to the older man. It was nice to have someone to banter with who wouldn't use a curse word every other sentence. So kid, where you headed? A remarkably perverted grin erupted on Jiraiya's face and Naruto sighed, not liking where this was going. You meeting up with a lady friend perchance? Naruto grimaced but didn't say anything, which only caused Jiraiya's grin to spread to almost comical proportions as he quickly lost himself in whatever sick fantasy was going through his mind. While curious, Naruto found himself desperately not wanting to know what the man was thinking about, especially if it involved him. After about 30 minutes of walking in highly awkward silence, Naruto finally arrived at the Inuzuka compound. It was late and he was tired, and surprisingly Jiraiya just kept walking after Naruto stopped, apparently still lost in his perverted dreamland. Naruto just counted his blessings as the perverted Sannin walked off with a goofy grin while he slipped into the compound via the gate. He sighed an enormous breath he didn't even realize he had been holding as he leaned against the large wooden gate. Naruto walked across the grounds of the compound, unsure of what to do with himself. It was late, but not enough that he felt the need to sleep just yet. He could train, but last time he did that he disturbed Hana, and he didn't want to do that to any other passing Inuzuka. Now that he thought about it, he wasn't even sure why he had come back to the compound. He had simply followed his feet on instinct. His thoughts trailed back to Hana and her offer earlier in the week. He reddened as he thought about it, but if she was here in the compound, then this was probably a good time. He lazily altered his course to head for the veterinary practice tucked away in the corner of the estate. He knew this was going to be even more awkward and uncomfortable than talking to Jiraiya, but he grit his teeth and kept walking. His last thought before he entered was on what Tayuya might be doing right about now. She was hunkered over in the darkest corner of the alley, using the shadows as a shroud to conceal herself. She wouldn't call it cowering herself, but in essence it was what she was doing as she sat curled up in her own arms. She gripped her legs fiercely, nearly drawing blood with how hard her nails pressed her skin. It was all she could do to stop herself rocking backwards and forwards like a PTSD patient. It isn't human, nothing could follow me that fast and break all those genjutsus. She tried to take her mind off it by thinking how she got here. They were running across rooftops, although sprinting would have been more accurate, and Tayuya was weaving in and out of every passage she could find in an attempt to lose her pursuer. She gained a small amount of ground and ducked into a nearby alleyway, forming a very familiar cross seal with her hands as she did so. The shadow clone raced off in the opposite direction, and soon after it, the platinum blonde blur. She sighed in relief from her position on the cold, slightly damp floor. At least that should take care of her problem for the foreseeable future. When she saw Naruto tonight, she was going to have to thank him for teaching her that jutsu. She stood up and brushed herself off, not really bothered by the small amount of dirt on her clothing, but she knew the smell would annoy Naruto later. She stopped herself on that thought. She had always been rather considerate about Naruto's heightened senses, but he had never gone out of her way to avoid making him uncomfortable. In fact, most of the time the exact opposite was true in most other situations. It only struck her as odd because this was the first time it had happened. She managed to brush it off with the rest of the dirt on her clothes and walked out of the alley. Straight into the smiling face of one Ino Yamanaka. "There you are, Tayuya." Naruto heard the scream that echoed throughout the village, and he also faintly noticed that the voice was somewhat familiar. However, in his current state he barely cared. His face was a shade of red that would make a tomato blush, and he would still be redder. His eyes were so wide that he couldn't actually physically close them, and the only thing that kept his jaw from simply dropping to the ground was the constraints of biology. He walked in a very stiff and robotic manner towards his accommodations, his mind far gone from what his eyes were seeing as he walked. Everything that Hana had told him rushed through his mind. Unfortunately, so did the visual aids she used, in horrifically vivid detail. Naruto couldn't stop his eye twitching as he thought about the mechanics of what she had been trying to explain. Naruto now firmly wished he had ignored his own curiosity and taken his ignorance to the grave. He flopped down on the bed, only offhandedly noticing that Tayuya wasn't there, which was probably for the best considering what he now knew. Sleeping in the same bed as his female friend now took on a whole new perspective in his mind as the connotations of such actions were revealed to him. He was actually just glad that Hana didn't need to resort to using a friend who apparently would have been more than happy to give some kind of demonstration. To say Naruto was shell-shocked by the entire affair was definitely an understatement. With an exasperated sigh, he flopped his head down on the mattress, hoping that sleep would just claim him so he could put off dealing with this until the morning. Luckily, the entire ordeal had been exhausted, and not soon after that the sweet and merciful embrace of sleep took him. Naruto sighed as he woke up for the fourth time in a row without Tayuya's vibrant locks in his face. Her waking up early normally would have concerned him. It told him something was very wrong. However, all he could do was sigh and be mildly annoyed, mostly because he knew the reason was him. He wasn't entirely sure why she was avoiding him, but he had a pretty strong idea it had something to do with that kiss up on the Hokage monument. He wanted to talk to Tayuya about it, but she had been avoiding him ever since. It really didn't help that he found it nigh on impossible to locate her scent in the veritable hive of activity that was Konoha. His specific training had hit a dead end with Hinata, so on that end he was stuck. The only thing he could do concerning the finals was train the skills he already had. Then again, Jiraiya really was a Sannin. It couldn't have hurt too much to get 1 or 2 techniques from the man. He merely shrugged. That too was a lost cause, as he had no idea where the man was, so it was pointless thinking about it. He got up and showered, figuring he would go out and find Gaara. Sparring with him always cheered him up. He looked back on the previous day's events. Now with some hindsight he was actually taking in the knowledge Hana had given him. He might have overreacted just a little. She had explained that it was all perfectly natural, so really he had nothing to worry about. Somehow that didn't quite settle his nerves on the whole affair with Tayuya, but he put it to the back of his mind for now. He quickly got dressed and ran out of the compound, hoping that he wouldn't run into Hana. He didn't think any differently of her now, except as a female, but he figured it would be slightly awkward to talk right now. Once out of the compound he took to the rooftops. Normally he would head straight for the training grounds, but Gaara's scent was definitely somewhere in the village. He was just lucky he didn't have the same issues with the Leaf Village that Naruto did. He could walk around in public. The only strange looks he would receive were due to the enormous gourd constantly strapped to his back. Naruto quickly caught up with the sand wielder and gulped when he realized who he was walking with. He settled into a brisk walk next to his friends, him on one side of Gaara and Tayuya on the other. "Hey Gaara, Tayuya." Gaara nodded and Tayuya just grunted something inaudible. Awkward silence settled over the three until surprisingly Gaara decided to break the ice. "So Naruto, have you found any way to combat the Hyuga style?" Naruto hung his head a little. "No, I can't find anybody to teach me about it." Tayuya scoffed loudly from her position on the other side of Gaara. "Well duh, it's not like they're gonna just teach you all their weaknesses." Naruto hung his head lower still, seeing as that was in essence what Hinata had told him. However, he smiled anyway, glad that Tayuya didn't seem to be avoiding him anymore. "So what are you going to do?" Naruto just looked up at Gaara with a feral gleam and a broad grin. "You know me, I'll just wing it." Tayuya scoffed again but kept her opinion to herself this time. "So Gaara, wanna go spar?" The smaller boy seemed pleased with the idea, but a different thought seemed to come to mind and he shook his head. "I'm afraid I can't. I have my own training to do." When he saw Naruto's exaggerated puppy dog look, he gave a small smirk. "There will be plenty of time for that in the last fight of the finals." Naruto nodded happily at that, even though it might have made him seem slightly cocky about his chances of reaching the last fight. "We could spar." Naruto looked over at Tayuya a little surprised. In fact, the girl seemed surprised herself that she had even made the comment. It was more out of instinct in these situations, but Naruto wasn't going to give her the chance to take back the offer. "Great." Before Tayuya could properly react or even fight back, Naruto had her arm and had thrown her onto his back in a makeshift piggyback. Gaara watched as they were there 1 second and gone the next, only the slight fluttering of loose papers on the street telling him they had moved. Gaara smirked, knowing what Tuya's reaction would be when they came to a stop. He looked around a moment to check nobody else had seen the speedy departure before heading off to a nearby, but deserted training ground to perfect the technique he had been working on. Tayuya got off of Naruto's back a little shakily. Her hair was slightly less orderly than it had been when they had left, and had even managed to gain a few leafy ornaments during transit. She took a moment to allow the world to stop wobbling quite as much before she rounded on Naruto angrily. "Arg, you know I hate it when you do that, shithead." Naruto just nodded while shrugging carelessly. "Yeah, but you also say you fight better when you're mad." Tayuya was about to retort, but she had no good comeback for that. Instead, her eyes narrowed evilly while a small smirk briefly danced across her features. She reached behind her and drew back out her flute from its latest pouch almost reverently before setting it against her lips. Naruto didn't seem in the least bit fazed. "Come on Tayuya, you know genjutsus don't affect me in combat." Tuya's evil smile returned at these words like she had been waiting for them. "Oh, who said anything about a genjutsu?" She blew delicately on the flute with a very specific sequence of air holes held down, and the effect was immediate. To any normal listener no sound emerged from the thin instrument, but to Naruto, his senses were flooded by deafening white noise that immediately had him on the ground, clutching the sides of his head in pain. After seeing Naruto writhe around for a solid 30 seconds, Tayuya finally stopped the torture and allowed Naruto to shakily get to his feet, much in the same way that she had done prior. He glared at Tayuya while he wiggled a finger in his ear, a look of pain still evident on his face while he waited for the ringing to stop. "That wasn't funny Tayuya," she smiled, a genuine happy smile despite his rather heated gaze. "I beg to differ, shithead, pretty hilarious actually." His eyes softened and his own smile managed to worm its way onto his face. He had missed this kind of interaction in the last few days, even though he could probably do without the ear-splitting headache. Fine, are we going to fight properly now? Tayuya just looked amused, crossing her arms over her chest and leaning back slightly as she looked at Naruto with a grin. Naruto couldn't help but notice the placement of her arms as his eyes drifted down before he forcefully returned them to her face. What the hell are you talking about? I won. Naruto looked playfully hurt. That's it? That was hardly a fight, Tayuya. She smiled again and disinterestedly looked down at her nails, ignoring Naruto. Yeah, you're right, next time come at me with more of a challenge. It was said playfully, but when she looked up, Naruto was gone. Without showing too much emotion, she looked around, a little worried by the sudden disappearance. Just as suddenly as he had vanished, Tayuya felt a presence barrel into her from behind, and soon she was on the ground, straddled by Naruto, as he held her arms down, grinning wildly. Okay, how's this then, Tayuya-chan? She glared at him for the name and struggled underneath him, but he was a lot stronger than she was and his grip wouldn't budge. Eventually she let her head drop to the ground with an irritated grunt, and Naruto stood off of her, still smiling manically. He offered her his hand, and after a few moments of Tayuya's version of pouting, which included trying to kick Naruto in a very special area, she accepted it. Fair enough, shithead. I guess we're even today. He smiled happily, and she couldn't help but be caught up in one of those infectious moods of his. For the briefest of moments she forgot why she had been avoiding him all this time. Of course, at that moment the light streaming through the treetops caught him, lighting up his hair like a radiant inferno, and she remembered, looking awkwardly down at the ground. Naruto sensed the sudden shift in her behavior, and not wanting her to start avoiding him again, he quickly tried to find the root of the problem. Hey Tayuya, these last couple of days. Naruto. My protege. Naruto groaned as the highly overenthusiastic voice cut through the clearing like a very unwelcome knife. Tayuya just looked around in confusion for the owner of the voice, who quickly made themselves known. This time Naruto knew he was using fireworks. There was no other explanation for the bright light swirling around the eccentric man as he entered the clearing. Who the fuck are you? It was at that point that Jiraiya took notice of Tayuya, vanishing before appearing next to her, making both of the younger shinobi's eyes widen. Ah, such foul language from such a pretty young woman. Tayuya's cheeks immediately flared red at the compliment before her eyes turned murderous, and she lashed out at the man. He swiftly ducked under the blow and took a few steps away on his ridiculous Geta sandals, which seemed highly impractical for a ninja. The fuck you say to me, you ass-wiping pedophile? Jiraiya actually blanched at the insult this time, a large drop of sweat hanging on both his and Naruto's head. The older man gulped before nervously turning his attention to Naruto. I see you keep interesting company, my young apprentice. Both Naruto and Tayuya narrowed their eyes at the veiled insult, while Naruto was beginning to grow annoyed. Stop calling me that. I'm not your protege. Jiraiya put on a look of mock hurt, sticking out his bottom lip ever so slightly. Is that any way to treat your sensei? Naruto glared again. You're not my sensei either. This time Jiraiya pretended to be horrendously shocked in a very over-the-top and comical way. After everything I've taught you. It was Naruto's turn to blanch at the older man, wondering in what direction the loony bin this guy escaped from was. What the hell have you taught me? Jiraiya just snickered. What else? The art of love through my brilliant and priceless novels. Tayuya stared at the man incredulously. You're the pervert that wrote Makeout Paradise? As she said it, she drew out the aforementioned book and stared at it with no small amount of disbelief. Jiraiya, on the other hand, couldn't be more thrilled as he looked at the girl holding his book. Another of my loyal readers. He quickly turned to Naruto. This one is a keeper boy, never let her go. Naruto was still speechless from the whole display, not sure what to make of it. Figures. Tayuya was about to tuck the book back into a pouch, but not before Jiraiya grabbed it, quickly opened it to the back and signed the cover. Tayuya accepted the newly signed book a little cautiously, now very wary of this man's speed. Oi shithead, just who is this fucker? Naruto sighed. He had been about to sneak away while the other two were distracted, but Tayuya called him before he could even move a step. That's Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. Jiraiya quickly cut in, not one to let somebody else announce him. That would be legendary Sannin. That's right, you're looking at the one, the only, Toad Sage Jiraiya. Breaker of hearts and wooer of women, author extraordinaire and handsome devil if I do say so myself. Jiraiya was too caught up in his announcement amidst Tayuya quickly add in. Because nobody else will. Naruto snickered at this, once again out of the notice of the carried away Sannin. Naruto motioned with his head to Tayuya and she quickly nodded. Seconds later the clearing was down to shinobi. As Jiraiya finally came out of his rant he looked around with a cheesy grin only for it to drop when he realized the other two had abandoned him. He scowled while looking for the direction they headed in. Not finding it, his grimace quickly became a perverted smirk. The two lovebirds probably wanted some privacy. He walked off giggling, perverted thoughts in control of his mind for the moment. Tayuya and Naruto came to a rest in a different training ground, panting from the exertion of running so fast. Well, Tayuya was at least. She sometimes really hated Naruto's seemingly undrainable energy, except of course when it saved her ass on missions, not that she would ever admit she needed him. She smiled as she thought about how easily they ditched the old pervert. One glance at Naruto showed that he was amused by it as well. For a Sannin he sure was a sucker. Naruto only nodded, smirking at Jiraiya's expense. Yeah, he's a massive pervert too. You know how I met him? Tayuya waited for him to continue as he seemed to chuckle in his head about something, although his cheeks turned a little red. I caught him peeping into the ladies' hot springs. Tayuya's eyes opened wide in newly fanned anger towards the self-proclaimed super pervert. That old bastard, next time I see him I'm going to rip his fucking nuts off. See if he's got anything to gawk at after that. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the slightly impassioned speech but winced at her threat. What man wouldn't have after all? Even so, Naruto was fairly certain Tayuya wouldn't be able to follow through on such a threat. Jiraiya was a Sannin for a reason after all, and that title wasn't given to just anyone. However, he wisely decided to keep that little opinion to himself. He looked across at Tayuya, seeing her smile thinking about hurting Jiraiya made him happy. It was like the kiss never happened. Hey Tayuya. She nodded absent-mindedly, lost in her violent fantasies. I'm sorry. She looked across at him a little strangely, trying to work out what he was talking about, so he clarified. Sorry about whatever I did that made you avoid me all this time. Tayuya's eyes widened and her eyebrow raised itself in shock. He actually thinks he did something? You moron, she shocked him in turn by punching him lightly on the shoulder, not as hard as she did when actually angry with him. You didn't do anything. He looked at her. This time he was the one who was confused and it showed, making her sigh deeply. It doesn't matter, shithead. Let's just forget it, okay? Not one to miss out on a chance like this, he quickly and excitedly nodded before surprising the redhead by pulling her into a brief but warm hug. She was so shocked she didn't have a chance to struggle before he let her go, still grinning that everything could just go back to the way it was. However, inside both of them they knew deep down that something had changed. While neither knew what they knew, it wouldn't be so simple for things to go back to normal. She gave him a mock scowl that looked convincing enough in payback for the hug before recomposing herself. Yeah, well, you still got fuck tons of training to do, so might as well get started. He just nodded happily and once again she couldn't help but smile along with him. It was like the last 7 years never happened and they were those two young runaways on the road again. Chapter 20. Naruto looked around in wonder and awe. He had never seen so many people gathered around in one place before. The stadium was massive, yet he never even recollected seeing it before now. Even when he was smaller he thought he would recognize such an enormous building. The stands were filled to the brim with people, all of whom were talking amongst one another, taking bets on the upcoming fights or simply waiting in unconcealed anticipation. The arena itself was equally impressive in size, if a little dull and plain for his taste. There were a few trees off to one side, but other than that not much else. Even some kind of water feature would be nice. Not everybody was like the Nidaime Hokage and could create suitin techniques out of thin air. He looked around for anything that might be advantageous as the last of the spectators filed into their seats. The massive open areas would suit his fighting style well, but he could also say the same thing about the boy standing confidently across from him. Any sized area was suited to Neji's close-range combat style. It was just unfortunate that Naruto didn't have many long-range attacks. It irritated him to no end that he had a jutsu that could finish this fight in no time at all, but he knew it would be extreme overkill to use. He shrugged to himself passively. If he was really struggling he would just use it anyway. Naruto calmly awaited the initiation of the fight while simultaneously weighing up his opponent. He had plenty of chances to train over the month-long period every fighter had been given, and he had used them to the fullest. He cursed the damn Hyuga's fighting style. It was in direct contrast to his more heavy-handed attacks. Getting in close and personal with this guy would be bad for him. He had planned accordingly, but it didn't mean he had to like it. He looked up to where the Hokage sat in his personal box and smiled, before he noticed the conspicuously unoccupied chair to his left. His thoughts turned sour as he thought about Gaara and his father's murderer, causing his hands to subconsciously clench into fists. He quickly stopped that, not wanting to give the impression the waiting was getting to him. He thought instead about Tayuya, how after the incident with Jiraiya everything had returned to some semblance of normalcy between them. She had been a huge help in his training, having nothing to train for herself but keeping her skills sharp all the same. However, all the times when he would be winning only for her to pull out that accursed flute really got to him. Sometimes he wished he had never bought the offending object in the first place, discounting all the times it had come in handy on missions. One day he was really going to have to come up with a solution for that so his enemies couldn't take advantage of it. Suddenly he was violently brought out of his own personal monologue by the start of the match. He quickly noticed the very focused-looking Hyuga running towards him, and on pure reflex he sent chakra to his feet and used it to launch himself over the other boy's head. He hadn't expected the fight to start so soon, but at least he had ticked off jumping ability on his little Chunin tick list. He was under no illusions here. The objective was not to win but to showcase his abilities. He brought up the list in his mind, and at the very top of it were close-range combat skills. He groaned at the thought, but nevertheless he rooted his feet to the ground and awaited the next charge of the pale-eyed boy. Neji got close and began lashing out with his deadly and incapacitating blows. Naruto's eyes widened when one stray blow for the Hyuga's outstretched fingers managed to brush his arm. He was shocked because despite knowing that it had hit him he felt nothing from the contact. He rushed back from the encounter, looking at the spot where a small red dot had appeared, signifying the loss of a tenketsu. He cursed the Hyuga again. He didn't know the blows were also anesthetized. That would be a pain if he didn't even realize he was being hit. Once again he found himself in close proximity with the Hyuga, dodging for all he was worth the lightning-fast attacks. It was really just a good thing that Naruto was faster, or so he thought at least. He had looked up from his arm a little late to see Neji already striking out at his body again and again. It was too fast and too sudden for Naruto to counter, as he felt more and more of his chakra being sealed off. The violent and sudden attack finally let off and he was allowed to slump to his knees, his body currently useless from the neck down. He might have been scared right now if he didn't know about this ability beforehand. As it was, he was in fact prepared and, like promised, Kyuubi's chakra quickly flooded his body, forcing open the closed junctions in his chakra network. It was only enough to do exactly that, no use alerting every high-leveled shinobi in Konoha with a foreign chakra. He smirked as he stood up, mostly because of Neji's disbelieving face as he looked at the boy who should have had difficulty breathing right now, never mind standing up. Naruto used that hesitation to rush in and get a few solid blows to Neji's midsection before years of instinctive training kicked in and the Juukan attacks came back in full force. Despite Neji's newfound wariness concerning his opponent and his impossible abilities, Naruto found himself in the exact same situation as before. All he could do was dodge the annoying fingers, unable to counter or retaliate, as he would have liked, especially now that his tenketsu could no longer be reopened. After a while, which he could tell by Neji's increasingly frustrated appearance, Naruto finally backed away from the close-quarters confrontation. He figured that dodging Juukan blows for that long would be enough to get him a decent score in taijutsu. Next up came his favorite. He jumped back into the center of the arena while Neji watched on, wary of what his opponent was attempting to do. Naruto quickly molded the required chakra and went through the hand seals as quickly as he could without making a mistake. Wind style, rotating scythes jutsu. As soon as he said it, his body slanted at an awkward angle to the ground and he started windmilling his arms wildly like he was about to fall over. Neji thought that was exactly what was happening, believing his opponent had screwed up the jutsu. He began to run at Naruto, confident about taking advantage of his enemy's blunder before he could right himself. Naruto just smirked as his clenched fists opened up, his fingers outstretched like blades. Everybody in the arena watched on, intrigued as the wind began to pick up when Naruto's arm sliced through the air. There were a few gasps as the air at the very edges of his pointed hands became white, forming a perfect circle that grew into a wheel of razor-sharp air. There were even more gasps as the spinning scythe launched out from Naruto, directly at Neji. The running Hyuga dodged to the side just in time to avoid the spinning wheel of air, only to see it dig a vicious gash into the solid stone wall behind him. Naruto wasn't done yet though. Quicker than before another wheel began forming and was quickly launched from his position. Once again Neji was forced to dodge as the even faster wind scythe span past him, grazing his sleeve by a few centimeters. Naruto kept this up, launching one after the other at the Hyuga, who was unable to do anything but dodge the dangerous jutsu until finally he became overwhelmed and activated his ultimate defense. Rotation. The sphere of blue energy erupted into life as Neji span around, releasing the required chakra from his own tenketsu. He smirked as the blade he had been unable to dodge approached, clearly being able to see the chakra-infused wind with his Byakugan. The smirk vanished when he noticed the blade of air neatly slice right past his normally impenetrable bubble, only some of the chakra being lost. He was hit full in the chest. The only thing saving him from a rather unpleasant end was the amount of chakra that had been drained from the attack by his defense. Even so, he now had a thin line up his chest where the spinning wheel met his body. Luckily for him, Naruto couldn't maintain the jutsu any longer, coming to a stop on his knee with one fist on the ground. That jutsu always left him a little dizzy. Perhaps after this fight he could ask how Neji managed it with his own spinning technique, since he didn't appear dizzy at all. He warily got up, noticing his opponent do the same, now sporting a thin cut through his shirt, which was slowly being stained red. It was hardly life-threatening, but if the fight continued on, then it would work in Naruto's favor. Hopefully it would at least slow the Hyuga prodigy down enough for what Naruto had planned next. He formed a now very familiar one-handed seal, and instantly 4 more of him appeared, 2 on either side. He hoped that a one-handed shadow clone jutsu would earn him some points in the judge's book, but he couldn't focus on that now. He sent his clones off to attack Neji, and they quickly surrounded him, approaching slowly as Neji looked around him. His Byakugan was confused by the situation. He had no idea which of the clones was the real Naruto. Each one had identical chakra and there was nothing else they were formed from. He was even more surprised when one lashed out and he felt the air from the attack move over his now bent over body. It was quickly followed by a tandem attack from the clone opposite, which felt equally real. Neji didn't know how that was even possible. He had heard of clones with solidity, but none that were made out of seemingly nothing. He suddenly treated each one as a potential threat as he blocked, parried or dodged their perfectly on team attacks that left him just on guard but not fully open. He could feel them holding back for some reason and decided to take advantage of that. In a moment of respite after one clone had finished his attack and another was just beginning, he lashed out with his foot and caught the third clone square in the chest. His eyes opened a little wider when it simply burst into smoke, causing him to cough slightly. He turned to face down his now reduced opponents only for them to burst into smoke as well. He furrowed his brow, wondering at the strange tactic as he tried to waft some of the smoke away from him. His opponent knew he had the Byakugan. He couldn't be planning on using a smokescreen unless he was an idiot. Speaking of which, Neji noticed the absence of the 5th Naruto just a little bit too late as said original burst out of the ground underneath his feet, catching the boy in a solid uppercut that was enough to launch him a few feet backwards. Naruto stood over Neji's crumpled body, checking him over to see if he really was out or he was just faking. Deciding that the boy really was unfit to continue, he nodded with a smile before allowing the proctor to approach and announce him the victor. There was a momentary silence from the crowd as they stared down at the blonde-haired winner before it erupted into cheers. Naruto basked in the praise for a few seconds but didn't let it get to his head. He also managed to hear more than a few groans as people ripped up their betting tickets. It would appear he was not the favorite for this particular match. That just widened his smile. Sometimes it was good to be the victorious underdog. It made the achievement feel that much better. Maintaining his satisfied smile, he shunshined out of the arena into the competitor's box just for that added flair and allowed the next opponents to begin. Wow, I can't believe your teammate beat Neji. Tayuya cringed at the sickly sweet but familiar voice. She shrank into the seat hoping that for some reason Gaara was nearby and that was who Ino was talking to. She was proved wrong when the blonde sat down next to her, followed by the pink-haired girl who was part of their amusing double KO. He was the rookie of the year last year. Everybody thought he was going to win this. Tayuya smirked at that. Even if Naruto hadn't won, Gaara would have wiped the floor with the Hyuga prodigy. Don't be stupid, Ino pig. Sasuke will easily win this. Tayuya tried to inch away from the two girls as they argued, hoping that they would forget she was here. I don't know, forehead, that Naruto guy looks pretty strong. Tayuya chuckled at the nickname, only now noticing the rather large forehead of the bubblegum kunoichi. It proved to be her downfall as the noise alerted the two arguing ninja of her presence once again. The pink-haired one that for now Tayuya would call bubblegum started to look her over critically. It made her really uncomfortable. Hey, why don't you have anything on your forehead protector? Aren't you from the village hidden in the sand? Tayuya groaned, looking for an escape from the boring and pointless conversation. She wished she could go to the competitor's box, but she wasn't allowed. Instead, she just elected to completely ignore the two girls. It didn't work last time, but she held out hope. Shut up, forehead, she's probably worried about her boyfriend. He took a bit of a beating from Neji after all. Tayuya had to try really hard not to respond to the obvious attempt at getting her riled up. Even so, she felt he had begun to twitch out of annoyance and bit back the urge to bring out her flute. Must not kill Konoha Kunoichi, must not kill allies, must not kill Konoha Kunoichi. Naruto appeared in the box to a fairly amusing sight. Gaara was staring at Shino and Shino was staring right back. The two stoic boys just looked at one another. Gaara's gaze was as unblinking as Shino's shaded glasses made him out to be. It was the most intense staring contest Naruto had ever seen, and he was just captivated by it. However, considering that Shino was next, he decided to interrupt and cough loud enough for both the quiet ninja to hear. Shino turned to him and nodded in acknowledgement before he disappeared in a cloud of bugs, reappearing on the arena floor a few seconds later. Gaara just stayed quiet as Naruto walked over, a confused but bemused expression on his face as he looked at his friend. The two stood there side by side for a few moments, watching as Dosu also made his way down to the arena. "I like him." Naruto smirked at his friend's comment but refocused his attention to where the two new opponents were seemingly arguing. "I said I forfeit." For the briefest of moments Shino let out a rather annoyed scowl. One wouldn't have seen it unless you looked for it. Hayate just narrowed his eyes at the sound ninja, annoyed by this sudden turn of events. "Are you sure about this? Once you forfeit you cannot re-enter the competition." Dosu merely nodded, his one visible eye warily watching Shino's silent and passive form. "Yeah, you heard me. I'm not fighting that bug freak after what he did to Zaku." Because of his mirrored glasses, Dosu missed the evil look Shino was giving him, not that he would have wanted to notice anyway. Hayate just rubbed the back of his head, coughing into his hand a little, unsure about what to do. Well, okay then. Dosu has forfeited. Would the next two competitors please come to the arena?" He followed the shout with a rather unhealthy bout of coughing into his hand. That in turn was followed by protests and booing from the audience. Naruto watched as Shikamaru lazily got up from his position on the floor of the box. He walked over to the edge of the viewing area, looking like he was also considering forfeiting, however for different reasons. This is such a drag." Lee suddenly popped up behind him, his eyes almost flaming with excitement. "Come, my youthful opponent, now is the time we must fight." With that, Lee patted Shikamaru a little hard on the back, too hard as he quickly stumbled forward to land painfully on his face down on the arena floor. By the time he had picked himself up, Lee had already run down the side of the arena, happily hopping up and down in the middle of the stadium in anticipation. Shikamaru groaned again, grumbling more unintelligible complaints as he, very slowly, made his way towards where Lee and Hayate stood waiting. Both Shinon waited for the proctor to begin the match. Lee was still bouncing and Shikamaru was much more calm and collected. His hands naturally found their way together, so his thumbs and index fingers made a circle between his hands. He was only now starting to regret not planning this match out in advance, but at the time he found it too troublesome. He began to run through scenarios in his mind but always came back to the same idea based on what he knew about Lee. It didn't exactly look good for him. Shikamaru would be the first to say that he wasn't good in solo fights, despite what happened in the preliminaries. He had merely been lucky in his circumstances and surroundings, not that it wasn't him who took those things into account and used them. Lee was exactly the opposite, practically built for solo matches thanks to his extraordinarily trained body and lightning-fast reflexes. Shikamaru wouldn't be like that until he began learning the rest of his family jutsus. He could have already, but he much preferred to just lie back and watch the clouds. He did that as he waited, leaned his head back and just chose a cloud, watching the white puffy accumulation of condensed water float lazily across the sky. It would be magnificent if he could be one, without a care in the world, just floating along without problems or troubles. His trouble for the moment was more focused on the larger version of himself in the crowd, thinking on how he would make his sensei proud in this match. Both teens were distracted when Hayate finally jumped back, so for a few seconds neither did anything, both lost in their own little world. Surprisingly, it was Shikamaru who realized the match had started first and immediately used his family's most recognizable jutsu. Shadow Possession Jutsu. Lee heard the shout in time to instinctively jump backwards, a surprising distance too. He landed well out of range of Shikamaru's elongated shadow, watching it carefully. He had seen it in the preliminaries, so he knew not to come too close. This of course posed a massive problem in that his fighting style solely consisted of up-close and personal taijutsu attacks. If he couldn't even get near Shikamaru, then all of that was completely useless. Without anything else to do, the two opponents were at an impasse. Shikamaru couldn't move closer to Lee or he would be out of the extending affect of the wall's shadow, and Lee couldn't get close to Shikamaru period. Both Shinon contemplate their options, and eventually it was Lee who came to a conclusion first. He would just have to be faster than the shadow. With that he launched himself forward, weaving and ducking randomly in an attempt to confuse Shikamaru. Luckily for the young tactician, he had already considered his opponent's brash nature before he had even thought about making the attack. He withheld using his shadow until the last safe moment before unleashing it in one go. 5 feet away from Shikamaru, Lee froze in place, uncomfortably settling into the same slouching position as the lazy Nara. Shikamaru just smiled, already reaching for his shuriken pouch. Lee did the same, but there was no pouch where he was reaching for. Shikamaru lazily brought several of the shuriken out and stretched his arm back ready to throw them. He only intended to disable Lee, so he lowered his aim for the boy's legs using the fluorescent orange leg warmers as a target. He let loose the spiraling metal with Lee copying the phantom motions, and each one struck Lee's legs precisely. However, the smile that had graced the normally apathetic boy's features dropped when the shuriken merely ricocheted off the leg warmers with a metallic clang. A few tense seconds later and the leg warmers fluttered to the floor, ripped clean off, revealing what they hid beneath. The two large ankle weights, which had likewise been severed, soon followed, making a very noticeable crater in the ground as they slid off Lee's legs. The ever-excitable Rock Lee let out the largest smile imaginable, and suddenly Shikamaru felt his hold on the jutsu weaken. Everybody in the stadium, Nara clan especially, gawked as Lee first took one step forward, followed by another. Shikamaru couldn't believe what he was seeing. There was just no way anybody could be that strong. Even so, the rivulets of sweat lazily making their way down his face told him otherwise as he struggled to maintain the exhaustive jutsu. His mind was in overdrive, trying to come up with a solution to this new problem that he had not foreseen. Even as he thought, Lee was still making steady progress towards him, also sweating from the sheer exertion the simple act of walking put him through. As Lee approached, Shikamaru saw only one viable option left. He let Lee get a little closer, now no further than arm's length away, before lifting himself up and firmly smacking his head into Lee's. The two genin just stared at nothing for a moment before they both lost their grip on gravity and fell to the ground, unconscious. Hayate jogged over, checking to see if either had managed to avoid falling asleep from the blow. He approached, only for Lee to suddenly shoot to his feet, already in a fighting stance. Anybody that knew Lee wouldn't have found that odd. What they would have, however, was the fact that Lee was still completely unconscious. He swayed back and forth on his feet, but his eyes were firmly shut and he was mumbling under his breath like a sleep talker. Hayate wasn't sure what to make of the situation. Technically it was a double knockout, but Lee was on his feet and apparently ready to fight. He narrowed his eyes for a moment before withdrawing a shuriken and throwing it so it would pass close to Lee's head. The young taijutsu master deftly caught the projectile, still fully asleep. Hayate guessed that made him still combat ready and quickly announced the match in Lee's favor. His sensei came down to carry both boys to the competitor's box as the entire arena fell deathly quiet. Naruto noticed the shift in atmosphere and looked around the stadium curiously, wondering why everybody now expectantly looked towards the competitor box. Gaara just walked off down the halls to the stairway leading down to the arena floor. That was when Naruto noticed the distinct lack of a certain red-eyed Uchiha, despite it being his match. He wondered where the boy could be. Why would you be late for something like this? Meanwhile, Gaara stood calmly in his required spot, patiently awaiting the arrival of his opponent. Nervous whispers began to circulate in the stands as after 2 minutes Sasuke had still failed to show up. Gaara wasn't worried. He could wait for as long as was needed. 5 minutes after the match was supposed to start and people were now really beginning to worry, it would appear that this was the match everybody had been waiting for and the main competitor wasn't even there. Hey, where's Duckbutt? Tayuya looked across at Ino and Sakura, both of whom were sporting the same worried and nervous looks that the rest of the betting audience were. Ino turned, scowling at the redhead while Sakura just looked confused. What do you mean Duckbutt? Ino doubled the ferocity of her gaze, which Tayuya only found amusing. You know. Sasuke. It took her a moment, but Sakura finally caught on, and immediately joined Ino in trying to burn a hole through her skull through the power of their combined will. Don't call Sasuke-kun that. Tayuya took on an exaggerated mock apologetic look with a hand on her chest. Oh, I'm sorry I insulted your precious Sasuke-kun. She made sure to say it in as sweet and innocent a voice as possible, which only made it sound even less sincere. I guess I'd be pretty scared if I had to fight Gaara as well. The other two kunoichi still seemed mad, but their previous worries seemed to be overtaking them again. Sasuke will easily beat that sand guy. Ino nodded after her friend, but it didn't look all that sure. Tayuya just smirked, amazed at how easily the tables turned and she was the annoyer. Sure. After 10 minutes the Hokage was forced to make a decision concerning Sasuke's possible disqualification for failure to show up. Luckily for the last Uchiha and all those betting in his favor, he appeared alongside Kakashi, who rubbed the back of his head rather apologetically. After a brief conversation with an annoyed Hayate to see if they could still participate, the Jounin retired and Sasuke took up his stance, ready to fight. Sasuke eyed Gaara with caution. Having seen what he did to Tenten in the preliminaries, he felt prepared but not overconfident. Gaara on the other hand looked at the Uchiha with nothing more than indifference, choosing to actually sit down on the floor of the arena. Sasuke looked extremely angry with that. He had seen Gaara's sand defense before, but he didn't think the boy would actually be this cocky about it. Gaara maintained his cross-legged stance even when Hayate started the match. Immediately Sasuke rushed forward, throwing kick after kick at Gaara, only for his sand to spring up and block it every time. Gaara literally could have stayed there all night just waiting for the Uchiha to tire himself out attempting to breach his sand. As it was, he was actually a little annoyed by how late Sasuke had turned up to the fight, even if he didn't show it. He started bringing more sand out of the gourd to complement what was already being used to block Sasuke's every attack. It started to circle him in a loose ring before expanding, slowly forming into a perfect sphere around him. Sasuke continued to attack the outside of the rock-hard sphere, searching for any weakness in the sand he could find. Soon the sphere began to expand, moving outwards as a dome that grew in circumference. Now every time Sasuke attacked, a spike would appear seconds after his foot connected with the dome. Only his reflexes saved his foot from being impaled and cost him the match. He began growing desperate as the sand continued to grow, now pulling the minerals out of the ground itself to feed it. He retreated up the wall of the stadium for some respite, noting that the dome continued to grow even in his absence, slowly approaching the wall of the stadium. He narrowed his eye at the clever tactic. If he allowed the dome to continue growing, he would be crushed against the stadium wall. If he tried to land on top of it, his feet would only get caught, and if he fled the arena, the match would be forfeit. He had hoped he wouldn't have to use this so early, but with gritted teeth he began to slowly draw chakra into his hand. Soon it crackled around his hand as lightning, splitting the air with distinctive bird-like chirps. Chidori. He took a deep breath before taking off from the wall at a sprint, rushing down while leaving rubble in his wake from the speed and the barely constrained attack. As he approached the dome, which would soon reach the boundaries of the arena, he jumped into the air and in an obviously copied way he used the Inuzuka attack to spin wildly, Chidori held out in front of him. The drill-like attack worked and he quickly broke through the normally impenetrable sand to land with a cocky smile inside. The smile fell off his face as he realized there was nobody inside the dome. It was conspicuously empty. The hole he had created ominously closed behind him before the dome began to retreat in on itself. Sasuke realized his mistake too late as the dome collapsed back into a sphere, him held hostage inside. There wasn't enough room for a Chidori and all he could do was back into the center, awaiting the completion of his capture. A minute later and he was perfectly held within the sphere, floating a few feet from the ground and curled up into a ball to prevent any bones from being broken. Gaara could have crushed him if he wanted, but he left it like that. Everybody in the stadium watched slack-jawed as Gaara defeated the last Uchiha, held like an animal in a cage. Hayate announced Gaara the winner and he immediately dispersed the sand. Sasuke dropped to the floor in an ungraceful heap. One sand sunshine later and Naruto was slapping Gaara on the back, congratulating him and mentally grinning at the humiliating way he had beaten Sasuke. He didn't have long, however, as before long he had to go back down into the arena to begin the second round of the finals. He looked over at Shino, who calmly looked back. Both nodded before making their way back down. Chapter 21. By the time Naruto had made it onto the arena floor, the crowds had died down to a dissatisfied but dull roar. He could tell that there were still many people irritated by Sasuke's loss. He briefly wondered what that might mean for the last Uchiha, but he put it out of his mind. Instead, he decided to size up his opponent across from him. He reminded Naruto so much of Gaara. It was the way he stood, stoic and silent yet definitely confident in his abilities. Naruto felt he had every reason to be. The Aburame clan's specialty was certainly impressive, if just slightly weird. He wondered how they were actually able to carry chakra eating bugs inside their own bodies without dying. He was pondering whether or not it was some kind of summoning contract and the implications of that when Hayate finally began the match. Luckily, the majority of Naruto's strategy for this match was staying stationary, so he didn't need to move. Shino was like Gaara in combat as well, staying still while his bugs took care of all the actual fighting. Naruto saw those same bugs quickly emerge from Shino, no doubt expecting Naruto to immediately rush into combat. He supposed he could have done that, but it would have defeated the purpose of his next item on the Chunin checklist, patience. Naruto merely observed as an entire swarm of the little chakra suckers poured out of the unmoving boy. He was quickly surrounded on all sides in a small oasis of land that wasn't covered by the Kikaiku, neither combatant having made a single move yet. You were foolish to allow yourself to be surrounded like that. The Kikaiku will slowly drain your body of chakra until there is none left to take. You should forfeit now, save yourself the pain. Naruto just nodded with a smile on his face, taking the stoic Aburame by surprise slightly as the bug user wondered what he was planning. Thanks for the warning, I just wanted to test your bugs, see how fast they really can drain chakra. In honesty, Naruto was already beginning to feel the effects. Chakra was slowly being sucked from his body, seemingly through the air itself, though much less than they could have if they were directly on him. He fought back the urge to drop down on one knee. The effects were truly exhausting, but he managed to maintain his posture and even crossed his arms a little, acting bored. The crowd was confused. After Naruto's last fight, they had at least expected some action or a good show. Instead, both boys were merely standing there. To make it even worse, Naruto appeared to be allowing himself to lose, letting his energy be siphoned off into the Kikaiku. Shino didn't show it, but he was both surprised and impressed. His bugs were working at full capacity and Naruto was still standing. That alone was a feat in of itself, and Shino could at least commemorate him. Nobody had lasted this long before. However, that begrudging respect quickly tuned to worry as a minute went by and Naruto showed no visible signs of fatigue. He hadn't moved a muscle once except to reposition himself and was now lazily looking around the stadium. That worry increased tenfold when he realized that many of his Kikaiku had begun returning to his body, unable to absorb any more chakra from Naruto. In essence, they got full from eating his chakra. To say that Shino was surprised would be one hell of an understatement. That had definitely never happened before. How are you doing this? Nobody has this much chakra. Naruto finally acknowledged the Aburame, turning to face him with a large smile. Oh good, then at least it's working. Honestly, you had me a little worried there for a while. I thought I had misjudged how much your bugs could ingest. At this point, Naruto began noticing that the ring of insects surrounding him has gotten smaller and was still decreasing as more and more flew back to their host. When about half of them were gone, Naruto began walking, slowly at first but increasing his speed. The Kikaiku moved to intercept him, but they were sluggish and weighed down by their exhaustive meal. He easily dodged the lazy attack and was quickly approaching a startled and unprepared Shino who could only watch as Naruto moved closer. He couldn't form a bug clone quick enough, so he dropped into his family's taijutsu stance. He was uncertain about the outcome of this match now, as Naruto had kept up with Neji, so he would easily deal with the Aburame's less developed taijutsu. However, the bug wielder was surprised when Naruto merely stopped a few feet away from him, not bothering to attack. He quickly understood why when he felt the cold steel of a kunai press up against his neck. He could only turn enough to see a smiling Naruto behind him, holding said kunai with the intent to use it if Shino moved an inch. At least tell me how. Naruto pondered the request for a moment and nodded curtly. Okay, I knew I might be facing you, so for the entire month we had to prepare I started sealing as much of my chakra as I could into temporary seals across my body. All I did in this match was release them when I started to feel your Kikaiku feed of me. They fed on my old chakra and I held onto my own. He smiled all the way through the explanation, and Shino had to admit it was incredibly smart, pointing out a large flaw in the Aburame's attack plan. However, he felt secure in the knowledge that Naruto was only able to pull off the feat, thanks to having the appropriate knowledge beforehand. There was nobody on Earth with that much chakra to attempt this unprepared, but even so Shino would definitely be having a discussion with his father about this later. Thank you for showing me a flaw in my strategy. Naruto nodded politely again as Shino raised his arm to signal he was forfeiting the match. Once again the crowd seemed dissatisfied with the outcome, nothing exciting happening at all. The Aburame clan, however, had watched riveted to the entire display. They were equally as intrigued as Shino was by Naruto's foreplanning, and even the clan head had to commend the young Jinan's strategy. Naruto, on the other hand, was pretty pleased with himself. Shino didn't seem that bad, so it was nice that he didn't have to hurt him. He saw what Gaara meant when the stoic sand wielder showed his like for him. They walked out of the stadium together, Naruto towards the competitor's box now that he was guaranteed a place in the finals, and Shino towards his family in the stands. As they did so, Gaara once again entered the arena, Lee matching his shunshine with an overexcited sprint to win. They managed to arrive at the same moment, much to many people's shock that Lee could actually beat a shunshine just by running. If Gaara was also impressed, he certainly didn't show it. He merely began drawing out sand from the gourd, already preparing himself for the same maneuver that defeated Sasuke. He figured that if it worked, then there was no use in trying something else. Lee was also preparing in his own way by removing his ankle weights early. He had asked Guy earlier and was given full permission. When both Jinan appeared ready, Hayate jumped backwards, very far backwards if this fight would be anything like Gaara's last one. Instantly Gaara was preparing the dome of sand, however he wasn't expecting the sheer speed that Lee now possessed without his ankle weights. In a literal flash of movement Lee disappeared, reappearing almost instantly at Gaara's side much to the Ichibi Jinchuriki's shock. One hard and swift kick later Gaara found himself hurtling backwards out of the protective influence of his sand. The gourd on his back broke down just in time to cushion his otherwise painful fall, even so he managed to leave a small trench due to the sheer velocity the kick managed to send him. Before he could even stand up he felt Lee's foot connect again, flicking him up into the air quite violently. It didn't stop there. Somehow the taijutsu prodigy managed to launch kick after bone-breaking kick at Gaara, obviously springing back off the floor each time just to reconnect with Gaara's body. It was all happening far too fast for Gaara to properly process what was happening. Once he was high enough into the air, namely level with the actual stands, Lee had wrapped him up in bandages and they were already traveling down spinning wildly like a miniature tornado. Front Lotus. The cry came out instants before both competitors drove harshly into the ground, Gaara head first with Lee using that to cushion his own fall. Lee backed away from the crater as the crowds of people looked on in wonder and shock. Once again there was the general moan of people who lost a lot of money betting on Gaara when the smoke cleared, revealing his motionless form. Lee made a gleaming smile as he looked up into the stands, to once again gain his sensei's approval. His celebration was cut short as a massive whip of sand slammed into his undefended side, sending him hurtling back across the stadium. The crowd's attention turned to Gaara once again, standing completely unharmed back where he had started the match. Those who hadn't been focused on Lee saw him rise up out of the ground, apparently having been there the entire time. The shell of a body that still remained in the crater slowly dissolved back into sand before rejoining the rest of it floating around Gaara. Now Gaara knew how fast Lee could travel. He wasn't going to allow the boy to get the upper hand again. He sent out tendril after tendril at the spandex-wearing boy, each one smashing into the ground with enough force to cause small tremors. He normally didn't let his emotions get the better of him in combat, but he was slightly angered that Lee's attack may well have hurt him had it not been a sand clone taking the beating. Lee on the other hand now found himself dodging left, right and center as arm-like constructs of sand filled his vision, drawing their form from the ground underneath him. He managed to dodge each one, but as they backed him into a corner he was finding it increasingly difficult. Soon that entire side of the stadium was covered in dust as Gaara kept up his relentless assault, determined to simply bat Lee out of the stadium itself, even if that meant through the floor. Finally he stopped, sensing no more movements behind the veil of dust and debris that was only now allowed to settle. Gaara stayed where he was, wary for any signs of movement inside the smothering cloud of smoke and dust. He didn't even look tired from the exertion of moving that volume of sand. In fact his arms were still crossed over his chest. By the time his sand had fully retreated back to him, now forming a thin ring, which orbited him slowly, the dust had settled enough to see nothing. Lee was nowhere to be seen in that side of the arena. In fact it appeared he had vanished completely from the stadium. Gaara cocked an eyebrow, curious as to where his opponent had vanished. So far Lee had shown no attempts at using ninjutsu or genjutsu, so it made a lot of people curious as to how he had simply vanished without a trace. Their questions were answered when everybody in the stadium simultaneously heard a distinctive whistling pierce through the eerie silence. Severe. A small black dot appeared over the stadium, rocketing down at tremendous speed. Leaf. That dot quickly resolved into Lee's spandex-coated form that now sported a fair few rips along its surface. Hurricane. Lee's body impacted with the stadium in an almighty crash, powerful enough to send an enormous blast of air into the stands. The ground around the impact zone rose up for a few seconds as the laws of displacement struggled to compensate for Lee's crash. It came back down as physics righted itself and a crater worthy of a meteorite was revealed from the dust and debris. In the center stood a panting Lee whose skin had inexplicably turned red and his eyes had lost their entire color. There was no sign of Gaara anywhere and Naruto worried for his friend's safety for a moment. It was premature however, as not too long after Gaara rose from the ground, the dust and dirt having covered him to the point of invisibility. He looked suitably shocked by the attack, his eyes were wide. The reason he had survived unscathed at all revealed itself when fragments of what appeared to be his skin dropped off of his body. The sand armor fell away from his body, his mind unable to hold it together as he reeled from the devastating attack. He was lucky that it took a few moments for the newly changed Lee to even realize he was still standing, enough time to right himself and begin pulling sand clones out of the ground. First 2, then 10, then 50 clones rose out of the ground. They were fed from the earth itself even though it took a fair amount of Gaara's considerable reserves to manage. By now Lee had figured out his attack had failed and went about the newly reconfigured stadium, making short work of all Gaara's clones. Each was swiftly removed from existence as he blurred about the stadium like he had no mass whatsoever. However many he destroyed though Gaara would just create more. They didn't actually do anything though, merely standing around just waiting to be pulverized by Lee's strong fist style. Gaara used them as a distraction to retreat from Lee's unimaginably fast form and start to concentrate for what he needed to do. Anybody watching him, and a fair few people were by now considering Lee was moving too fast to be seen by the naked eye, would have seen his sand begin to drain into the earth. He closed his eyes, feeling the vibrations in the earth that Lee was making through the tiny streams of sand beneath the surface of the ground. Taking a large breath in to steady his nerves and concentrations, Gaara took on an extremely focused look. Imperial Sand Net. Before the last word was even out of his mouth, thousands of strings or sand burst out of every corner of the stadium, crossing over one another until razor-sharp lines of sand crisscrossed every meter of the arena. Lee was stopped in his tracks. He couldn't even move a muscle or risk slicing himself into pieces. Lee actually smiled when he realized the only part of his body that he could even move was his arm so that he could forfeit. He did so quickly before Gaara decided to actually complete the lethal jutsu, and all the sand immediately dispersed back into particles. The crowd was left stunned and speechless at the display of sheer power each combatant had given. Naruto too was shocked. He had realized Gaara had been working on something for the past month, but he never would have suspected something of this caliber. With a gulp, he contemplated what other attacks his friend might be withholding from him in preparation for their fight. With another gulp, he realized that moment had in fact just arrived as Lee was walked out of the arena by his sensei. With a breath to calm himself and a moment to plaster a smile across his features, he jumped out of the box and joined Gaara on the arena floor. He looked across at his oldest friend and thought back to all the times they sparred in the past. Something told him this would be quite on the same level. As they both eyed each other up, the tension in the stadium was palpable. Many preconceived notions about how this Chunin exam finals had been completely and irrevocably destroyed. The odds were swinging in both directions with no clear favorite, although after the last fight there were a few more opting for Gaara. They were given a brief 5-minute interlude for Gaara to regain his lost chakra, but Shukaku was already taking care of that. Both boys smirked as they looked out at one another, even they didn't know how this fight would turn out. They had been fighting one another since they were 8 years old. When one got the upper hand, the other would just improvise and turn the tables. Naruto produces a set of lengthened kunai from his sleeves, infusing each blade with a fair amount of wind chakra. One was held out in front of him in a guard position while the other was behind him, held in a reverse grip for speed. He considered bringing out his favorite technique, but again he didn't want to use it in front of all these people. There would be far too many questions later on. He opted for a few oldies that might catch Gaara off guard. Nobody knew Subaku no Gaara like Naruto. That's why he knew Lee almost had the right idea. Rushing Gaara was a good ploy, getting in close was where he was weakest. The problem lay in knowing if you were fighting Gaara at all. Naruto was dropping into a very low crouch that would aid him getting that little extra burst of speed when the first feather fell from the sky. He watched it, completely mesmerized by the way its soft white form lazily drifted back and forth. A goofy smile split his face as his eyes moved back and forth, just watching the feather float in the breeze. It was completely out of his knowledge that there were hundreds more, identical to the one that so captured his attention, also falling from the sky. All around the stadium, the people who didn't recognize the genjutsu drifted off to sleep while the shinobi in the crowd started looking around for the cause of the mass illusion. They were only momentarily distracted by the massive burst of smoke from the Hokage's box before enemy shinobi began appearing out of the sleeping denizens of the crowd. Before anybody could react to the Hokage's danger, everybody found themselves fighting off hordes of enemy ninja, each proudly displaying their allegiances with musical notes on their headbands. Gaara was currently attempting to wake Naruto up from his genjutsu-induced lullaby as Tayuya joined them, having jumped down from the stands. One burst of chakra later and Naruto was up, his eyes opened wide from the shock-like nature of being ripped from a genjutsu. He looked around in a semi-daze, confused as to what exactly was going on. However, he saw Konoha ninja fighting Sound ninja, and that was all the knowledge he needed. He was about to rush off to help when he noticed the enormous purple box that had erupted in the Hokage's box. Fearing for the old man's safety, he took off at pace, leaping and dodging past dueling shinobi. He was running like a dog, on all fours, using his claws to dig into the earth and propel himself even faster. Gaara and Tayuya were having trouble keeping up and only managed to do so thanks to Naruto stopping on top of the roof where 3 Anbu stood watching the fight develop inside the translucent barrier. "What's happening?" One of the Anbu turned to them. He was wearing a mask that gave him the appearance of a rat. "The Hokage is currently engaging in combat with the Sannin Orochimaru behind this barrier. We are unable to breach it and must trust that our Hokage can handle the situation." Naruto cursed under his breath. He knew some Fuinjutsu but would never declare himself a master. If the Anbu could do nothing, then he stood no hope of helping. We were instructed by the Sand Village to offer our aid in the case of emergency. The Anbu looked over the three, his eyes narrowing underneath his mask in suspicion. However, right now they couldn't afford to be picky with their help, and he quickly nodded. Fine, there is nothing you can do here. Go help the other shinobi repel the sound ninja attacking from the outside. Naruto nodded back, his face now set in a determined grimace as the three set off in the direction the most noise and smoke was coming from. Naruto looked back in time to see Sarutobi going toe-to-toe with Orochimaru. Come on, old man, I know you can beat him. That was all Naruto had time for as they rounded the corner of the street and entered a war zone. Naruto dodged another punch from an older sound ninja, ducking under the rather sloppy blow as he grabbed the man's sleeve and used his momentum to launch him into a nearby wall. He raced after him before the man had even made contact and pulled him out of the miniature crater. He threw him again, this time with more force towards another approaching shinobi, who took the blow full in the chest. Naruto swiftly moved on, finding more free opponents in the mess that were the streets close to the wall. He swerved in a panic as masonry and rubble suddenly fell from the sky around him, forcing him to weave and duck or be crushed underneath. He turned to see the cause of the potentially fatal destruction, to see the biggest snake he had ever seen. The worst part was that its dull, lifeless eyes were staring right back at him as its tongue flicked out of its mouth once. Oh crap. Gaara felt more like he was sweeping a room free of dust than fighting of deadly attempts on his life. His sand swept through the unsuspecting and ill-prepared hordes of enemy ninja, suffocating and beating them into unconsciousness without any real effort on his part. Kunai and shuriken flew in every direction, always being intercepted by his automatic defense before it could come close to causing him harm. His difficulty was discerning friend from foe. Sometimes it was difficult to fine-tune his control to just the sound shinobi when everywhere was so densely packed. He had to consciously control his chakra-laced sand so it would only attack his enemies. Right now he was calmly walking through the brawling masses, creating his own eye of the hurricane and a few feet around him in every direction. Nobody could even get close. Inside that little bubble of protection were a few children, between the ages of 6 and 9. They were kids who hadn't had time to be evacuated, and currently Gaara's sand was protecting them like they were the Jinchuriki themselves. He was walking them through the battle in the direction of the closest concentration of Konoha shinobi who could lead them to the safety of the bunkers. It had started with one kid who had seen how he was protected, and before he knew it there were almost 15 of them, all huddled around his body in fear. Tayuya was having the most fun of the three, dancing through the battle like a merry Pied Piper. Her fingers raced across her flute like they were possessed, weaving more and more intricate genjutsus that served to confuse, disorientate and generally slow down the enemy. Currently she had a group of sound nin fighting among one another, half of them thinking the other were the enemy. Anybody that came across her quickly believed that their flesh was melting right off their body or that the ground itself was swallowing them alive. Powerful shinobi would come into her vision only to leave it as cowering balls of tears that were easy pickings for the Konoha shinobi. Like the Pied Piper, she had managed to assemble a group of the Konoha Jinan, namely Shino, Lee, and Tenten. They managed to deal with anybody intelligent or strong enough to break out of her genjutsus quickly enough. They worked well as a cohesive unit, dealing with stragglers that Tayuya left behind while protecting the girl herself. Tayuya had previously been annoyed with Lee for her rather humiliating defeat at his hands. That quickly bled away when the boy managed to save her from a very large sound ninja who had rushed her blind spot with a kunai poised for the kill. Lee had jumped in and managed to swiftly take out the man, all as Tayuya watched on, unable to do anything while her hands, or more specifically her fingers, were busy. Naruto cringed back into himself as he looked around his dark, fleshy prison. He shuddered at the feel of the slimy substance that coated everything and did everything in his power to not allow it to get in his mouth. It wasn't working. He struggled about as he thought about just how the hell he had managed to get eaten by a snake the size of a building. This is not how I'm going to die. I am not going to be some snake's lunch. He slashed about with the wind chakra-infused kunai only for the rubbery walls to wobble when he struck them. He couldn't get enough leverage behind the blows to do any real damage, and when he did, all he got for his troubles was some blood sprayed in his face. It was hot and sticky and made the blonde want to throw up, but he persevered. It still had no effect and he could feel himself get drawn even further into the fleshy tunnel. Right now he was just glad that snakes ate their meals whole. Right, that's it. Multi-shadow CLO blue. Even as the jutsu took effect, more of the gunk managed to get in his mouth. From the outside, the shinobi battling the vast snake only saw it pause for a moment before its body began to writhe uncontrollably. One part of its long scaly body expanded suddenly, giving way to hundreds upon hundreds of Naruto clones as its body exploded from the sheer number of them. Snake blood and guts rained down on the battlefield, covering Konoha and Sound Shinobi indiscriminately. The hundreds of Naruto clones puffed out of existence as the original was finally allowed to fall over on his hands and knees, as he voided the contents of his stomach in a violent manner. Every fighting shinobi felt it as the general retreat was called while Orochimaru was seen fleeing the site of his battle, now a veritable forest atop the roof. The Sound Shinobi all retreated as one, still being cut down or captured by the Leaf Nin as they attempted their hasty escape. Naruto didn't bother to run after them, leaving it up to the Konoha ninja, which he realized had been rather severely reduced in number. Instead, he began making his way back through the battlefields looking for any signs of his teammates. He spotted Tayuya first, her vibrant red hair easy to pick out from the surrounding masses. She quickly helped him locate Gaara, still managing to have a few wayward children cling to him that felt safer with the Sandman than in the shelters. Naruto held back his laugh for their sake, but he would definitely note that down for later. They had to make jokes. What they had seen was gruesome, and if this was how they coped with it, then all the better. Dead shinobi littered the street from Otogakure and Konohagakure alike. The Shinigami held no preferences or reservations. They searched through the damaged streets some more, helping to find injured or stranded ninja and civilians. Naruto still couldn't believe the paths of destruction the massive snakes had carved through the village. Entire lines of houses and shops were flattened, reduced to barely rubble and dust. The walls didn't look that much better. Gaping holes littered the once mighty and impenetrable wall, and in some areas it was still crumbling. Hyugas picked through the rubble, using their Kekkei Genkai to locate anybody still alive or trapped in wrecked homes or storefronts. While in the heat of battle, Naruto had barely noticed all the destruction, but now that it was all over there was nothing else to look at. It was a relief for everybody when night finally came. After many, many showers, Naruto finally crawled into bed. The Inuzuka compound managed to come out of the ordeal fairly unscathed, thanks to its out-of-the-way location. He wrapped his arm around Tayuya's waist more tightly than usual, unintentionally using her as a comfort. He felt her slight shivers. Despite the tough facade she put up, he knew she had seen more than her fair share of bloodshed and death today. Despite his or her careers, seeing somebody die in front of you, enemy or friend alike, never got any easier. Before he finally allowed himself the embrace of sleep, he let out one last fleeting thought for the friends he had made in his brief stay in the village. He hoped they were okay, but right now it was most important that the girl he was clutching was still there. He didn't know what he would do if Tayuya were ever hurt, or worse, killed. Chapter 22. Rain poured in sheets from the darkened sky, each droplet like a little senbone ribbing more and more of Naruto's skin from his body. Every splash was like a gong reminding him of everything he lost as he looked out over the throngs of people gathered around. All eyes were focused to the front of the roof where a simple wreath lay before a closed coffin. Naruto's eyes were fixed on the plain framed photo in front of it. It was smeared and distorted by the relentless rain, but Hiruzen's face was still visible. It was a photo from his first day as Hokage. With his arm around his wife's waist and a gleam in his smile, he looked ready to take on anything as he first put on the Hokage robes. It wasn't supposed to be a day of mourning, but a day of remembrance, of celebration of the third's time as the leader of the Leaf Village. Somehow that didn't manage to brighten up the atmosphere as people openly cried for their lost leader. Naruto wouldn't allow himself to cry. It was unfitting of a shinobi, but even so the near tidal wave of emotions threatened to break that self-imposed rule. Before him lay the first person to ever treat him as a real human being, to actually show him the smallest amount of kindness. Nothing would ever take that position in his heart, nothing ever could. He would always be Naruto's first precious person. The ceremony dragged on. It sounded horrible to put it like that, but it was how Naruto felt. It was like a never-ending torment to stand here and listen to people talk about the old man, even if it was special and memorable moments from his life. The only moments Naruto cared about were those fleeting talks they would share, the secret praising smirks Hiruzen would give him after a prank, and the one time the old man had let him wear the Hokage robes. That one memory actually made Naruto smile, even if it was only briefly before the pouring rain re-dampened his spirit. The cloak had been ridiculously oversized and Naruto was constantly tripping up, however every time he did so Hiruzen was right there to catch him. The most amusing part was wearing the hat. It dwarfed Naruto's head to the point of completely obscuring his vision. The Hokage had called it a vision of a future to come. Now Naruto could only look back at it as a past that might have been. Naruto had difficulty laying down the white flower that was clutched in his trembling fist. He reached out his hand, but the simple plant just would drop. He could only stare at the framed photo, willing this all to be one terrible nightmare and he could wake up to see him one last time. He felt something clutch his hand and warmth spread from that contact. He looked around to see Tayuya next to him, also looking at the portrait. He finally let the flower drop into the growing pile atop the coffin before letting the red-haired girl lead him away. There were only a few people in the line after him, dressed in the same black mourning clothes. He paid them no heed, too lost in his own thoughts to even notice as the service finally came to a close, the rain finally letting up as it did so. Nobody would notice the solitary tear that finally managed to crawl out of Naruto's eye. It just blended in with the countless droplets of rain that soaked through his form. Naruto sat on the bank of the lake, looking out over the peaceful, calm waters like he had done for the past 3 days. Tayuya and Gaara had come to see him many times, neither attempting to move him or coerce him to do so in the slightest. They understood that he would start training again when he felt ready, when he had allowed enough time to pass to deal with the loss of a pseudo-father figure. Naruto didn't say much when they visited, but he was sure they understood that he appreciated their company. Tayuya was especially helpful. She would come and just sit next to him for a while, never saying anything, just sharing in the scene with him. Surprisingly, it was Gaara who was the more talkative one, telling Naruto of some of the kids who had begun to follow him around ever since the invasion. He had actually managed to get Naruto to laugh yesterday, the first real sign of his recovery. Like always, he smelt the newcomer before he heard them even clear their throat. Naruto said nothing, not particularly caring what this Anbu was here for or what he had to say. When the black and gray-clad man saw that he wouldn't get a response from the Jinchuriki, he approached, somewhat cautiously. Naruto should have expected as much, considering the Anbu were some of the few privy to his status as Kyuubi's container. I have been instructed by the temporary council consisting of Homura and Koharu to talk to you concerning your current allegiances. Naruto actually quirked an eyebrow at this, turning a little to see the wolf-masked Anbu properly. What about them? The Anbu remained impassive, despite the obvious venom in his words. They wanted to ask about the reason behind your headband. Again, this caused Naruto to raise his eyebrow in surprise and suspicion. The reason I don't carry the Sunagakur symbol? The Anbu nodded, equally dispassionately. None of their business. Naruto couldn't see it, but he was sure the man's eyes narrowed after that statement. They also asked me to inquire as to what your intentions are now. Naruto finally turned fully, standing up from his spot for the first time in 3 days, already feeling the associated stiffness ease off his muscles. My intentions? I intend to do exactly as the Suna Council asked me to do, to help our allies in the event of an emergency situation. Once again, Naruto felt the piercing suspicion emanate from the operative as he gave that same reason. I was informed by the council that if that were the case, you were to report to the Hokage Tower to be assigned into a temporary team with a shinobi from our village. Naruto nodded slowly. He could ask this man why that was, but he felt it would probably be better to get those answers from the source. And my teammates? Have been similarly informed. Naruto nodded again, all the confirmation the masked man needed before he shimmered away in a small shower of leaves. Not really the types for long conversations, those Anbu. Good thing I'm used to Gaara. What? Anko's loud scream actually caused Homura to wince slightly before twisting a finger inside his ear to clear the ringing. I thought the situation would be quite clear, Miss Mitarashi. Is there something specific you do not understand? He managed to keep his voice quite level, despite the pounding headache that threatened to overcome him. He wasn't quite sure how he and Koharu had managed to get stuck with being substitute Hokage for the time being, but he was beginning to respect his old teammate just that little bit more if this was what he had to put up with on a daily basis. Yeah, tell me again why I'm getting stuck with a bunch of snot-nosed Janan? Homura sighed for the 5th time since Anko had entered the office. While the chair was certainly comfy, he wasn't sure it was worth it. Like I already said, Miss Mitarashi, Anko eyed him dangerously. Stop calling me that. Sigh number 6 managed to escape his lips. Like I already said, Anko, the village needs all available resources acting at full strength. While we appreciate your abilities in covert operations, right now we need to focus more on those missions that actually get noticed. If other nations catch on to the fact we are in a weakened condition, they will no doubt take advantage of that. Anko growled something under her breath that didn't sound all that pleasant. Yeah, but why me? There are tons of Jounin that don't have squads. Homura leaned back in the chair more, his fingers subconsciously reaching up to rub his temple. And each will be getting equally important missions, I assure you. Anko didn't seem at all pleased with the answer, but before she could complain again, Homura cut her off. Anko, there is really nothing you can do about this. When a new Hokage is instated, you can take it up with them. Until then, the village is under mine and Koharu's direction, and I assure you that she will back up what I have to say. Anko's argument died on the tip of her tongue as she leaned back with her arms under her ample chest. At least tell me who the little Gakas are. Homura finally allowed a smile to trace his old features. Oh, I think you've met them before. Naruto walked out into the training ground flanked by his two friends. They had all arrived at the Hokage's office to be told that they would meet their new Jounin instructor here. Naruto had wanted to ask who they would be getting, but after thinking about it he realized he didn't actually know any of the Jounin level shinobi in the village anyway, discounting Kakashi and the proctors for the Chunin exams. Tayuya had already told him the Kakashi had students, including Duck Butt, who Naruto correctly guessed was Sasuke. Tayuya and Gaara seemed happy that Naruto was moving around and would soon go back to training, but there was no mistaking the fact that he was quieter now. Both could sympathize, having lost estranged parental figures themselves, Gaara his father and Tayuya the old woman from her village. He tried to banish these thoughts from his head as he moved into the training area, and out of the way, fenced-off forest near to where the Forest of Death was. They calmly waited for 15 minutes, none of them saying anything, even though it was soon fairly obvious that Tayuya was getting annoyed at their sensei's absence. Naruto was off to one side, flicking through the pages of his little orange book while Gaara sat Indian style with a ring of sand slowly rotating around his body. Tayuya was the only one left without anything to do. She could have practiced her flute, but she needed the right mood to do that in. Irritated and frustrated was not. She also couldn't even read like Naruto because she had left her copy in their room by mistake. Normally in that situation she would just take Naruto's, but somehow he had managed to get onto the next book, so she would be completely confused by what was going on. When 15 minutes had turned into 30, Tayuya began to pace and Naruto saw he could see the steam begin to pour out of her ears in the periphery of his vision. He just hoped their sensei was good at getting out of Genjutsu or they were in for an unpleasant couple of hours. This was also rather exciting for him, for as long as he had known his only real teachers were Baki and Kyuubi, it would be an interesting experience if nothing else. Finally they heard somebody approaching from the direction of the forest and everybody except Naruto turned to face it, only for a very large snake to emerge from the trees and slither into the middle of them. Sup? All three teens looked at the snake curiously. It was about the length of a tree and as thick as Naruto's body. It was a mottled green color with two very deep strips of black running the length of its body. It unsurprisingly managed to be quite intimidating. "You're our sensei?" The snake just looked at her in what Naruto guessed was the snake equivalent of exasperation. "No, child, I'm here too." He hung his head as if the next thing he had to do was the most embarrassing thing in its life. Introduced her. It looked around for a few moments, sending glancing looks back into the forest while its tongue perpetually flickered in and out. It gave a hiss that almost seemed like a sigh before it rose its head up in mock pride and called out at the top of its lungs. "Introducing, the one and only, Queen of Snakes, Mistress of Dengo, Anko Mitarashi." The snake seemed to just slump over, a very, very irritated gleam in its eye before puffing back to wherever it came from. In its wake the training ground erupted into a miniature hurricane before the woman herself appeared in a tremendous swirl of leaves. Anko appeared with a victorious grin holding her hands on her hips. Naruto could almost see the imaginary cape fluttering behind her. She opened her eyes, expecting to see odd faces and excited Junon looking at her in wonder. Instead she got two boys who were completely ignoring her, one meditation and the other reading, whilst the redhead was just staring at her murderously. "You're half an hour late." Anko glared back with just as much conviction. "Hey, it's not like I'm Kakashi or something. A great introduction like that requires planning." She looked around, expecting at least a nod of agreement from Naruto. She thought he understood her prankster side. Instead the blonde just tucked in the corner of the page he was reading, closed the book and stood up expectantly. Anko's shoulders slumped a little seeing that nobody appreciated her work yet again. "Well, whatever, I'm your new Jounin instructor. Here." She threw each of them the standard Chunin flak jackets which they all deftly caught. "Congratulations, you're all officially Chunin rank." "All of us?" It was Tayuya who asked the question, rightly confused that she too had been promoted. Anko just looked at her disinterestedly, still miffed nobody had liked her entrance. "Yeah, I don't know. Something about the way you fought during the invasion or something like that." Tayuya didn't complain for once, she was just happy that she wouldn't have to retake the exams in 6 months without her teammates to back her up. She wasn't saying she needed them, but it wouldn't be the same without them. "What about Hana?" Anko stared at Naruto with proper irritation while he just smirked, rubbing his nose subtly. "Damn you kid, why do you have to ruin our introductions? Okay, come on out Hana, they know." They heard a small commotion from further into the forest and what sounded suspiciously like somebody falling out of a tree. "What about the fireworks?" Anko just put a hand to her forehead, looking for all the world like she just wanted to kick something until it stopped moving. "Leave the fireworks, there's no point now." They heard more commotion from the forest before Hana shunshined into the clearing next to Anko. I told you they would find me. Anko turned to her with a very irritable expression in her eyes. You could have told me the Gaki had some kind of super sense of smell. Hana shrugged sheepishly while a dark cloud seemed to descend over Anko before she forcefully dispelled it. All this time the three Jinan turned Chonin had watched on in part amusement and part annoyance. Naruto loudly cleared his throat and both Jounin turned, this time both looking rather sheepish as they rubbed the back of their heads. Right, well I'm not your full-time instructor because I'm only a Tokubutsu Jounin, as is Hana, that's why we'll take it in turns. After a round of surprisingly acceptant nods from their new students the two kunoichi breathed a small sigh of relief. Anko turned to Naruto suddenly, a very curious look in her eye now. Okay, pleasantries are over, we all know each other blah blah blah. First order of business is why the hell you're under a genjutsu, Anko sighed happily, that had been bugging her ever since the Forest of Death. Naruto for one seemed shocked, but not all that surprised. Tayuya had assured him the genjutsu would be tough but she also figured that most Jounin wouldn't be able to sense it. He looked around at his teammates, Gaara just shrugged, not particularly caring either way while Tayuya had calmed down enough to do likewise. Well okay I guess but it's probably best if I showed you. Hana and Anko nodded eagerly, now both very curious about what it was Naruto was hiding, both with very different ideas as to what it could be. Naruto stood up from his position on the ground and clasped his hands together in a seal familiar to everybody. Kai. He didn't even shout it, it had become second nature to dispel or apply his personal illusion. He shimmered for a moment without the normal flash of smoke to signal the loss of the illusion. Seconds later he stood, mostly unchanged but with a few very key differences. His claws once again were visible, extending from his fingers in a noticeable fashion as they gleamed in the sunlight. Likewise his proper ears were also free and happily twitched atop his head like a diver coming back up for air. His whisker marks became deeper and more defined, more scar-like but without any of the disfiguring features. His canines elongated in a similar fashion to his claws, poking out of his mouth even when closed. The final and most noticeable of all the features was the addition of three bushy and very excited blonde tails that trashed behind him expectantly. Anko and Hana just stood transfixed by the sight, taking in Naruto's new appearance with wide eyes. He briefly wondered if this had been a bad idea, already imagining being dragged off to some Anbu jail. That. Naruto flinched involuntarily as both girls spoke in unison. Is. He unconsciously backed away, preparing for his dangerous flight from the village. Awesome. He opened his eyes that he hadn't even realized he had closed in shock, that wasn't the reaction he had been expecting. When he did so he found Anko very much inside his personal space, closely examining his whisker marks with scrutiny. He also felt something lightly brush one of his tails and looked around to see Hana looking at them with the exact same amount of intent as her friend. Wow, no wonder you use a four-legged taijutsu style. These must provide great balance. Can you feel things with these whiskers? How do you stop people standing on them? How hard are the claws? Why three tails? Do you have them on your feet as well? I wonder what a hickey would feel like from somebody with fangs? Naruto just managed to stammer through the questions with various ums and ahs as they came fast from all directions. He felt like a piece of art in a collection being evaluated for auction. The last question managed to catch him off guard the most, but not more so than Anko suddenly grabbing one of his tails and rubbing it against her cheek. Soft. Naruto spun in surprise, yanking said tail out of her grasp, leaving her to pout like a child with its toy taken away. It was actually so adorable that he considered just giving her the tail back but her shook his head of it, mumbling under his breath about girls managing to control his life. He spun around again to find Hana and Anko looking at him expectantly before he realized he hadn't answered a single one of their questions. Yes, I can feel things with the whiskers. I tuck them into my pants to stop people standing on them. I haven't found anything that breaks my claws yet and yes they are on my feet as well. Anko and Hana seemed pleased by the answers before Hana frowned, realizing he had missed one, much to Naruto's displeasure. But why three of them? He sighed, his shoulders slumping at the same moment. He gave a pleading look towards his friends who could only offer him shrugs and helpless looks that made him want to seriously break something. It shows how much of the Kyuubi's power I can safely use. He winced involuntarily, already expecting the hateful looks and harsh comments like demon or monster. Instead, when he opened his eyes he only saw the two kunoichi even more interested than before. Before any more awkward and invasive questions that he really didn't want to answer came up he quickly pointed in Gaara's direction. Hey, he's a Jinchuriki too, interrogate him. The two Jounin looked at Gaara curiously, Anko coming close enough that the sand in his gourd began to twitch dangerously. So why don't you look like that as well? Gaara merely narrowed his eyes into a glare, something Anko wouldn't have thought could look so frightening coming from a 14-year-old. Shukaku and I don't have a great dialogue. He left at that, making it very clear he wouldn't say any more on the topic. Anko backed off. Gaara could pull off the psycho look if he wanted to, and she kept it in mind for future reference. She turned back around to Naruto, giving his true form one last look. Alright fuzzball, you might want to cover up again, some of the villagers won't be quite as understanding as we are. Naruto nodded sadly, he already knew that of course, and redid the genjutsu, with Tayuya's help to strengthen it. Anko coughed loudly when they were done, looking over the three of them again, taking them all in. Okay, now that little tangent has been taken care of, onto the second order of business, you're all moving in with me. All three Chunin looked at her skeptically, even Gaara. Why? We already live with Hana. Anko smiled at them devilishly, a look they knew all too well by now that spoke of trouble in the future. Let's just say I like to start training early and the Inuzuka compound is a little far away for my tastes. Hana looked at her in irritation but quickly softened the gaze as she recognized what Anko had planned. She sauntered over to Naruto, coming behind him and wrapping her arms around his shoulders, pouting cutely. Aw, is Naruto going to miss me? The boy in question instantly reddened, almost passing out from the insinuation behind the honey-laced words. It was at that point that Anko noticed Tayuya fuming off to one side, shooting looks at Hana that she knew too well. She filed that information away for future reference as her smile grew even more devious. She let Hana walk back over to her side, leaving a very embarrassed and confused Naruto in her wake, before continuing. Alright, next up I've been told to say that you guys need to wear these. She held out three identical leaf forehead protectors and the three Chunin just stared at them. No. The simple, level answer came from Gaara. He crossed his arms over his chest, but it wasn't a petulant maneuver, he simply did not want to wear it. My loyalty is and always will be to Sanagakur. Anko looked at him for a moment and found she couldn't really hold that against him, he was the son of a Kazekage after all. Next she turned to Tayuya, who likewise had placed her arms under her chest. No. Anko waited for a few moments for the girl to continue. Any particular reason? Anko had been curious as to the reason Tayuya didn't wear any symbol on her headband. My loyalty isn't to any fucking village. Anko narrowed her gaze, it sounded like how a mercenary would feel, or more dangerously a missing nin. It's to shithead over there. Everybody in the clearing did a double take, looking at the proud redhead curiously, Naruto especially. Where he goes I go, simple fucking as that. Anko just nodded, albeit after she managed to get the amused and inquisitive look off her face. Well then fuzzball, you seem to be the linchpin here. Let me guess, you're not going to take the forehead protector either? Naruto shook his head with a small smile, and Anko sighed. It seemed that was a common occurrence around these three. Not for the reasons you would think though. He took of his forehead protector, allowing his shaggy bangs to fall forward in front of his eyes. He carefully removed the metal plate from the headband and flipped it over to show a faded but no less visible leaf symbol. Anko was just full of questions around these kids, they were more interesting than most of the people she knew. Where did you get that? She was somewhat fearing the answer by this point. It wasn't uncommon practice for people to claim the headbands of shinobi they defeated or killed. When I left the village I sneaked into the academy and took one. I never figured I would be back to explain that though. Anko just smiled. She wasn't there when Naruto had left, she was in sea country. It made her involuntarily shiver and reach back up to the spot on her neck. Naruto noticed the action and remembered something Kakashi had told them more than a month ago. Oh, Kakashi told us to ask you about Orochimaru's curse marks. Anko's head shot around so fast Naruto feared she may have kept going, her eyes boring a hole through his skull. Why would you want to know about them? She didn't realize her hand was still firmly clasped on her neck, a spot that Tayuya knew too well because she rubbed it too. Hana was worried for her friend. People had gotten injured when Anko talked about her old sensei or his last gift to her. You have one too, don't you? It was Tayuya asking the question, and Anko turned to look at her, almost hesitantly this time. Naruto was surprised at how soft and fragile her voice sounded, and without a single swear. Two? Tayuya nodded, drawing back her shirt just enough that Anko could see the mark. The older woman quickly did the same, revealing an identical tomoe pattern. She looked sadly down at Tayuya, who merely stared back defiantly. I don't need your pity, I'm getting this shit off of my neck. Off to the side Naruto nodded enthusiastically, and the sight made Anko smile. Yeah, well, when you do that, let me know, will you? She straightened up, hiding the mark once again with her trench coat and setting her face back into its normal chilling smile. Well, no point talking about the pedo and his weird ink fetish anymore. It made Tayuya chuckle a little. Come on, might as well get packed and moved into my place. They spent the next few hours moving what few possessions they had brought with them from the Inuzuka compound to Anko's apartment. It was actually pretty large, more so than Naruto would have expected for somebody living on their own, but it turned out Anko received the same stipend check that he had when he was still living here. She wouldn't tell them why, but it was obviously a sore topic, so everybody dropped it. Anko had given Tayuya the most amused expression imaginable when she had plainly started bringing her things into the room Naruto had chosen. He had actually been a little surprised at first, imagining that they would have the same relationship as when they were in Suna. However, it seemed to be more of a fuck you to Anko more than anything else if the look she had given in return was anything to go on. It clearly said in what? By the time they were all settled in, it was dark. Naruto had already tried to have some of the dengo in the pantry, only to get chased around the entire apartment by Anko. It wasn't even a playful chase, her hand held a kunai and her eyes spoke of terrible, terrible tortures. After that, everybody learnt that around Anko, dengo was off limits, much to Tayuya's grief. Naruto found it once again strange how much animosity there was between the two women. He would have thought that with so much in common they would have easily become friends. They stayed up for a while, mostly talking. Anko was supposed to do some stupid team building exercise where she asked each of them their likes, dislikes, hopes and dreams, etc. However, she got the general idea from what they said, and it didn't really seem all that necessary considering the three knew each other since they were kids. Finally, Anko asked the question that had been itching at the back of her head for a while now. So how long have you two been together then? She was definitely looking right at Naruto and Tayuya when she said it, however the insinuation was completely lost on the blonde. What? Me and Tayuya? I found her when I was 7, a few weeks after I left the village. Anko smiled like the Cheshire Cat, moving her head in closer while lowering her voice to a husky whisper. No, I mean. She rolled her eyes and motioned with her head between them together. Once again Naruto looked confused, puzzling out what the woman was talking about, whereas Tayuya immediately turned red. We fucking aren't together. Anko raised an eyebrow bemusedly. But you sleep together? Naruto still looked confused as ever while Tayuya only grew angrier. We sleep in the same bed, you have no idea how warm shithead over there is. Anko's other eyebrow followed the first. Oh really? Maybe I'll try him out sometime. Naruto didn't quite like the way Anko looked at him when she said that and was still confused about what the hell was going on. Eventually the conversation wound down and turned to more mundane things like previous training and the like. Gaara turned in first, complaining that there had been too much excitement in one day after Naruto being inactive for so long. Anko had already gone to bed, warning that anybody who entered her room without her permission, for some reason looking at Naruto as she said it, would meet a swift and bloody end. Naruto and Tayuya likewise retired. Both were just as tired as Gaara, even though neither was the type to ever admit things like that. Naruto would always want to be known as the one with boundless stamina, while Tayuya just didn't like admitting weakness. They settled into the large and surprisingly comfortable bed, Tayuya immediately curling into Naruto's body. They didn't notice the door creak open and somebody silently shuffle in. A few flash of light later and Anko walked out, clutching the camera with a cheeky grin. Too perfect, just too perfect. Not together, my perfectly toned ass.